can kill a summoner with only a fully charged pistol headshot with quad damage. I didn't expect that to. I didn't think it did that much damage. Cool, full combat. I feel like I should be talking about gameplay more, but let's be real, people. I'm a just chatting streamer. I forgot the skull. Red Warrior would be proud.
I forgot the key. I can't believe it.
I haven't actually died since Foundry? Wait, really? Damn, I'm consistent. Where's the UN attempt of this streamer? If it's this easy for you, play this on UN. Come on, where is it, streamer? I think I shot his eye out. I just Christmas storied that Kako. My goodness. Claude, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, I don't want to go in there. That's a dead end. Faking follows causes streamer to die. Guys, when do you think I'll get a viral clip on live stream fails? When will that happen? Give me 1 second. Now I can do my ultimate gamer move. Unironically, that was actually kind of big brain. For people who don't know, there's a crack there that if you step over it, you're technically in air. So I wasted a double jump instead of a single jump like I wanted to. I've lost UN runs to that before. Perform glory kills faster. Yeah, that's probably good for this. Oh, wait. I can't do this. I can melee. I got him. Don't worry. I'm gonna get him eventually. You jumped through a rock! That is not allowed. Perfectly programmed game, people. Perfectly programmed game. Would you guys like it that every single time I fire the charge shot, I say boop? Boop. 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 Ah! Boop. Fuck. He just freaking 360. Is he gonna 360 no-scope me? Is that what he's trying to do? Is this a Modern Warfare 2 lobby?
You sent me a message first, yeah.
These guys just don't know what to do if you grab any height on them. It's fantastic. Can I jump up here? Oh, you totally don't have pathing up here. Get fucked, buddy. All right, people, I could meet with Sammy Hayden, but honestly, fuck. Boo, folks, is this working? Hello, hi. Am I getting people? There we are. We even have background music. What a frickin' professional I am. All right, so we're back doing more, scanning information of Doom the Dark Ages reviews. Still, I can't believe there was people like DJ Peach Cobbler who had a 14-minute video that was not in any way critical on Doom the Dark Ages. Was still able to have 2 insightful points on Doom the Dark Ages. Then Moist Critical in a 15-minute video, I have 1 note. Oh, but hey, way better than Critical Drinker, who just said, the scope changed, that's it. It's like, yeah, no, the scope has been changed ever since Doom Eternal. It's been how it works, buddies. How are people? How is it going? What is that logo? Is it really... Oh, wait, my chat totally isn't working, though, on the scene at all. Yeah, I don't know why you guys aren't showing up on the screen. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. Twitch, is Twitch even working? Okay, Twitch is working, it's just nobody's chatting in there. Nice. Noise! So how are people while I totally don't fix tech issues? Somebody, please distract me. Where is, the chat? Is this it? Would this fix it? Blah... Blah, blah. Oh, wait, I think I know exactly what's happening. Oh, fucking, there we go. Oh, you see that shit? It's working now. You're welcome. You're attempting your own max sliders run. Hey, to that I'll say, cheers, brother. Trust me, you're gonna need something, some vice to calm you down from the insanity that's that run. But yeah, hope you have fun. Can we get a recap? Did I review G-Man Lives? No, no, no. This is still the beginning of the stream, folks. This is just a little bit of bait as I'm showing you guys what's my next, like, video I'm talking about. And I'm picking G-Man mainly just because he seems like he's more in on Doom than the average reviewer. I see him active on Twitter, you know, doing Doom stuff a lot of the time. Like, this isn't like a normie. This is at least some level of Doom normie, which means it's better than IGN. Except IGN actually, Mitchell Saltzman. Everyone remembers the legend that is Mitchell Saltzman. He actually had some insightful points, but, yeah. I'm gonna be real, I think those IGN points were just vapid. I mean, I haven't found anybody's review to be more meaningful than just being like, Doom the Dark Ages is a medieval game. I like it. Which is like, I don't demand a lot from a reviewer, folks. I don't think I asked for much, but I think I asked for more than that. Like, there has to be some analysis on the gameplay mechanics to distinguish why they're good. Like, Actman did. Okay, for better for worse. When we watched Actman, he actually had points. Now, sure, those points I don't agree with, but the structure and the way he made his video with point evidence, point evidence, point evidence, like, no, that's how you do it, dude. Guys, did you know the game exists? Yeah, no, that's how it feels, Wolf Tamer. By the way, hello, everybody. Welcome in. Very quickly going down the list. Enigma, Game Boy, Registal, Wolf Tamer, Scorpolotl. Holy crud, I didn't realize. Wait, is that how you say your name? That's kind of a sick fucking name, dude. I'm gonna be real, I'm a little jealous. CSO Ba, hello, everyone else I've missed. But I'm actually going to do something a little bit uncanny. A little bit a little bit of, how could you do this, streamer? How could you betray my trust in such a way? The answer is why I can do that is because I'm a psychopath. But another answer that's just as good that I do like is that this is the part 2 of the stream series of where I watch Doom the Dark Ages stuff and review it. Believe it or not, people have fucking thoughts that they let me know in the comment section of my previous stream. Yeah, we call that strongly. So, I'm going to review you guys reviewing Dark Ages, fuckos. Oh, you think I wouldn't see these? Oh, the comment section is just where thoughts go to die. No, I'm watching. Okay. So, we have, I guess, let's just sort by the top comments. These are what the YouTube algorithm has decided are the best comments. So let's take them all one by one. Review the review of reviews. Yeah, we're going so freaking meta, dudes. For X-Mount and anyone complain about no wowie kills, I will say I don't think people like it if you demean to them or talk down. But hey. This game, if you want to play it right, okay, loaded statement, does not work with glory kills. Yeah? Because, you know why this game doesn't work with glory kills? It's because it wasn't designed with them in mind. Ooh, shocker! Who would have thought the game designs of not having the system would actually work if that system was not in there? Insane! Hey, at least it's better than fucking Critical Drinker. What's up, Samantha? Hello. Street Cleaner from Ultra Kill. Hi. Been too busy playing Ultra Kill? Yeah. Doom the Dark Age is good too. Recommend it. Ahem. The punch the kicks you do allows you to look around and prepare for what's coming next. Yeah. You can look around on a glory kill too because of the box and what you see. Anyone playing on Max Sliders and or playing the game how it's supposed to will look... Holy shit. I can feel the condescension. Man, he's talking from the top of his skyscraper. Okay, dude. Okay, me was taken. Gonna be real. If you ever want to convince somebody, one, you should treat them like they're people and not like they're people And not like that they're slaves whose afternoon treat should be licking the bottom of your foot. Like, I don't agree with this demeanor. Traditional ones will also break the flow of gameplay. I will get synced glory kills, which just makes my plan on what to do next not work. No, your plan on what to do next would work because it's a different system if it has glory kills. Guys, I think we're just taking out the fact that this game was designed without it, which is why it works. Like, I do still kind of agree with him about the lack of glory kills on Super Heavy since they are bigger. You can also see what's going on around you. They don't appear much often. Yeah, I just see, like, if they designed this game in mind with glory kills, these wouldn't be issues. Like, it's not an issue in 2016 that you go in for a glory kill and you can't see, because you get iframes to get out of danger effectively. Like, it's countered. Is Tomb DDA not woke enough? Guys, I'm not watching Synthetic Man's review. We've already been over this. Alright, and then these are a bunch of edits. Okay, this is in reference to the bounce. The reason you bounce because the game pulls you towards the enemy, back where you were standing before. Yeah. No, we know the reason. We're just saying how this doesn't align with momentum. This does not address the point. No way, bro, he complained about multiplayer in Doom. Yeah. Okay, I think that agrees with me, so we'll move on. Guys, if you already agree with me, I don't want to hear from you. I only want the negative people who literally, like, want me dead. Like, those are the only people's opinions who I care about. Complains about now what's going on, doesn't pay attention to the story to understand why he's there. Makes perfect sense. Hey, the game does tell you why you're there. It's just that it's shit at doing it. Okay. In conclusion, he hates it because he... Oh, does this guy literally just watch the Actman portion of the review? Did not give a fuck about any of the other people? I mean, hey, like, okay, guess what you're wrong, dude. It's just, I guess... I guess this person just agrees with me, or, yeah, and then insults them as if they're, you know, less than people, which is good for you, dude. Good for you. I hope you don't mind if I do that to you, because... You seem such a great person that you would definitely stand by a consistent set of ideals, huh? Alright. Some of these YouTubers represent the worst in absolute slopfest that is gaming and YouTube. The critical moron. Oh, I thought people said the critical stinker. Dude, the critical stinker is funny. This critical moron's like, come on, like, what you did, like, this is like, oh, you idiot. Like, this is such like a playground insult. Be a little bit... Okay, why am I complaining that this guy was too toxic? This person's not toxic enough. It's all the Goldilocks zone, folks. They're not in that sweet spot. You gotta be in the right sweet spot of toxicity. You compliment Chari about bringing the sliders up? Wolf Tabor, if you're gonna catch me on a specific phrase, I'm going to need the phrasing. I don't remember what goes on at every moment in my streams, but I'd say that I probably mentioned both at several aspects. It's probably something along the lines of, oh, he mentioned sliders, and then he gave no analysis of them. Which, don't get me wrong, I don't remember if Charlie did that specifically or not, but every single freaking reviewer in my review has done no analysis on slider systems other than just saying they exist. Like, it's kind of one of my biggest pet peeves. Like, why is no one talking about this and how it implements gameplay and completely changes it? Everyone's just like, nah. It exists, yeah, sure. But that's not like saying in Factorio that you make factories. Congratulations, you did a lot to educate me there, bud. Very good. Like... All you did was educate. Like, this is a review. Where's the review aspect? Total DJ PC victory. Yeah, people in the chat were really, I think they liked that DJ Peach Cobbler was in this, mainly just because, like, I don't know, like, he makes silly videos, but he has good points and actually feels like it's not a waste of my time to watch some of his stuff. When did you do Moist Critical? It was the very end of last stream, Simon. Very end of last stream. This is the last video I covered. All right. Actman's point about glory kills is actually really... Oh, guys, it's someone who disagrees with me. Let's see how well they hold up their points. The Slayer is not just superhumanly strong, but he uses strength in particularly brutal ways. Anyone can pull a trigger of a gun, but not everyone can rip an imp in half or break an Whiplash's arm and stab it through her face. Yeah, not everyone can drop kick a cyber demon to the other side of the arena and explode in a gore of bits. Like... he's not just effective, he's savage while he does it. Yeah, because just punching someone, it can't be savage whatsoever. There can never be a situation in which I just do the animation of punching, then, like, its head literally explodes, and then nobody would call that savage. Even if it's the same punch, and then there was 3 other people whose, you know, brains exploded in different ways. Like, that's savage, dude, even if it's the same animation. There's more to savagery than literally just having a cutscene play whenever you press E on a low-health demon. So, okay, does not actually refute any of my points. Cool. Yeah, nice. Wait, I can't see the rest of this comment. What the fuck is going on? Do I have to... Let me pull it up on the comments page in... Okay, I don't have a read more down here. That's insane, actually. All right, I'm going to pull up my YouTube stat page. I'm going to get the rest of it straight from here. Do you need to calculate the exact momentum and max speed projectile of a Pinky Rider for it to be talking about if sliders is valid? No, you don't, Wolf Tamer, but I at least want fucking something. I at least want something. Like, I don't think it's hard to ask that the number be more than 0. You feel me? Alright. I also agree that Dark Ages would really benefit from more side... Okay, I don't know what this person means by side content. I have been replaying the campaign for nearly 200 hours now. Nice. I've put in 300 myself. But it'd be great to have an arcade mode, challenge mode, horde mode, etc. Yeah, okay, but the question is not, would it be nice if there was more content? Because let's face it, people. It's always nice to have more content. Wouldn't it be great if Fallout New Vegas had a second world where you could go in and explore, and it's exactly the same type of stories and whatnot that you love of the, you know, New Vegas, but now it's in, I don't know, Big Mountain. Like, wouldn't that be awesome? It was great. They did it. It was a DLC. And, like, if you could keep producing Fallout New Vegas DLCs at the same quality of Big Mountain, Lonesome Road, like, I would keep playing that game. Everyone likes more content of a thing they like. That's just logically true. But the question is this content enough for the price tag? Which, yeah, okay, understand. But yeah, you just saying, like, I would like more, but I have 200 hours in, by the way, it's like, huh? Like, you put 200 hours in. This game has outlived any financial, like, quality. Like, you've got your money's worth for this game with 200 hours. Like, I don't know. Like, this guy kind of defeats his own point in his own comment. So, yeah, okay, this game's so small. You can only put 200 hours into the campaign. It could use more. Like... Wish I had some randomization as of one note. Okay, well, Ripatorium was patched in. We talked about that, but maybe they just didn't address it here. As it feels like there's a trade room for testing ideas and interactions. Yeah, this is just Ripatorium. They added this in a content update. Like, so they did exactly what you complained they didn't do after not being justified for complaining that they did because you put 200 hours into the game. But hey. Why does Sim playing on Ultraviolence want you to discount this review? Oh, I guess this is in reference to another video where Okay, guys, it's just a meme. I don't know if you guys know this, but sometimes I make a joke on stream. I'm not entirely serious. And the joke here is that the Doom community is fucking elitist as hell. Like, here. I'm going to type... not exclamation... No, not new. It's not new. Hold on. Let me go to my Twitch chat. And if I type in !UN, a great command will pop up that you can read at the bottom of the screen right now. For the viewers at home, I will, of course, do a dramatic reading because I want to. Oh, you think you're good at Doom Eternal. Have you ever even tried an Ultra Nightmare, no scroll to jump, no meat hook, no armor, no heavy cannon, no ballista, no damage taken, inverted controls on an electronic drum kit, no dashing, no weapon mods, no blood punch, no audio, no chainsaw, lowest possible resolution, lowest possible brightness, all enemies killed while drunk, hanging from the ceiling the entire time, on current patch, walking everywhere, backwards, sub 30 base game plus DLC speedrun? Now, this is not a real comment. No, it's a copy pasta that I've made up. But that copy pasta gets at the point of illustration. That some people have these arbitrary set of rules that you have to play a game by, or else it's not valid. Doom community is filled with them. You have not officially played the game unless you beat Ultra Nightmare, is the stance that an unreasonable amount of people have in this community. Like, too many people think that. Don't get me wrong, it's not a lot of people, but it's more than who should. So I was referencing that. I don't think it's bad if you want to make a review and play on ultraviolence and all that stuff, but it's just like a... Yeah, you're not going to cater at all to those high difficulty, high performance people, you know? Okay, this guy goes into Charlie's points. Okay, well, I already addressed Charlie's points. I guess I wanted to make into the points that Racing Snail 64 was making. Thank you for the comment, by the way. Hope you don't mind a little bit of fun at your expense. However, you did make it at the point of these YouTubers, so get put on blast, sucker. Shady XYT says, all I know is I had a hell of a lot of fun and felt knee-deep in 90s stoner metalheads. Think is cool. And that's really I can ask out of Doom, and I got everything I asked for. Yeah, I mean, like, cool. You know, you did just as good a job in this one sentence that Critical fucking Drinker did in 8 minutes. You gave me just as much substance and wasted only 20 seconds of my time. Thank you. Thank you. As for the IGN comment about Doom 2016, I think what they meant is that classic Doom trilogy reimagined in a combination, suited direction of a reboot. Okay, I guess this is a question of definitions. I don't think that's too interesting of an argument, but hey. Akmak plays the game was too easy, but played on UV IRRC. Yeah, I think he said directly in that video that ultraviolence on Doom Eternal would kick his ass. So I think he was maybe... Okay, best faith interpretation of his complaint is that difficulty does not mean what it generally means across the series, which I think I can agree to some extent, but at the same time, like, eh. That's not really the biggest of my concerns. Ooh, Robert Brass says, favorite game ever, legit, loved Eternal, aesthetics of Dark Ages more to me, 10 out of 10 game of the year, recommend to anyone. Look at you. See? Didn't even have to edit a 6-minute video. Okay, this guy is just talking about just his opinion on some of the things said. Okay, no real point. Ooh, perfect. Guys, we have someone who blatantly disagrees with me. Let's go. I don't really understand your point here. I agree, 2016's is told better, but why are you confused about the demon's motivations? Oh, is this talking about the Dark Ages story? They're the same since 1993. Guys, saying that you have a story on equivalent with Doom 1993 isn't a compliment. It's not. I hate to say it. The worst thing you can do to a game's story and say, oh, well, it's about the same as Doom 1993. What's up, based Doom 3 enjoyer? Bashcore. Hello, everybody. So, okay. Grow and expand their realm. Yeah, why do they want to grow and expand their realm? Is it a power fantasy? A power trip? Do they just like violence for violence sake? What is Ozrock's goal with, like, conquering the other like, my point is that that's the only motivation. Like, that's kind of simple. It's kind of stupid. Like, Ozrock is a person. He has thoughts, beliefs, I would assume, with how he talks. Like, you don't... I would love for a scene where Ozrock did an evil monologue describing his motivations as a conqueror of hell. You kidding me? Who doesn't fucking love a villain monologue? Like... They just like the vibe, the expanding of the realm? Yeah. Okay, what a cool villain. Too cliche? It's not even too cliche. It's too simple. You can summarize the demon's motivation by just saying, like, they're evil. 2 words. All it takes. Like, I want a little bit. Like, do they want to conquest other realms? Like, because they provide Argent energy to heaven by Doom Eternal's fucking story. Why are they providing, like, energy to heaven? What's the relationship? Okay, I know this is an eternal subject, but my point is like, there's a lot of details, but there's not a lot of reasons. Dark Ages makes more sense if you read Eternal's Codices. Sure. I read Eternal's Codices. It's still dog shit, but the whole point is that you wouldn't need to read the Codices. Okay, yeah. I think... So you can dock points for that. Okay, so I think they are a man of culture that they would say that in Eternal, where Vega revealing that they're the father to the Slayer has no at all impact because the game doesn't tell you about the father being a thing until that scene happens. So it's like, but if you were reading the Codices, it was mentioned like earlier, and like, how'd I put it? Vega's sacrifice comes out, you know, a little bit of more a little bit more emotional, because like you've dealt with these concepts before and you know they intertwine, and you know him saying he's the father actually has big implications in the lore. Like, my whole point is that Vega reveal has like so much good story to it and none of it's fucking told, and it's kind of a crime against humanity. A villain monologue is too cliche? Yeah, but cliche doesn't mean bad. Like, yeah, this is cliche and stupid. They are physical manifestations of everything evil and bad? Yeah, but, like, Ozrock is a free-thinking agent and being who seems to have free will over what decisions he makes and does. Why is he making those decisions? He's a person who would have that access, even if the regular demon, like, all they can do is just, like, hunt and kill. Ozrock and Witch aren't typical demons. We know that, like, Witch is, like, in under service to Ozrock because he could revive her god or something when he's not trapped on the world for several centuries. Okay, don't make me think about the Witch plotline again. I guess my thing is, it's just, like, there's the opportunity for depth. Why is that just not taken? Like, even if it's small, like, we just have literally nothing other than the fact that he just wants to fuck shit up and kill people. Like, okay, yeah, it's just simple. The only new thing from the Cosmic Realm, really? Oh, you meant in terms of visual aesthetics? I get it. Overall, That's it. And then that's it for all the comments. Yeah. Witch just wanted to bring her god back to the Cosmic Realm. Yeah, but then the god went back to the Cosmic Realm, became Mecha Cthulhu, and then came to the Sentinel worlds to fight Doomguy. Like, okay, so she didn't go against that motivation there. I'm guessing she wanted to serve under Ozrock because he's leader of... I don't know. Overall, I gotta say, wait, I think this... I was just skimming over this comment. I think it has a little bit more meat for merit than I gave it initially. So let's revisit this. Being able to use one gun makes the game feel boring. It was an admitted flaw by Hugo that 2016 became very one-note for people due to poor balancing, which is why they turned up the variety in Eternal. Not quick swapping specifically, but enemies having specific weaknesses and exploits that are better at exploiting. This is why Dark Ages launching with such painfully slow swap speed baffled me. Thank goodness they sped that up a bit. I agree that using one of the guns makes it feel boring. Spends the rest of the paragraph complaining about 2016's gun balance. Look. Wouldn't you want to use a Dark Ages example? Because Dark Ages has better balancing. It has more variety in what weapons you use. Each weapon feels completely different. So it's like when you sub out like the Skull Crusher for the Super Shotgun. You're exchanging the Super Shotgun fantasy for the Skull Crusher fantasy. And sometimes that fantasy is just as fun as the other one. I think there's a couple weapons in this game that feel about the same in the, like, the emotional high points, because, like, I just like both their styles so much. Like, I liked the Ravager being able to speed around, super cool. I'd put that on level with, like, the Cycler doing the shocks, because I just found the shocks so satisfying, you know? So why is this just, like, being able to use just one gun? But if using each gun is fun, then it's not boring. You fail to leave out that edge case that I think most of the guns, when you use them, are fun to use just on their own. And if you're bored, well, you can do an encounter with the Super Shotgun. You could do an encounter with the frickin' rocket launcher. And now you can get some variety. Plus, you have a shield in melee. Yeah, so it's unplayable. I agree, Simon Files. At the launch as well, slow-mo effect was definitely overpowered and triggering repeatedly. No slow-mo slider was a fantastic quality of life. Okay, so they agree. But aside from the slow-mo, I do not see how Dark Ages is slow. It's a frenzy. No, it's slow in terms of game speed. I think if you just have at all, like, any, how to say it, reaction speed beneath, like, like the age of 40, like, you know, like if you're a young person, if you're snorting some Adderall, like, you'll definitely find this game slow. Like I said, I'm an avid fan of Eternal, Ultra Kill. The pace is just slower. Like, it's not slow, it's a frenzy. Okay. Yeah, as if there can ever be a slow frenzy. That's just logically impossible, right? I was worried from the trailers that the default speed feels very in line 2016 Eternal to me. Plus, you have to you literally have a sprint button and a shield bash that takes you across an entire arena in a blink. Yeah. So he's just saying that the pace can go faster if you have the shield bash and whatnot. But the game definitely lacks verticality. Yeah, but lacking verticality is not a bad thing. I'm not complaining my 2D puzzle game. I'm not docking Celeste points because it's not 3D. Like, the game's just not designed with verticality in mind. Like, that's like complaining that Celeste isn't 3D. Like, yeah, it's just designed that way. I hate how flat the open levels are. I agree too, but almost for different reasons. It hurts their arena design too. I'd be curious on which arenas they're specifically referring to, but, like, I think the arenas fit for this game. Well, most cases. There's definitely a few exceptions. Okay, boo. This is why he's right about Eternal swimming being better too. Being able to simply do something to help yourself move faster in terms of engagement makes the traversable feel so much more palatable. In Eternal, you can time your dashes to optimize a recharge. In Dark Ages, you can only hold forward. Dude, this guy's forgetting about wiggle swimming. Wiggle. Dude, guys, if you hold... Okay, I have a keyboard here for demonstration purposes. But, like... So, like, if you're holding W... and, like, you press this on your keyboard, you wiggling is faster than just going W. People don't know about this text. This guy's completely wrong. There is skill in the swimming because you can wiggle. Like, seriously, you're complaining that there's skill expression in Eternal's swimming because you can dash. Like, there's skill expression in this game, too. The point I would make is that the skill expression in both games are about the same. Because it's all about, like, hey, do you know how to go faster in water? Oh, yeah, it's by dashing in Eternal. In Dark Ages, it's like, oh, by wiggling. And then once you know that, there is literally nothing else to learn about the swimming in terms of mechanical depth, in terms of doing it faster. You wiggle in Dark Ages, you dash in Eternal. Like... yeah, like, I can't find a really good reason why Eternals is better. Like, There's only swimming in Taurus Nabad and UAC Atlantica. And also Reclaimed Earth. Like, guys, does everyone just forget about the DLC? The DLC in Eternal was banging. Like, I'm not gonna have this slander of assuming that the DLCs are less because they aren't included in the level list. What's up, Tastefully Unhinged? DTA, arenas are boring, but have to be flat because of the mechanics. They don't have to be flat, I don't think. I'm just saying that, like, you know, if the pulverizer fires pellets in, like, a wide burst, you know? Like, if you were just constantly in small, linear, like, person-sized hallways, like, there'd be a little bit of a disconnect there. It's like, you have this weapon designed for a big open area, but there's not any big open areas to fight enemies. In this weird hypothetical example, like, that would be a valid complaint on the game design. It's just, I don't think verticality is, like, the same way with, like, spacing in that example than it is, like, I guess with how the guns are designed in Eternal. I don't know. I would need to hear, like, a better argument. But there might be many small details like that that add into it being unoptimal. I can't think of any off the top of my head. We're talking base campaign. We don't know how much swimming we're getting in the TDA DLC. Oh, yeah, but, like, at this point in the time, like, this review, this person, you know, they wrote it with Eternals DLCs in mind. Like, I don't know. Obviously, swimming, like, being very small in the campaign wasn't, like, a design philosophy or anything. It's just that the level design didn't cater to it. I think that's just what the DLC shows. It's like swimming was, like, an afterthought on thinking, oh, well, what makes sense in this level? Big disagree with his soundtrack not being memorable. Yeah, I agree. I thought it wasn't memorable on a first playthrough. After several playthroughs and a few re-listens, I have a few favorite tracks that I listen to from time to time. Some arenas have different heights? Yeah. I think the issue that he has, Voltage Hunter, is that it's some. But yeah, no, that was everybody who commented on my last stream. Thank you for leaving your thoughts. I don't think everyone who... Okay, I'm gonna be real. People who disagree with me, y'all gotta have better arguments. Because, like, I do appreciate you guys. I appreciate the other perspective, but I just am not convinced. I don't think you guys have enough evidence. I would love to hear some more examples that prove your points, but just here's not what was given. Do I think TDA is easier than Eternal? Yes, but also it's made to be easier almost by a preset. Hold on. Let me... Very quickly. I just want to... Doing that just in case. I need to find this video and get the screen set up. Bam. You say TDA is easier too? But yeah, guys, the game is made for you to fiddle around with the settings and whatnot. Like, saying it's easier on its default settings mean nothing, because for those people, it's like, oh, you're supposed to tweak it. Or at least that's the design rebuttal to if it's easier or not. Like, you can make it harder for yourself. So yeah, I don't feel like the discussion of difficulty of, like, base default settings is at all applicable to this game. Or at least not as applicable, you know, in other games. Oh, Wolf Tamer, that's actually a spoiler. I do plan on redoing a max slider run with all the new changes and whatnot, but yeah. Still Into the Void that you really like? I think I like Blood Red. I like Unchained Predator. Big fan of Ancestral Beast, which is Spire of Narathul's combat track. But yeah, okay, let's get back into G-Man. Okay, but not in that way. G-Man is just like, I know he reviews a lot of FPS games. He's a high-level nerd at somewhat involved in Doom, so please, G-Man, I'm just asking. One goal I have... Hold on, G-Man. Is that you're just better than Moist Critical or Critical Drinker. Actman... I think Actman's review, unironically, was the best we watched, folks. It's just he had the unfortunate side product of being wrong. Alright, let's get into it.
The Slayer is en route.
Assault mode engaged.
Well, it's finally here. The long awaited.
Did anyone get that way when they saw the dragon sections? For me personally, I wasn't like that enthused when I saw them because I had the. I'm a critical asshole. I know this. I just saw that as just like a wait. You're telling me I get to play on a dragon? I know immediately it's gonna be shit. Sorry. They'll have to do so much consoles like stuff. Like, I'm not gonna like it. Have I done a review of this game? Not yet. We'll see.
Weighted follow-up to id Software's Doom Eternal with Doom the Dark Ages, the prequel story we never knew we wanted for one of gaming's most badass protagonists, the guy who's really mastered the art of if looks could kill. And if you're like me and you've been frothing.
You know what? He is kind of right. I do love the Doomslayer's like updated appearance. Dude, Wolf Cape. Wolf Cape is awesome, dudes. Just average YouTube creator overhyping nonsensical shit. I can totally believe people say dragon and then their brain goes woo and then they're excited about that. I understand. It's just, that wasn't me. Like I said, because I'm a cynical person who thought immediately that, like, yeah, the gameplay of this is going to suck. And I was right.
Over this thing for the last 6 months, then you'll no doubt be stoked to finally be able to play it. And after having beaten this thing twice, I can honestly say that id Software have delivered, in that...
Ooh, beat it twice? Okay. Does he say the difficulties?
This is a Doom game, kind of. It's just instead of it being rip and tear, it's more like parry and tear, with one new game mechanic fundamentally...
If he said stand and fight, I was gonna have a fucking fit, chat. But he said parry and tear, and it's like, oh, thank God, okay, we're safe. We're cool.
Impacting how the whole thing plays overall. And while I do like some aspects of what they've achieved here, there are some other things that really have me raising an eyebrow, kind of questioning everything I once held dear. I can still wholeheartedly recommend it though, just with a few caveats. I'll also be doing...
I don't know. I feel like that this is kind of the standard take of I recommend it, but it's not flawless. Like how they say it. It's like it's a recommends, but it's but there's a few bad aspects. This is G-Man. At Rytro, I am playing Doom the Dark Ages. I hit a bit of a snag and the auto map doesn't show it up. Is it a bug? I don't think you need me to know if it's a bug. Most people who play games are casuals. If the dragons were basically just dogfighting, your average player would have had a lot of fun, but they basically didn't even do that. Yeah, the thing I would say that I think kind of satisfies that weird Goldilocks zone is the Ghost Runner 2 bike sections. If you haven't played Ghost Runner, people, by the way, you should leave my stream and play it instantly. That game is awesome. But in its second game, they had, like, they wanted to up the WoW factor, so they had these motorcycle sections of you riding up and down buildings. And... see, there was a little bit of mechanics because it was hard. It was made to be really hard that you had to memorize the path, the ways that you would take, and how you would approach each little challenge. Like, enough, like, you know, ways to obfuscate the information that didn't make it feel, like, standard and, like, oh, when A, do B. Like, there's a little bit of nuance in the interaction. Dark Ages, I think, goes so on the simple side that, like, you don't even... how do I put it? I'm not a big fan of Ghost Runner 2's bike sections, but there is a lot to say because they made them to be difficult, but they made it, like, you know, so that you brute forcing would memorize it. Like, there was a little bit of mechanics in that. What I'm saying is like a very complicated Dark Souls boss, or kind of like a simple Dark Souls boss, actually. This, the dragon has no mechanics other than dodge and shoot, right? Like, you know, if like a Dark Souls boss, you get like 3, 4, 5 movesets you gotta like memorize. Like with this, it's just basically one. Oh, sometimes the light spins before you dodge. Eh. I recommend it, but it's not flawless. How little that narrows it down for any game ever. You're kind of right there. Yeah, I agree. Like, it's just too vague of a sentiment. I guess that's what the rest of the video is. It's like the context, but I guess I'd... how to put it? I would want to be a little bit more precise and direct with my thesis statement, you know? Like, if, like, people don't understand what I think when I say the thesis statement of my video, like, I kind of done a bad job of picking a, or I guess of writing it.
My best to keep spoilers to an absolute minimum, and I've done my best to not use footage from any of the late chapters or key cinematics. Having said all of that, let's get into it.
Slayer, prepped for launch.
Dude, like, they can put any dialogue in between, like, those two cuts, like, at the end of the intro section. Like, I know, like, okay, video making wise, that's literally just to break up the pace, so it doesn't feel monotonous. But at the same time, like, there's almost no tact done in it.
Right, so the story takes place before the events of Doom Eternal and 2016, at a point when the Slayer is being kept under control by the Makers, who are that...
I want to know how the Slayer came under mind control, but I feel like this is one of those problems of like, oh, well, how did Doom Guy get the Fortress of Doom in Eternal? It's like, we're just never gonna get an answer to that question. It's just gonna exist.
Weird alien race that want to basically use hell as an energy source. The overarching plot is about...
Okay, first off, want to use hell as an energy source. That is information from Eternal that you have spoiled. But also, like, yeah, like, should you explain this story with only the game, like, what the story of the game explains to you? I guess because G-Man, you know, knows the Eternal and Doom 2016 pretty well. Like, it's probably just fresh on his mind because he's a fan. Wouldn't even notice. But yeah, no, the game mentions almost nothing of that. Doesn't the end of Dark Ages explain the Fortress of Doom? No.
the Makers working with King Novik and his Knight Sentinels and the Slayer during a demonic uprising, where a guy named Prince Azrak is assuming control of the Horde and trying to capture Argent D'Nur.
I will be informing the High Council of your progress.
With there also being lots of references to old gods and all that other lovely Lovecraftian stuff that the internet just can't seem to get enough of. If you're at all familiar with what happens in Doom Eternal though, then you remember that the Makers aren't exactly the good guys. And although the Slayer is essentially forced to work for them and put to use for what seems like the right reasons,
you need to know from Eternal that the Makers aren't the good guys. Dude, they literally have this being mind-controlled against their will. But you need to know from Eternal that they're not the good guys. The Slayer stealing the Maker ship and turns to the Fortress of Doom over time. Yeah, there's no way that that Maker ship ever becomes the Fortress of Doom. It's just way too different in layout. Like, how the frick do these steel bars become stones, bricks, and dirt? Like, there's no wear and tear on the planet that can make the frickin' house ship. Like, that's a Theseus' ship argument at that point. If you replace every single part of the Maker ship at the end of Dark Ages, one brick at a time, until you get the Fortress of Doom, like, at what point did it become the Fortress of Doom? The answer is, it's never. Like, it's like, no, that didn't happen. The Fortress of Doom was of Maker design. He didn't say what specifically about it was Maker design. Like, technology can be Maker design, but he could easily say hypothetically, like, what we know now, there are two worlds. One, where your theory is correct, where, you know, the Maker ship becomes the Fortress of Doom. Another world where Doom Guy breaks the ship somehow, and then takes, like, a few Maker components for his new ship. My point here is saying that we don't have enough information to distinguish either from being, like, real. Like, both worlds can exist at this point because we don't have enough info. But yeah, just because, you know, Doom Guy gets some Sentinel tech, or excuse me, Maker tech in his next ship, like, Like, that's just insanely possible. So, like, why would we assume that, like, this is the same ship when he could easily just put a Maker system in a new ship or get a new Maker ship? I don't know. It feels silly that something of this high tech, you know, goes down to that, but I feel like I've belabored the point too much.
allegiances shift about the game and eventually ends up working more in line with the Knight Sentinels.
They lied to us.
particularly with Novik's daughter, Commander Thera, who kinda looks like a player model out of Quake 3 Arena, and one who has vastly more screen time than even our boy does.
What does that mean, a view model out of Quake 3 Arena? Like, sorry, I genuinely don't know. Was that, like, an insult? Or was that just, like, a neutral statement? I guess I'm just out of my depth.
Creed. We need him.
And that is the dilemma you face with this kind of character, where you've got someone who's essentially mute, but then you also need to convey all this lore and information with all these other various groups and factions. Which means that every single cutscene is just everyone else talking, while the Slayer, if he's even there to begin with, stands in the background brooding away. I also think I speak for almost everyone here as well when I ask, what the fuck is going on with this story? I mean, honestly, like...
Good sign. Good sign. You know what? He played that very close to the chest in a minute 30 seconds of just straight story surmising, holding back the cards of what the fuck even is this? You gotta admire that.
I kind of followed it for a little bit at the start there, but when we ended up in the cosmic realm and Cthulhu gods appeared and started walking around, I just got absolutely lost. I did find the cinematics in this to often be incredibly disjointed as well, where you might get like a really cool one at the end of a level where all this stuff kicks off, only for the chapter to abruptly end. And then when the next one starts, it's like there's been a time jump or something we weren't told about, because everyone's now back at base or in a completely different area. It's like, remember how at the start of Doom Eternal, how it all just kicked off with the Slayer at his little fortress of solitude in space and never explained how we got there? Yeah, well, that's what happens quite a lot here, where it just feels like there was another cutscene missing in between to explain what happened. The ending is also kind of abrupt as well and doesn't even really tell us or show us anything. So if you're expecting it to seem...
Okay, I am going to say that the, it is a very small point. I just kind of took it as a given when I went through the story that, yeah, sometimes several months would pass between missions, but, like, we just weren't told. But, like, that's a small thing that really does add to, like, you know, not being able to enjoy or understand the story. Sorry, I was kind of locked in just thinking of the right wording for that. I'm going to rewind it, like, a little bit.
That kicked off with the Slayer at his little fortress of solitude in space and never explained how we got there. Yeah, well, that's what happens quite a lot here, where it just feels like there was another cutscene missing in between to explain what happened. The ending is also kind of abrupt as well and doesn't even really tell us or show us anything.
Yeah, I think the early game suffers most about that. I'm thinking about, like, Village of Kaleem to Hebeth to Siege Part 1. It's just like a... How much time has passed in between these missions? I don't fucking know. The story's job is only to service the action of gameplay. I mean, a story can be so much more than that. Like, what you're describing there, Stone Phoenix, is the bare minimum. And I don't think it's necessarily a compliment to say that your story met the bare minimum requirements for a story. Like, Like, I think baked in that argument is inherent that, like, yeah, it's bad, who cares? Which, like, hey, if you think the story's bad, you just don't care about it, like, that's fine. Like, yeah.
So if you're expecting it to seamlessly pivot into what happens in 2016 or Eternal, well then don't. Plus, it's also kind of hilarious in hindsight, looking back at all those people desperately trying to make Quake connections here. And now having finished it and seeing it literally has no Quake references at all.
Yeah, okay. A little bit of the hype, a lot of people were thinking, like, oh, they're going to reintroduce Quake in this game, because, I don't know, everyone's excited by Doom's revival, that they're thinking, like, oh, Quake can be revived? I'm on the camp of, I would love a Quake reboot. I think that'd be awesome. But, yeah, people were thinking it's just like, oh, this is gonna be the entrance into Quake. The Cosmic Realm's here, that means Quake's gonna be here, when literally it's just like, no, that's just the Cosmic Realm. Like, it's kind of similar to the world of Quake, but that's about it.
And maybe there's some kind of obscure Easter egg hidden away somewhere, but outside of the whole Lovecraftian aspect and some of the medieval aesthetics, which I still don't think even fully looks like Quake anyway, there really is no connection. Having said that...
Nice to know that we just agreed with each other.
though, there is a whole lot of cool looking shit in this game, and some of the cutscenes still gave me goosebumps on my arms and balls. All that's
Sorry, it's just like we're like 4 minutes, 50 seconds in, and that's the first time he made a joke like that. I just wasn't expecting that. A little bit demeanor. I feel like I was led astray, like, expectationally. Could have been cool if the Slayer was also under mind control for longer in this game. Yeah, it would have been really cool if Doom Guy threw, like, Ozrock into the sun as well to kill him. I think that would be awesome. Nerds will be saying, like, oh, what you don't get it? It's like he killed the Ozrock. Doom Guy's been killing things since Doom 1993. Like, what's your issue?
stuff involving the cosmic realm, which I'm not going to spoil or show at all, is incredibly awesome. And the art style of these areas alone really deserves some kind of award. This is the first game to run on that id Tech Engine 8, and I think one of the biggest crimes of the modern gaming age is that more developers don't use this engine. Because, damn son, it's often absolutely gorgeous. And a lot of the new...
Okay, I hope a lot don't use this engine, because, I'll say, it makes performance run bad because forced ray tracing. But, apparently this engine can ray trace, it would take, what, years to develop that at this point? I heard that as, like, a quote-unquote, a valid defense for, why this game had to have forced ray tracing, because, like, the technology's so far behind that it'd take a couple of years. At the same time, like, I'm fine, I can wait a couple of years. I got Ultra Kill, I got, like, other shooters I can play. Yeah, you agree? Just don't think Doom's needs Hellblade's level of storytelling, you know? Yeah, don't get me wrong, everything, like, needs to fit exactly the game, like... But it does have to be cool, but, like, it can be so much more than cool. Kind of like how Hellblade's, like, spoilers for Hellblade, folks. It's a game where you play as kind of like a schizophrenic protagonist. And, like, I'm actually not going to spoil any of the plot. It's literally just the premise of the game. But it's like you hear voices in your head, and they'll say things based on the plot. Like, up to the degree of where, like, you'll get the enemy indicator sounds. When there's no enemy nearby, it's just your schizophrenia, like, fucking with you in game logic. And, like, that's an aspect of a story really elevating the gameplay experience. Doom the Dark Ages does nothing of that effect. And, like, I figured at least, like, if you can't be, like, you know, that artsy-fartsy-partsy about it, you could at least be like, hey, story sets up badass action, and story is good. Like, that's just the better case scenario, you know? It's like, how do I put it? So, what I'm saying is there's kind of a spectrum. There's doing the bare minimum, making that plus a story good, and then going above and beyond, like Hellblade doing it. So, yeah. The Dark Ages sits at, like, a 1 on the scale. I give it as, like, it's functional. Actually, I'm gonna decrease that. 0.9. I think it's, like, it's barely doesn't meet the bare minimum just because of, like, plot, logic inconsistencies, tropes, stuff like that.
Stuff involving all the Night Sentinels and their armies is very reminiscent of Warhammer 40k, with a whole pseudo-science fiction vibe and then the things like these large mech suits firing off humongous weapons.
More Titans ahead.
Now that I think about it, the Doomiverse is kind of Warhammer 40k at this point. Like, they're kind of very similar. Like, there just needs to be, at one point, a Doom game where you fight, like, an alien species, and then, like, congratulations, you've done it. That's Warhammer at that point.
Support team, deploy weaponry.
There's also some very underappreciated skyboxes in this game, and if you ever spend the time to go off and look off into the distance, you're gonna see some awesome looking vistas, where you can...
I will say this, and I will always say it again. Eternal was unmatched when it came to visually appealing skyboxes. The Holt, I think, had me, like, drop my jaw to the floor, metaphorically, because, dude, the skybox of Holt is just unreally cool. Urdak, all the, Urdak levels. And this game does live up to the hype, it's just, because of the scope and scale of the story, like, it's not as, not as cool. It's lacking a lot of cool factor.
See these epic battles just roaring off there on the horizon. It is also worth mentioning as well, and this isn't sponsored by Nvidia by the way, but this does come with those Nvidia features as well, like DLSS 4 and ray tracing.
Doom guy just stands around when other people talk at him. Yeah, Gibbous. It's actually, he paints it like pretty all right. Like, don't get me wrong, Doom guy in the story is like what? He's like the equivalent of a nuke. Like, he's always looked at with respect and no one disrespects him except Ozrock, but, you know, he's the villain, so, like, that's why he's the villain. I don't know, saying the game performs poorly because of ray tracing isn't really a fair criticism. I think it's an especially fair criticism. You kidding me? You're telling me this game could have ran better if you just gave it more production time? What the fuck, dude? I don't know. It's kind of like the ongoing trends that developers nowadays, like, don't optimize their games all that often. Because, like, let's be real, graphics peaked around 2018. We had realistic-looking games at 2018. These next 6 years have just been, like, how can we offset, like, getting that quality by making the other person's computer make up for it? And yeah, a lot of companies sit on the line of, well, just buy a better graphics card, lmao. It's not like we can develop this for a 6-year-old's graphics card, like... The Agadons were aliens before they became demons? Huh. Is that actually lore accurate? Didn't know. Real like the story. I also just see it as the first of them trying to do something more of a story. Well, yeah, in context, don't get me wrong, there's reasons why the story is bad, but that doesn't change that the story is bad. I trust id to make the story better in the DLC, whatever they'll do next. Yeah, no, this is the first time they attempted a story with this. I think they stumbled, you know. Obviously, on your first time around, like, it's not going to be the best thing ever. Like, this is the first game that had, like, full cinematics. Like, more than just you walk someplace and do something. Like, you know, there's actually, like, movie-like scenes and pacing. I mean, you can play the game at 60 FPS on a 6-year-old graphics card. Yeah, but 60 FPS is shit, so, I have a 5080, dude, Fusion. You know how many frames I get for Dude the Dark Ages? Like, 90 to 120. Now, don't get me wrong, it's because of a specific motherboard issue and all that stuff, but I guess the point is if Doom the Dark Ages was more optimized, my hardware issue would not be holding me up right now. Because my graphics card has the power. It's just motherboard. So, hey. I'm just... If it was more optimized, people like me would not be having that issue. Every single time you make a decision like that, you're turning some people away because of some, you know, tech thing. Because, yeah, they have, like, a 6-year-old's graphics card or something like that. Like, it's just a net bad. Something being heavy is not the same thing as being poorly optimized. That's not at all relevant to what I was saying, I think. No, but, like, my point when saying that, you know, realistic graphics were, like, 6 years ago is because 6 years ago, they solved realistic graphics effectively. So, what I'm saying is, you can't get more heavy than, like, real-world realism, like, when it comes to visuals, right? That's what I mean, is, like, games stopped being heavy, like, 6 years ago, dude. Like, we should have only saw improvements, but yet we still need more expensive cards. You can't really blame id for switching. I agree, little Jimmy, but also at the same time, like, dude, you could have just, like, you don't have to make $1 billion gazillion dollars, you know? You could just prioritize user experience over, you know, dev time. But, like, I don't know. I think it's very cool when a game's core design ethos, like, includes, like, it being optimized well. Like, how is that ever a bad thing? So it's just like I don't know. I'm unhappy with how games are being unoptimized nowadays. Welcome to one of my rants. I kind of lost my plot. I'm gonna be real, people. This beer is hitting me. But yeah, when I get to a point where Cyberpunk 2077 runs better than an id Tech game, as just like a, feels a little weird.
Despite running...
Especially, guys, I don't mean to... Sorry, I just thought of something else. I'm gonna continue. Doom has always ran well. That's like one of the things it's prided itself on, is that it was always pushing for hardware. And like Doom 2016 ran at like a stable 200 on a 1070. Like, it was insane. Eternal ran super well on that same 1070. I was getting 140. Like, it was insane. And to go from something that's like 140 FPS on a 1080 to 120 FPS on a 5080, it's like a... Man, you guys... One thing I really appreciate about your games is gone now because of this decision. Like, I kind of wish it stayed the same. Doom 2016 is ran on a lemon. Not Doom 3. Doom 3 was also regaled as being one of the first games that looked good. It was a performance hog. Like, if you looked into game reviews back in the day, anytime they tested hardware, their benchmark game was Doom 3. Because of the way it, I put it. I guess, was that because it's heavy, actually? Does that mean that, like, Doom 3 was kind of slop too? Am I just upset that, like, they had a trend of 2 very well-optimized games, and then they went back to their old ways with Doom 3? Is that the reality I live in? Doom 3 had the horrible misfortune of competing with Half-Life 2. Yeah, Doom 3 had the horrible misfortune of being a Half-Life clone, so, while being not as good. It's a return to form. Okay, so so Fusion Rogue, what I hear when I say that is that id Software was shit initially. They had a couple good years, and then they went back to being shit, so it's fine now. That's kind of where my mind goes. It's just like a, damn, they turned back on their dark paths. How dare they? I'm just saying, I think games being able to push 240 easily, like, should be the standard, but hey. It makes games that scale as tech improves, but as I said, like, graphics have not improved since 2018. So why... I don't see that argument. And also, I'm gonna be like, let's not cut the shit. It's not that they're making like games worthy for tech. They're optimizing their games less because tech can handle more offload. It's not as appealing when you phrase it like that.
Buttery smooth the entire time with all of the settings maxed.
Graphics have actually absolutely improved since 2018. No, like, look at the top game from 2018 and the top game from 2024. You'll find a little difference. But streamer, I was playing Ultra Kill in 2018, and then I played Doom Eternal in 2024, and Doom Eternal looks better. Like Fusion Rogue, I'm obviously making comparisons to very realistic, very good-looking games. Like, and in terms of fidelity, there hasn't been much change. You know what has changed and why games look better? Art direction. We're in that era, but yeah, people are now using art direction as a means to replace actual optimization.
Out, I do have to say that I did have some pretty consistent crashing and freezing issues. However, I'm really hoping that this is more to do with me just playing this before any kind of day one patch.
Okay, I will say they did improve performance after, a couple patches. Lighting is actually a big difference. Did I say lighting or did I say graphics? Like, I phrased what I phrased for a reason. Like, I didn't mean something else. Like, I'm talking like graphical fidelity. Like, lighting can always be improved, and I know ray tracing, for example, is like a big thing to make lighting look more realistic. Lighting is a part of games' graphics? No. I mean, it's how the graphics are viewed, but, like, I'm talking, like, literal graphical textures. Lighting is art direction. Yeah, that's kind of my previous point. Real graphic test pushes the VR space. Yeah, that's why a lot of VR games, like, don't have realistic-esque graphics. It's because it's a hog on performance. You know, Beat Saber's a thing and very simple with the lights because it's easier on the VR. Super disagree with that? Well, congratulations. Like, you just don't agree with definitions.
Now, at least on a basic level, this does have all of the hallmarks of a Doom game, with there even being some series veterans making a return, like the Imps, the Mancubus, and the...
Graphics now are pushing triangle counts and texture quality as high as possible as well. Yeah, but I'd say they're pushing it further than they need to. Because, like, how to put this? Like, you know how, like, on your arm, you don't see every atom that makes it all up? It's like, in order to make a game look good, we don't need to render down to the atom. We just, like, we can do atom clusters. We can do follicles, cells. That's about the scale you need to render at in order to get it to look that good. But, so developers know that. So they do what I'm saying. I think I've just circled back. I've wandered into a conversation in which that didn't need to happen. Guys, you came to a research stream. You know I get wacky. But what I'm saying is like, we're still rendering at, like, the most, like, scale that a human eye can feasibly put out. It's just we're slacking on the optimization front. Like, the whole conceit of this argument is that ray trace lighting is reducing performance. Art direction wouldn't reduce performance. No, I'm saying art direction is used in lieu of good performance. Like, you know Marvel movies? Like, I don't know if anyone's seen a recent Marvel movies. I watched Fantastic Four. It had all the things of, like, of what you expect a good movie to do. Of, like, there's the setup of a villain. The villain comes to them. They fight. They lose. They have to re-fight them. You know, and they win this time. Like, it has all the aspects of a story, but if you looked at how all these things flow together in the plot and whatnot, you'll realize that, like, wow, this plot's just kind of shit. Like, nothing makes sense. The power scaling does not at all track. And Galactus is painted as, like, a dumb idiot. Okay, sorry, Marvel movie stuff. I guess what I'm saying here is that it has all the semblances of what makes a quote-unquote good game, but, like, it doesn't have any of the substance. Kind of like in the same way that a Marvel movie, its story is like, yeah, it hits all the points you need to, but there's no substance underneath. Better performance means you can spend more time on graphical effects. Optimization gives you fidelity. This is also true. Like, if you make the graphics even better, you can do cooler effects because there's less of a performance hit. So yeah, it does limit in the case. Gabus, that's actually a good point. I haven't thought about it that way before, but yeah, no, I agree.
Arachnotrons, along with a new variant of the Whiplash, which is somehow even more annoying.
But guys, this game has forced ray tracing, but it's fine because it works at like a 120 FPS. This, how to put it? Actually, I think I saw another review that put this in a good way. Because, like, Doom the Dark Ages does run very well, provided you don't have any tech issues. Thank you, shitlord of a PC. But imagine, like, you run... Doom the Dark Ages is running a marathon. And it gets 8th place. Now, because it forced ray tracing, this is like doing the marathon while wearing, like, a weight suit with, like, 100-pound weights. And it's like... Yeah, it is kind of impressive that you got 8th place in a marathon with 100-pound of weights on. But if you took the weights off, you could have been first. That's how I would describe forced ray tracing in this case. Like, yeah, it still kind of runs pretty good, but, like, it could have been so much better. And it was done by restraints that they placed on themselves.
Plus, there's even some older faces that we've not seen for a while, like the Nightmare Imps, which I don't think have been in a Doom game since Doom 64. I will say too that this is definitely one of the easiest Doom games we've had in a long time, especially coming off some of those crushing sequences in the Ancient Gods Part 1 and 2, where again, Ultra Violence is really the normal difficulty, with Nightmare being hard moded, then Ultra Nightmare really just being for masochists. And it does seem like the best way to play
I like how everyone always says Ultra Nightmare is just for being masochist. Like, no, it's as easy as Nightmare mode. You just can't die. It's like that doesn't change anything about the gameplay difficulty. It just means you have to do it single segment. Think if they had to do non-ray tracing, they would have changed how the entire game's designed. They said tastefully on Hinge that if they didn't have to do ray tracing, they could have put this game out. It just would have taken a couple more years.
Play this is either on Ultra Violence or Nightmare. I mean, I did mess around with both of these to see the differences, and you can get away with...
Alright, I feel like we're talking too much about this graphics argument, so I'm just gonna move on from it, folks, because at the end of the day, I care about the game design. Just say, forced ray tracing, bad. Performance hit, bad. Ooh, I hate how games run at lower FPS, when in reality it would actually take more dev time to, like, you know, to make the game run better. Like, that'd be cool. That's, I guess, the summary on it. We're gonna go back into modes of, like, talking about G-Man's thoughts on gameplay.
So many mistakes on Ultra Violence, whereas on Nightmare, it's still a case of if you slip up once or twice, it's pretty much curtains. The thing is, I'd say the difference...
And I don't think Nightmare's like 1 or 2 mistakes you die. I think it's more like 3. Except if you're at like 150% speed, then like some of those definitely blend together. There's just an argument you're passionate about. You're passionate on the wrong side, but hey, dude, like...
Difficulty mode doesn't mean all that much anymore anyway.
Guys, I like it when consumers get worse products that can't run at a reasonable frame. I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop.
Considering you can customize every single aspect of it at any time with these new sliders, which is great in the sense that it lets everyone cater the experience to their own preferences, making it as easy or hard as you really want to.
Yeah, okay, please, G-Man. Every other reviewer has made this mistake. But, like, please tell me you do something with the slider system and tells you how it impacts the gameplay experience. Don't just leave it at, you can adjust sliders if you want to. One sentence. I just want something, please.
Either way, though, you very quickly figure out how to...
Ah, fucking hell. I ask for too much. I ask for too much. Like, I am almost convinced people don't do this because they don't play with the slider systems themselves because they're, you know, rushing to get this review out. But come on, man. Like, I don't know how much more the game can do is when you click on play, there's literally, like, 3 tutorial prompts that explain the slider system to you that you have to manually skip through, illustrating to you how important it is. And nobody just, like...
approach each scenario, with it being that very familiar gameplay loop.
Most people don't play with the slider IMO? Yeah, and it kind of shocks me. I think if most people's, like, view of this game included, like, the slider system, you know, being adjusted, like, I think it'd be reviewed way favorably. I feel like a lot of people missed that detail, as I said. If me explaining the tutorials wasn't enough.
Where the combat's a combination of focusing on the heavy demons and then using those fodder demons in the area to manage resources.
You've not played the game and you want to know what the sliders do? Okay, let's try this as like a little thought experiment, Gibbous. I'll try to put it into words of somewhat of a review analysis that wouldn't be so deep, but like a game interview would do this and I'd be like, okay, that's kind of cool. It'd be like, the slider system lets you adjust everything from how fast enemies fire a projectile at you to what speed the game runs at. Putting the game speed up to 150% makes it feel like the proper sequel to Doom Eternal. Well, moving it down to 50% is something you could hand your kid, excuse me, hand your 3-year-old kid and they'd likely be able to succeed and react to everything in time. So if you want to up the pace or difficulty, you can do everything like increase projectiles, decrease how long demons get in Glory Kill, or you can crank those all as high as possible and make this as, how'd I say it?
Number go up.
Yo, thank you. BX for the sub? Appreciated. I was distracted. And it can modify your game in way more ways than just strictly being difficult. Like, for example, low projectile speed can be difficult in an arena full of Macubuses, because now it becomes a bullet hell of avoiding the damage shockwaves. But fast projectile speed means I just have to react to each quicker. Like, there you go. Bam. Someone do something akin to that, and I think that would be an adequate, like, slider section to put in a review. Hugo said on stream, over half of players use sliders. Yeah, but 0 reviewers. Huh. Next time, try changing it up even more with the sliders. Wait, is that like a Slayers Club email, Voltage Hunter? Oh, that sounds cool. I am more interested in the game than I was before. Okay, thank you. I'm glad that the experiment paid off.
A chainsaw to regain your ammo, you've got a few melee weapons, with the first being the Slayer's Gauntlet, which offers up a standard punch, able to be used 3 times in a row before it has to recharge.
What the frick is this clip? I don't know what it is, but it's hilarious and I want to watch the show now. Ah, it's so funny. Slower projectiles with 500% damage received is peak. Yeah, okay, that's another thing you can add to the rants. Like, you can make the game more difficult in one way, but even out the difficulty by, like, you know, like you said, more damage, slower projectile speed. Easier in a sense, but also harder in another sense, so it kind of evens out. Like, you can do stuff like that, which is super interesting. And all we get mentioned in these reviews is just, it exists.
After that, you get the Flail, which is just an objective upgrade, and does way more.
The Flail is an objective upgrade. G-Man. G-Man. No, you were doing so good. You were just kind of describing how things were in the game up until this point. I was just like, yep, that's a thing in the game. But now you're just wrong?
After that, you get the Flail, which is just an objective upgrade.
Hypothetically. Theoretically. It's not better, even if its numbers were balanced to be an appropriate amount. Like, it's just different. Like, the Flail's niche is that it refills your armor, and it deals high damage to armored targets. If your goal is single target damage, the gauntlets are better. They're just unequivocally better. But the Flail gives you a little bit of an area attack, lights demons on fires, and it breaks armor a bit better. But Gauntlet has more high single target damage. Like, it's a trade-off. It's not an upgrade. Like, huh. The game tells you it's better? I don't know if it tells you it's better. I need to see a screenshot. You deleted the email? Shucks, dude.
And does way more damage, along with also staggering nearby enemies. Before finally, the last weapon, which is the Dread Mace. Really the closest we get to an actual chainsaw, considering it only has one.
Considering the closest we get to an actual chainsaw? Sorry, it's just like, all these weapons refill your ammo. Why is the Dread Mace the chains?
Charge and can kill most demons in a single hit.
Okay, I guess I wasn't thinking of the execution aspect of that. It basically I mean, it doesn't it doesn't kill most heavy demons. Super heavies, no. I mean, it double hits a few.
Refilling all of your ammo with a single use, whereas the other weapons only refill smaller segments. I don't think it's even possible to overstate just how broken this thing is. I mean, it really does even make short work of the toughest enemies. And when you get that upgrade that lets you use it twice after a successful parry, even more so.
Yeah, I guess, like, the trade-off of the Dread Mace, which I think they improved in patches, was, like, it does, like, unequivocally just kill something. However, it has a long refresh time, so you can only do that to, like, 1 or 2 things in an encounter. which, like, yeah, I guess, like, it is broken, but, you can't use it as often as, like, the melee or something. Like, I don't know. Don't get me wrong, the Dread Mace is a little bit busted in terms of power and damage and scaling, but theoretically, a world can exist where the Dread Mace, the Flail, and the Gauntlets are all perfectly balanced. It's just where one is weak, the other two are slightly better, and it all, like, averages out over the course of, like, every scenario ever. It's just that we're human, and we fuck that up, and sometimes one of them is just really much better. But yeah. I guess what I'm saying is he's true. Like, he's spitting facts, but I think there's a little bit more of a nuanced discussion there.
Either way, though, all of this stuff is important because, much like Doom Eternal, resource management plays a huge part in the overall gameplay loop. With the
Nuance on the internet? Sorry, my bad. Because, like, I guess if you actually, like, every point in this guy's in this guy's review, I don't know why. Side tangent. Whenever I mean to say review, I say interview. And I can't do that anymore because I'm scared, because that reminds me of jobs. And ew. But yeah, it's just like, I guess if they broke down every single point they were making with nuance and depth and critique, like, this video would be 2 hours long. But I don't know. I would love to see a 2-hour video on that. What's wrong with jobs? Ew, gross. I'm going to play video games on the internet now.
They are still largely in control of how much health, armor, and ammo they have. It's like if you're running low on health, well, then go off and kill some of the fodder enemies to top up again. Need more armor? Whip out the shotgun and set something on fire. Or take out those grunts armed with the shields. And then if you want more ammo, well, you just whack someone in the face a bunch of times until you're topped up again. Instead of glory kills now, we've got executions, which really still achieves the same result. Along with a glory strike, which weakens a tougher demon without actually killing them. Which is definitely, like, a lot quicker and less detailed than some of those animations we got in Doom Eternal. A lot of which were just amazingly creative. Still though, some of these are pretty gnarly, like the one for the Mancubus, for instance, where the Slayer cuts the thing from head to taint, slicing it right down the middle like he's dissecting a carcass.
Guys, I think this is the first reviewer who actually has the correct stance on glory kills. Like, don't get me wrong, he could turn this around and be like, and those glory strikes are stupid. Like, those could be the next sentence, but, like, I'm pretty sure he takes our stance of, like, yeah, the lack of glory kills is a good thing because it keeps up the pace. I hope.
But it's not really offering up anything super new in all that regard, and it's very easy to quickly fall back into that familiar rhythm of using all of these elements in the game well to your advantage.
You know, I will say, I think out of all the cutaways for, like, gameplay and stuff, like, G-Man has the most accurate, like, combos to how I think the game is, like, played close to optimally. So I think G-Man is the best player on our list so far. Better than Moist Critical, Peach Cobbler, Critical Drinker, Actman, and of course, Mitchell Salzman.
The new game changer, though, quite literally, is the Slayer's new shield, which is something that's been plastered onto every piece of advertising material, and yeah, man, rightly so, considering this new addition is an integral component to the gameplay. It's the kind of thing that makes Captain America's shield look like a frisbee in comparison. And not
everyone just says, like, a badass Captain America. I do like how he did the same metaphor, but he flipped it of being like, shield is a he at least phrased it in a way that's, you know, cool to him. I'm almost certain that we have heard the same Captain America, like, comparison, like, 4 or 5 of these videos I watched. Wait till you see Mayo's, that's actually the next one I have prepared.
Not only can you use it to shred through the fodder demons, but you're going to need it to block and parry the unrelenting and never-ending attacks from those tougher enemies. Where with the simple press of a button, the Slayer's going to hold this thing up and then can avoid all incoming damage. Or if you time it just right against an enemy's incredibly telegraphed attack, you can parry it and knock them off balance. Yeah, because this is a game coming out in 2025, and it seems like it's an unwritten law at this point that every single game has to have a parry mechanic.
Wait. Every single game has... I remember some people bringing this up in reference to Dark Ages, but I never got it. I don't know if this is just because I don't play, like, popular games or anything, but, like, is the parry mechanic, like, way too relevant? Thoughts, anybody? Feel free to let me know, chat, but, like, I'm of the mind that, like, I think parries have always been, like, a part of games. Like, it's just been a time-old classic mechanic. You know, not necessarily the jump from Mario, but, like, it's like the dodge roll from Dark Souls in terms of levels. Like, there's a sentiment online that every game has a parry mechanic for sure. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. It just feels like that it's just a common mechanic, like, kind of like iframes. Like, it just exists. Even a turn-based RPG got a parry mechanic. Maybe this is Expedition 33's fault. Just because that's a relevant game that came out, like, what, a couple months before, and had a parry mechanic. I guess also, Ninja Gaiden's coming out, and that has a parry mechanic, too. Maybe we're just coincidentally, just a very parry-heavy year of releases. Every good FPS is a parry mechanic? Dude, why are people complaining that the parry mechanic is becoming more common? That means it's good. The parry mechanic is, like, some of the best mechanics in gaming. I really like the parry mechanic. It's a very simple way to have risk-reward of, like, yeah, you can perfectly avoid an attack. It's just, you have to time it well. So it's like, okay, great. There's a great skill trade-off that you have to be good at the game to somewhat, you know, take account of. I think it's a very quick and easy way to do that. Retro is parrying the allegations? Huh? I have allegations? Dude, what's the thing I've done? I always said this. I think if I were to get quote-unquote canceled, it'd because I'd make a bad joke. I don't think anyone has, like... What would I be alleged of? Being a dick? I wear that on my sleeve. Let me know, Chad, what do you think I would be alleged of in the in the live stream? I'd be a pred. Like a Predator in Apex. Like, dude, I'm not that good at FPS games. Calling out a YouTuber's game review? Dude, the only person on this list I think has the rights to call me out for being too hard on them is Critical Drinker, because I did tear into him. But in my defense, he had one half-baked point 52 seconds into the video, and then just gave a summary of what's in the game. Wow, I'd be a groomer. You know what? I maybe didn't want a serious answer. Maybe I didn't. I think I fell for that. As long as parrying feels satisfying? Yeah. Like, as I said, like, parrying's good. You can have it in a game. It's just got to be good. Like, if you half-bake a parry mechanic, I'm pretty sure it'll be bad.
Honestly, it's pretty simple stuff. Red attacks can only be blocked, but green attacks can be parried.
I feel like you're most likely to get canceled on aimbot accusations. No. I make no good shots. Anyone who plays multiplayer games with me, can attest. My skill is not in aiming in those games. I always play the meme characters. Like Symmetra in Overwatch, my main, 100%. Play her every game, and then I just set up turrets, and then, like, I'd car wash people. In Deadlock, I play Bebop, which is, I only need to aim for, like, a very generous hitbox, because then I grab them and shove them over towards where I am. Oh, this speedrunner cheated at their speedrun? Dude, I could do a lot better if I cheated. I'm just saying, who would cheat, like, second place in the Ancient Gods Part 2? Me?
And in the case of projectiles, often sent right back to their sender.
Future Carl Jobs. Yeah.
With some pretty awesome sound design, making this all feel impactful and satisfying, with loud, chunky effects that make it seem like you're deflecting howitzer shells. In fact, ironically, a lot of the time you end up putting yourself in the direct line of fire for these projectiles, just so you can deflect them and reap the benefits. You can also lock
Yeah, I guess that's what a parry mechanic is like you risk getting hit so that you can parry. What's up, Unchained? Hello.
onto enemies and do a shield charge, flying into them from a distance, which is great for stunning the bigger ones, and then just obliterating those fodder demons. But I also just found it really good for quickly closing the distance so I could execute something as well. Another big component of the gameplay is how the demons are all covered in heavy armor, and after heating their armor up through basic attacks, a quick throw of the shield.
I mean, this is just describing what's at the game in this point. Like, every reviewer does this to some aspect, but
Shield is going to cause that armor to shatter, resulting in not only some pretty sweet ASMR, but then also leaving these enemies vulnerable to other attacks. Also then opening up what I think has to be one of the best crowd control mechanics in the game, where after you've unlocked that razor attachment, the shield can be thrown into enemies, where it just lodges into them and essentially locks them in place, making it easy to wail on them completely unhindered, which is a feature that is a literal lifesaver against some of those tougher demons. There is also some variety.
Okay, Chainsaw, on my first playthrough, I didn't use so much that there's a famous clip in my first playthrough video where a chatter, like, I'm struggling with this encounter, like, it's taken me a few attempts, I've died like 5, 6, 7 times. And the chatter's like, guy, just throw your shields. Just throw your shield, stun one of them. And it was just like yeah, that is such a good tactic for dealing with this encounter. I should know that. At the same time, like, why did you tell me that? Like, I was having fun doing this encounter thinking it was doable without that. Like, yeah. I guess that's kind of the good part about id games, I'm realizing. Like, this isn't because of G-Man, I guess this is just because of my racking my own brain, but... Like, there can be a completely overpowered as fuck mechanic, like the shield throw getting stuck in a demon, which the casual person doesn't use, like, at all. Or at least very little. But in reality, if you used it all the time, you would, like, trivialize the game. Or at least, like, make it a lot easier. And, like, that just exists in games like these. It's just, like, it's cool that there can be a mechanic like that that's just not the most intuitive to unlock.
In there with the parrying, thanks to the shield runes, which gives you a bunch of different bonuses. So, like the first one...
Poor balance. A little bit, but at the same time, like... It's one of those things where it's just, like, it's very overpowered, but only if you know how to use it and find out how to use it. It's one of those things that a guide can spoil very easily, you know? I guess that... I don't know necessarily if that's a flaw or something, but... Like I said, small details adding into, like, being game-changing effects, I think something that id Software does in all their games. I guess, is this shield being stuck in things, is that a good version of it? I'd argue that the Impaler was a good version of it, but then they nerfed that to fucking oblivion and kept the shield throw, you know, in the game just the same. But,
And you get sends out a spread of lava on the ground, doing damage to anything that's caught up in the blast. The second one sends out a bunch of spectral knives doing extra damage as well, and then the third one makes a small turret pop out, shooting nearby enemies. With the final one then causing a lightning bolt to drop down and shock enemies, which, yeah, is pretty awesome. I mean, look, like I might be a grumpy old man reaching the ripe age of 40, but the simple sight of someone getting struck by a lightning bolt is still enough to entertain me. The thing is as well is that you have to use this shield. In fact, your very livelihood depends on it, because the movement...
you don't have to use the shield. Cough, cough, watch tomorrow's stream. But yeah, no, shield's just very good, yeah.
Speed in the Dark Ages is a lot slower than it was before, and either blocking or parrying attacks is absolutely essential. And you'll really realize how important it is if you ever temporarily break it, which seems to happen from mostly blocking too many of those red projectiles, where you then feel about as defenseless as a kitten with a $100 bill tucked into its collar. Occasionally you might have to use it to get around the environment, like for breaking chains or using it to grapple up to higher ledges, but the majority of it.
Yeah, if they made it a grappling hook, it would be better in the physics department. Yeah, I'm still upset about the shield throw, like, retrieval system, like, defying physics. It's added to the big list of complaints that make this game literally unplayable.
Uses come during the combat, and it's a mechanic you just can't get around. And it's all kind of funny to me because one of the main criticisms that Doom Eternal had was how a lot of people said the game forced you to play it a certain way. So now what they've done here is essentially double down on that with this whole shield mechanic. A mechanic which, by the way, feels wholly un-Doom-like.
How'd they... Sorry, I'm gonna have to rewind that. That they forced the player to play a certain way? That's what they said?
Because one of the main criticisms that Doom Eternal had was how a lot of people said the game forced you to play it a certain way. So now what they've done here is essentially double down on that with this whole shield mechanic.
I feel like this argument is getting into the realms of like, man, I can't believe in order to play the game, it forces me to push the buttons on the gamepad. Wait, this game that's designed around the shield forces me to use the shield? Like, of course, like, the game's designed around you using the shield all the time. It kind of, like, oh my goodness, Mario requires me to use the jump. It's forcing me to use my jump. What if I want to play through Mario without jumping? The game doesn't let me. That's stupid, lmao. Yeah, I hope I'm explaining why I find it stupid, but... Yeah, no, it's just built around it. Like, it's not forced. That's just how it's designed. Everyone knows Doom Guy is so angry that he can use the Force. Or it's like Chuck Norris bear rug carpet Why the frick am I reading this message aloud? The shield knows what it would happen if it didn't return. Why did I... Vodaheim, welcome into the stream. Also, like, why are you... Why? Sorry, I only speak English. You're gonna have to translate that for me. Doom forced you to use guns? Yeah, like, why is people say that Doom Eternal forced you into, like, playing the game the certain way. It made me shoot my guns to progress. I wanted to hug the demons with sunshine and smiles as a particle effect that came out after. Bad game. 0 out of 10. Didn't happen. Yeah, so I'm guessing what I'm saying is, like, this complaint falls into that, of where it's not really a complaint. That's just how the game works.
A mechanic which, by the way, feels wholly un-Doom-like. I mean, Doom's always been about avoiding damage, staying mobile and dodging attacks, not hunkering down and taking all that damage head on.
Well, what if I'm taking all that damage head on by dodging it? I guess what he means is like, oh, you're supposed to get hit with the shield, and like not getting hit was like a big thing about every Doom game before, but I don't know, like it's changed. It's like, yeah, it's a change to the design. I guess the question is not like that they changed it, but rather how well is the game adapted to like this design change, you know? Hopefully there'll be discussion of that right now.
As for the weapons, if nothing else...
Nah, you moved on. Damn. Wait, hold on. Where's the timestamp of that? I think that is actually the argument I should timestamp.
Up to higher ledges. Around. A lot of people said the game forced you to play...
1408. 1408. Game forces you to use the shield. Therefore, bad. I know that's not exactly what he says. However, at the same time, I find it funny to phrase it that way.
a certain way.
Let's go back
the
here.
grenade launcher sharing the same ammo type but lineup, where what it does is give you 2 weapons for each slot, with each of them using the
I fast forwarded too much.
As for the
What's up, Dog Matter? Checked out the vid I suggested about Elden Ring. Gotta say that Theo did have neat points about the telegraph system. Don't have qualms about the DLC, but pretty alright vid. Yeah, hey, glad to see that you enjoyed it. Actually, somebody took a suggestion to watch a video that I did and then did it. That's a first. What's up, Entre Boy? Doctor, hello? Drinker love TDA? He did. He did. He had a 6-minute video. He said it was a massive change in scope to Doom 1993 to TDA, and the rest was just fucking gameplay summary. Like, it was a horrible review. I get that he liked the game. He's not a good reviewer of it. But yeah, no, I rewatch that video quite often. I don't know, it's one of my going to sleep vids.
weapons, if nothing else, this is a pretty solid lineup, where what it does is give you 2 weapons for each slot, with each of them using the same ammo type but offering up different effects.
They're like weapon mods, but instead of being a weapon mod, there's just 2 it's just weapon mods like their previous system, but it's framed as 2 weapons. Like, I don't get it. Just like, what happens to weapon mod 1, weapon mod 2? Why are they 2 separate weapons? Didn't like that he discarded the lore. He should have discarded the lore. The lore is pretty bad in the game, but hey, like,
For instance, the rocket launcher and the grenade launcher sharing the same spot. The thing I found, though, is that some of these are really outmatched by their alternate versions, or in some instances just kinda redundant to begin with the first example being...
Okay, I don't think either weapon, like, replaces it. Isn't, like, each weapon type meant to, like, be, like, a different variation on the thing? Like, for example, the Impaler, like, that's high single target damage. The, Burster? The, you know, the fully automatic version of it. That, like, is meant for area damage because its shield upgrades, like, have ricochet and pincushion that are meant to deal, like, damage to a area of demons. So, like, you know, kills multiple types, kills many demons at once or kills one demon very good. That's typically the format all these get into. So, I don't think that they're just straight up replacements. However, he's got the SSG on screen. In case of the combat shotgun and SSG, I think he does have a point, because the combat shotgun is just like, it's not good. The super shotgun's just better in like every instance, so he'll be right there, but it's just like I think that just might be like he picked the one example where that's the case. I don't think that's what he's saying at all, Gibbous. I think he means it, like, literally in the fact of that the shield playstyle is forced. Which, okay, don't get me wrong, this video has been very light on how he feels and how good it is, outside of the story, which is warranted, based even. But, like, why even bring it up that's like, oh, the shield is forced on you? That's like a very negative way of saying that, like, hey, the shield is a main mechanic of which you will be using all the time. The forced language kind of implies a negative connotation. While just saying, like, hey, the game expects you to do this is more like a matter of fact.
The super shotgun, which I think just kind of pales in comparison to the usefulness of the
Heard about the master campaign that might come for this game? Is that actually a thing?
basic shotgun.
In the quiet words of the Virgin Mary, come again.
Now, I kind of touched on this in my preview video, but to quickly reiterate, the standard shotgun has an upgrade which gives it a burst fire mode, along with another one that also lights enemies on fire, causing them to drop armor shards. which means you not only get the damage benefit of a burst fire, but also incredibly necessary armor shards. And spamming the tougher demons and even the bosses with this thing is an effective tactic that really works throughout the entire game.
As he gains literally 10 armor back from what, 6, 7 shells that he pumped into this tyrant. 10, okay, on nightmare difficulty, 10 armor will not help you worth crap. What's up, call me ratio? Hello. But yeah, like, he's saying, like, the combat shotgun's effective, but, like, it's giving you trivial amounts of health. Like, you're at, like, what, 120 effective health, including armor. The fact that you're at 130 doesn't really make a difference. Like, it's, like, less than 10%. But, like, 10 health makes a difference when you're very low. But when you're very low in this game, every demon you kill just gives you, like, ludicrous amounts of health. So, like, why even farm armor in general if, like, you just get instantly healed whenever you're low, you know? You go mention in the stream? Yo, that's cool. If they make a master campaign, that'd be super cool. I'd be willing to check that out.
Compared to the super shotgun,
Yeah, Unchained. That's kind of what I was thinking. Wait, hold on.
which, yeah, does really good damage, but that's about it. Not to mention, it has a much shorter range.
Wait, is he... Wait, no, tell me he takes the opposite... The combat shotgun is better than the SSG. Please don't.
Like, don't get me wrong, this thing still absolutely fucks. But I really just ended up using it when I got bored and wanted to mix things up. And I think it really still loses out to the standard shotgun.
Okay. I thought he was gonna get it, like... I guess this boils down to that he just personally preferred the combat shotgun because it felt cooler. Like, okay, that's cool, but, like... I feel like that's not the, you have no reason to use the other weapon variation once you get one. Like, maybe if this isn't a broader point of, like, because that's what's appealed to him. But, like, I don't know. Objectively, the super shotgun is just kind of better. It does more damage. You can, you know, do more kill combos. And the combat shotgun, it just heals you a slight amount. Like, it heals you an amount to where you get the on-screen particle effect so that you feel happy. And that's about it. Like, comparatively speaking. Yeah, I don't think anyone expected this. The SSG is worse than the combat shotgun. Huh, G-Man? Huh.
The other example is with the Shredder and the Impaler. Now, the Shredder is more or less your heavy cannon. Just a fast-firing machine gun kind of...
I guess I just have an issue with his framing of this section, because it's just like, it's like he says how one thing's better, but then he uses entirely emotional arguments to be like, yeah, but I like the combat shotgun, because fire. Like, how do I put it? I guess that's a little bit conflating, like, what the game is versus what he feels, and, like, you know, putting them as the same thing, but, like, yeah, I guess that's what feels icky for me. This was a pre-release video. Meta wasn't defined at the time. Yeah, I know meta's not defined. I just think it's funny that he's actually takes the opposite position to what we currently think, you know? Like, that. I think that's just funny.
A weapon, whereas the Impaler fires off a single slow-moving projectile that does way more damage, just with an insane amount of drop-off. However, this thing can pretty much kill the Imps and even the Hell Knights with a single well-placed headshot. Whereas with the Shredder, you've really got to lean on the fire button for a few good seconds to actually kill something. It's a similar deal again with the Skull Crusher and...
Wait, this is all in the context, like this whole situation was built in the context that some mods are better than others. Like, yeah, you can kill an imp if you headshot them with the Impaler. Like, it's meant to reward, like, high accuracy. So people who are good with aim use the Impaler. People who aren't good use the other one. Like, Yeah, you naturally might prefer one more weapon if you're more skilled. But, like, hey, in the case of which you're bad at the game, like, no, straight up the Shredder is, like, a good option. It's just like, yeah, it is kind of better, but, like, you gotta at least give the other side a chance. And I feel like this video is not, like, trying to do a good job of, like, exploring the viewpoints that are opposed to what he thinks. To seek some kind of defense. I don't know. Plus the bonuses of Ricochet and Pincushion. Yeah, like you're only dealing like a little bit of damage to one demon, but that's building up to like a big area of effect that like kills several demons. Like that's kind of like yeah, one's better versus groups, one's better versus like single targets, and you can headshot them and whatnot. Like,
The Ravager. Now, the Skull Crusher is that incredibly cool-looking gun that uses crushed skulls as an ammo source, yes, hence the name, which also comes with the incredibly cool visual bonus of practically shredding enemies to pieces, rending flesh from their bones in real time. Cool. Wowee! The only catch there is that its range is pretty short. And then you find the Ravager, which is more or less the exact same weapon, only with much more range.
Yeah, the only difference between the Pulverizer and the Ravager is the difference in range.
Objectively making it a superior option.
Ah, G-Man. The Pulverizer can deal damage to a lot of enemies in a lot of area. The Ravager, this gun, deals high single target damage, but can't hit as many enemies. It's not better, it's different. One has a different use in the combat loop, while this one wants to attack single targets, like, very effectively. Move from single target to single target. While the other, like, says, like, I don't need to attack single targets. I can attack 5 targets at once. Like, no, it's not better. The difference isn't only range. Come on, bud.
Plus, the Ravager's got an upgrade that causes enemies' hit by it to constantly drop health pickups, which, as
I don't disagree, the Pulverizer is better. It's actually not. Or, excuse me, okay, sorry. I always get this mixed up. I'm gonna need to clarify. The Ravager is the single fire target, right? The wide fire target, that's the Pulverizer, right? Because the one that does damage in a wide area is actually way better than the single target because it gives you increased mobility. Mobility is king in this game. You won't take damage with it activated. Kind of shows how the lack of understanding on how some of the weapons work. Yeah, this section, like, I unironically think he's, like, he says the SSG is better than the combat shotgun. Like, he's falling victim to, like, the particle effects doing the job rather than thinking about the combat effectiveness, which, like, okay, reasonable. Then he just gets this detail. I don't think he quite understands the weapon system. You think it's the opposite? Now I'm getting confused? Yeah, no. I always mix up the name of the guns of these systems because the names of them both mean exactly the same thing. Like, there's no differentiation. Like, why is one name's... Like, I'll frame it this way. Pulverizer and Ravager, you can flip the names of the guns, and you wouldn't be confused. Like, it is just as logically true for those to be called the other name than they are to be called their name. And I actually think that's a flaw, because I get confused all the time. Maybe that's just me, though. Maybe this is just, like, 2% of people, and, like, 98% completely get it off the bat. I'm not one of those people. Still not sure the name of which. Yeah, like I said. They are Badass Skullgun 1 and Badass Skullgun 2. You see, you could name them that, and you'd have exactly the same scenario as, like, they have in the game.
you can imagine, is a much useful advantage. So yeah, again, like another example of one weapon really being outclassed by another. In lieu of like a traditional plasma rifle, we've got the accelerator.
Wait, is he gonna say the accelerator and the other one? Pulverizer equals wide ravager. Huh. Yeah, you see, the fact that you have to explain that, Creed PL, gives my point credence of it's unintuitive. I have to have it broken down, like it just doesn't immediately jump at me. Cycler, that's what it is, thank you.
Accelerator and the cycler, both of which really do function the same, just being given different names. And both of which...
They don't function the same. Okay. The final upgrade of the cycler actually does behave a lot like the accelerator. Because it's a damage increase. But yeah, they are kind of similar. This all depends on the extent of what she says, so okay.
Which serve as a way of being able to quickly deal with enemies holding energy shields. Because again, like a few shots are going to cause those things to explode. But even then, like you can unlock an ability early on that lets you do this with the shield anyway. Yeah, there's like an early upgrade here that makes it so this thing's going to bounce off energy shields, chaining to nearby enemies as well. Which, yeah, is not only super useful, but a lot quicker than swapping out to the accelerator or the cycler for a single enemy.
Wait. Yeah, no, he's completely correct here. I had this criticism too when I played the game. Why use cycler or accelerator to blow up shields if shield does the same, if not better? Yeah, like... I thought he was going to bring up accelerator over cycler, which one was better, but no, he just said the shield trumps them all, which, yeah, you always have the shield open at any time. So, like, using the cycler and accelerator for their niche case of they're better against shielded enemies doesn't really make sense because you always have a counter on your left hands. Like, that's valid.
That's a good idea.
The accelerator does have an upgrade where it overheats from firing too much, and then you can expunge all that excess heat, kind of similar to the plasma rifle mod in Doom 2016.
Or the plasma rifle mod in Doom Eternal. I just said Doom 2016 because fuck it, I don't know.
And then the cycler has the ability to shock demons, which stuns them and also nearby enemies, but neither of these seem to do all that much damage to armor, which is something that becomes really important later on.
Wait, what was that? He said armor when he showcased, like, plasma gun. I have to rewind, I'm sorry.
Cycler has the ability to shock demons, which stuns them and also nearby enemies, but neither of these seem to do all that much damage to armor, which is something that becomes really important later on.
Oh, no, he was saying that it doesn't do. Okay, I misheard. My bad. I don't know, like, the plasma guns... The plasma guns do have, like, very good, like, stats for heating up armor. They just don't break it. Like, I'm almost certain, like, the best thing for heating up armor in the early game is the accelerator. Do you forget that shocking the demon also makes the demon take more damage? I mean, okay. Sorry, I feel like your question just unlocked a deeper question that I need to ask, which is, this whole section was under the preface of comparing weapon mods that were just better than the other version. But then he's basically just using this section to say that they're basically the same. And then he says, like, they're bad at breaking armor when, factually, like, I'm pretty sure the accelerator is, like, the best early game armor heat-up option. But, like, it gets eclipsed in the late game when you have the chain shot, you have the SSG upgraded. Like, yeah, it loses out then, but early game, no, it's pretty good. Like, eh. Do we have any info on how much more damage it does? I don't know what it means. Sorry. Accelerator is really only good the early part of the campaign. No, Accelerator is really good, I think, throughout the campaign. Like, no, the Accelerator with Heat Blast kind of fucks. Like, no, it's really good. I'd recommend it. Like, then again, like, 99% of the weapons in this game, like, I would say that of much the same thing. Like, I think every weapon is viable in its niche case, except except the combat shotgun, because the combat shotgun does aesthetic healing. And at that point, you might as well just use the SSG because it's more DPS. But, like, other than that one niche case, I think, yeah, every weapon's viable. It depends on, you know, how you build your shield runes, your melee weapon, your combat flow and engagement style. Like, no, there's a lot of skill expression that you can do with a couple weapons in this game. Do you feel the Accelerator... Do I feel the Accelerator is better than the Cycler? I think... No, I think they're both, like, good in their own way. It's hard for me. I think overall, I'd say the Accelerator is better, but only slightly. The Cycler and its being able to stun enemies, you know, that you hit, like, is actually pretty good for survivability. So I think there's a very nuanced discussion there of if, like, so nuanced that I don't even know at the top of my head of what's better, the Accelerator or the Cycler. I think they're both great.
About halfway into the game, you get the grenade and the rocket launcher, but again, neither of these I really found myself using all that much.
Okay, so I guess he's just talking about general weapon balance, not necessarily comparing weapons against themselves. Like, grenade and rocket launcher, like, I think they're fine. I think the rocket launcher's genuinely busted. Like, it's better than the combat shotgun in terms of retreat, you know, giving yourself HP back. Grenade launcher, it's just like, I think the grenade launcher is the weakest just because it doesn't have those cluster grenades. Like, they do not spread enough to, like, really make an impact. Like, they really only result in extra damage on, like, the one demon you're shooting at. Because, like, in general, like, you know, if you grenade, like, how to put it? The general combat scenario you are faced when fighting with the grenade launcher is one big demon surrounded by tiny fodder demons. And, so what I'm saying is like, all that really matters is, like, the single target damage of the cluster strike, because most of the time, like, you'll hit the heavy guys, the small guys will just die. And then you'll just, be shooting the other guy, so you'll have to rely on a single target damage. Like, you rarely get into situations where there's, like, multiple heavy guys next to each other in this game. I guess maybe if you're, like, running around the arena, like, it's taking a while, like, maybe it'll be a bit more common, but in practice, I just don't think this weapon's too good. Who cares about the cluster bombing fodder demons? Yeah, like I said, like, they die in, like, one thing. That's kind of the point. Yo, what's up, Shaddix? I actually think I read your comment at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, so welcome in.
And that's not to say that either of these are bad. In fact, the grenade launcher in particular has an upgrade where every second direct hit also drops a cluster of smaller grenades. And if you've got a nice wide open space to use it, you can spam this thing relentlessly and get some nice results.
I mean, he shows this example of him cluster striking a single demon where those grenades are doing literally nothing but fighting the demon that he'd already be shooting at, like,
Plus, the rocket launcher's got a super useful upgrade too, where after parrying an attack, splash damage actually heals you for a few seconds, which kind of gives you carte blanche to spam it at point blank range without any kind of dramas. But outside of a couple of instances when I had to use these things to get one of the challenges complete, I just never found myself wanting to use either of them, because all of these guns are just overshadowed by what's hands down the best weapon.
Okay, so I do like how he explains the strengths of these weapons, but then he just kind of brushes them off, being like, yeah, but I don't like using them. Hold on, let me rewind just a little bit to soak that in again.
Point blank range without any kind of dramas. But outside of a couple of instances when I had to use these things to get one of the challenges complete, I just never found myself wanting to use either of them, because all of these guns are just overshadowed by what's hands down the best weapon in the game with a chain shot.
Oh, he thinks chain shot's the best weapon. Dude, here's the thing. At the time of the review, he's wrong. But right now, he's kind of correct. The chain shot is just, like, one of the highest DPS sources. Like, after Impaler nerf. Because before then, yeah, Impaler, unequivocally. You could spam shield for, like, charge shots. It was really good. But, like, thinking chain shot's the best, like, early on, that's interesting. That is interesting. I think I see his argument for it, too. But, I guess going back off his previous point of the rocket and grenade launcher not being used, I think that's kind of the cool thing about this game, is that you can have weapons that are just as viable, that are good even. In fact, like, they do damage in some instances that are better than, like, any other weapon unequivocally. And I just don't want to use them because I'm having so much fun with these other weapons. Like, I almost feel like that's like a compliment in disguise, you know? Like, the game has good enough weapon balance to where you can use your favorite option and not feel overshadowed by some other options. Like, I'm pretty sure there's many people who flock to the grenade launcher or rocket launcher, you know, in their first playthrough. Like, Ivka in chat saying rocket launcher might go. Like, yeah, like, some people have played, like, their entire first playthroughs using these weapons whenever possible because they liked it that much. Like, the game just has that good balance and that much diversity along its, like, weapon roster. Is it worth watching the second vid he made? I've seen it, Dog Matter. Most of it is just him owning up to the small things he got right. Well, excuse me, he got wrong. Which, like, good on him. I just don't think it's too interesting in this format. I do like his initial review because that's, like, when his, like, opinions were raw. Like, there was no influence. He knew. He was speaking from the heart.
Now you're all in big trouble.
I haven't seen Dodgeball in a while. I actually want to watch it now because of that clip.
Now, I gotta say I was a bit hesitant of this thing from the short time I had with it in the demo, but after having used it in the full game, I realized just how misplaced that was, considering how much damage this weapon does to enemy armor. I mean, a fully charged up attack can usually knock an enemy's armor off in a single hit, on Nightmare difficulty of all things. Yeah, which is really crucial on a difficulty where you really don't want to be dicking around with the enemy for longer than you have to. Plus, the range on it is a lot further than you'd think, which again renders weapons like the Super Shotgun and the Impaler completely redundant. Not only that, but there's an upgrade where after parrying an attack, it charges the weapon up. So you can bypass that 2-second long wind up and just fire off a fully charged off shot instantly.
He says it makes the Impaler, like, redundant. No, like, the Impaler's better, which is kind of the funny thing in hindsight of this review. Like, the dude doesn't know that the Impaler was the best weapon. Like, it's just, there's multiple weapons in this game that fill similar niches, but they're different types of that niches. Like, this, obviously, the Chain Shot and the Impaler, like, they inhabit the niche of high single target burst damage. So, the fact that you have two options can actually be viewed as a good thing, because players who like the Impaler style of single target damage can do their gun, while the Chain Shot people can do their gun. That being said, he is completely right that if you are judging this nothing on effectiveness, the Chain Shot, like, is the best thing against armor in this game. Although I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing, because one, it's a big ball of metal hurled, of course it would fuck up some armor. And two, like, something has to be the best at a game in something, you know? There's only, like, what, 9 weapons in this game? One of them's gotta be the best at something. That's just statistically true. So, like, I don't mind the Chain Shot being the best because something has to be it. And it's just like, okay, well, Chain Shot is meant for armor break. That's like its one niche in which it is better than any other weapon. Like, so what? That's fine. Like, eh. Chain Shot being out of armor encourages gun variety. Yeah, I agree that, because then you can... Okay, you can Chain Shot for armor to break it off, then swap to the Impaler to do even more damage. Back when weapon swap speed was so low in this game, That definitely wasn't a thing because, how to put it? You lose out on more DPS swapping weapons than you are by sticking on the same one and just firing at them until they're dead. Like, there were several arenas in the speedrun in which we did that. Did Rio say game forces shield, therefore bad? He implied it heavily. Like, this is an exaggeration, don't get me wrong, but... it is very similar to a point he made, that's for sure. The super shotgun before all the nerfs was the most broken gun in the game. Yeah, it felt the most broken, right, Butterfly Dagger? And that's kind of the good thing about Dark Ages, because the super shotgun, hate to break it to you, wasn't the most broken gun in this game. But to you, it felt like it, because it just appealed to your interests in what way you wanted to play the game. You wanted to be up close, shoot things, parry things, and then just keep shooting them. And because, like, you were good at that playstyle, you liked that playstyle, the game allowed you to be very good with that playstyle, despite it not even being the best. Like, that happens for, like, every gun in the game, which is kind of the crazy thing. I kind of just don't like this attitude that these guns can be swapped out for other ones and they aren't useful. Like, no, they're meant to be different flavors of the same one for a different kind of fantasy. You were mostly a shield bash player. Yeah, exactly. Like, it was a gun that fit your playstyle, thus it felt broken. Most of the time, you just played with the super shotgun and the Morningstar with the strike combo for the armor. Absolutely loved it. I was playing it when the game launched. Yeah. See, like, some people in chat told me that they full-on went, like, rocket launcher juggernaut their first playthrough, where they just basically parried, shot at the ground, repeat. Like... And that could be super fun because it's great area clear. It heals you, and like, well, I don't know, you're just... I don't know, it's like cool guys don't look at explosion, but like 5 times that. So I guess a majority of the section is just like, it's framing it as like a negative, when I think it's like a bonus, a strength, albeit.
Which for enemies where you spend 90% of the time parrying, like the Cyber Demon, becomes really effective.
He completely forgets to mention that you don't need the parry to weave in shots between the Tyrant. You can just, you know, hold the thing, release it, like without the upgrade, and you'll kill it in the same number of shots. Like, yeah, whatever.
In fact, I honestly reckon you could get through the entire game just by using this weapon alone. And I think most of my time I spend either using this or the shotgun, just going back and forth between either of them depending on whether I needed armor or not. And the fact...
Waifu, who is a speedrunner of this game, challenge runner of various other games, said that, like, every weapon in this game is balanced enough to where you could do, like, an Ultra Nightmare attempt with each gun, just literally just that gun, the shield. Like... No, it's just, I think that's a positive. Like, the game is balanced enough to where you can have your favorite weapon, and it's an effective in, like, 80-90% of combat encounters. Like, I just don't agree that this is a negative.
The fact that the weapon swapping speed is a lot slower now, combined with how redundant some of the weapons feel, also discourages changing away from it even more.
I don't get this argument. I mean, I get mid-fight, like, when you're fighting, like, a Mancubus, point blank. You don't want to swap midway to, like, fight the Mancubus. But the point of weapon swapping being punishing is that you have to think about when you use it, so you can only use it in moments of breath in between enemies or afterwards. Like, don't get me wrong, they reduced it, so then on swap speed is quicker. But, like, there is an argument to be had that the previous system is better because it forces you to do an action in specific scenarios, and if you don't know that, you'll get punished. Like, it's kind of rewarding knowledge in depth. Do people not understand that you can just change your weapon for shits? Yeah, I think everyone knows you can, but it's like, I just don't think, like, the game is precise enough to where, you know, after you kill an enemy, you can't get away with swapping a weapon before you go into the next one. Like, I think that's kind of the pace of the game at launch.
The Then, of course, what would a Doom game be without the BFG, with the Dark Ages take on this being a humongous ballista/crossbow looking thing. And I do think the
this ballista/crossbow looking thing. It's a crossbow. And the ballista is a big crossbow, so yes. It is a ballista crossbow looking I'm sorry, it's just... Okay, very small point, but it's one of the things I notice whenever I watch video essays, people, is like when there's redundant language. Like, you didn't have to say ballista/crossbow there, because crossbow inherently implies ballista because they are based on one another. Like, they're just a difference in scale. Like... I bet he used the word ballista there simply because it's called the ballistic force crossbow. Oh no, Kokunaz, that like this is a very positive review of Dark Ages. It's just dude, I think he's wrong in like some of the game design in regards to weapon balance. I just don't think he's accurate in his assessment, nor is his assessment necessarily damning. Because I think, you know, he says, like, the case where one mod, like, replaces the use of another weapon. But, like, you could just as equally favorably view that as, like, if you're a fan of high single target damage, there's multiple options for you. Like, it's not inherently a negative. It's just, it's viewed through a negative lens, which I think is, like, a little bit of a misrepresentation. Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm settling in on this there I go again. Review.
crossbow design is a neat idea and a cool way to integrate it into the whole medieval theme they've got going on. But
it's cool that they kept with the medieval theme, so they used the medieval thing. That's pretty cool, ain't it?
ammo for this thing is rarer than photos of your mum with her clothes on. So it's absolutely...
Okay, I think he could use some better argumentation. But goddamn, that was a funny joke. One more time for the people who didn't hear it.
Crossbow design is a neat idea and a cool way to integrate it into the whole medieval theme they've got going on. But ammo for this thing is rarer than photos of your mum with her clothes on. So it's absolutely...
I want to use it. That's kind of... Like, he's serious, but then he, like, breaks character for a joke, like, every 5 minutes, and he hits pretty hard.
Is still going to be that get-out-of-jail-free card, best reserved for the absolute most annoying encounters.
Okay, bingo. Man, I should have a bingo card whenever we do these. But here's the bingo space of mentions how BFC is meant to be done with annoying encounters. As if to imply that the encounters are bad, so you have to use an item to skip them. Why not just design the game with good encounters and not include this item? Make every encounter fun. Man, that's a crazy idea, huh? Nobody ever has the balls to make this argument. I am the only one on top of Mount Everest screaming into the Himalayan mountains, being like, the BFC, BFG, and all of our equivalents in these games are bad game design. I'm the only one who's willing to say it. Now, I think in the classic Dooms, where ammo resource management is a much better and much more tested skill, that yes, I do see BFG as being good or at least better in those games. But in Doom 2016, Doom Eternal, Doom the Dark Ages, they're all shit. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yo, Kokusnuz, thank you so much for the tier 1. Much appreciated. Welcome to the Rub-a-Dub Subclub Tub. Enjoy your stay, bub. It's a power fantasy item. Just don't use it if you don't want to. Yeah, but I think the inherent inclusion of it stakes with it that the fact that it's meant to be used. Because after all, if it's in the game, why? Just don't use it if you don't want to. But the game has it in specific ammo resources for me to pick up to use it. But the game doesn't want me to use it. Like, what I'm saying is that these guns all boil down to, are you not having fun this encounter? Press this button. Then move on to the next one. It's like, dude, it's like a blatant admission that you think some of your arenas are bad in your game. How would I improve these super weapons? Ultra Kill has a great take on it, where the ultra weapons are very effective weapons, but they're balanced to be like the railgun, which is like one-time use every 45 seconds on a timer that you're meant to weave into your combat encounters. Because BFC and BFG equivalents have like limited resources, you don't want to use them because you're always saving up for, oh, well, what if this counter is bad, or what if this encounter is annoying or too hard for me? There's always that expectation floating around the back of your mind. Even if it barely crosses it, it's at least somewhat there. But in Ultra Kill, the philosophy is like, this thing's on a timer, it recharges all the time, you gotta make good use of it when it's on cooldown. Use it to fuck something up real quick. And we make the encounters hard enough that even if you fuck something up a lot, the encounter's not a piss over, like, easy afterwards, you know, like the BFC is. I think Ultra Kill has solved this issue with power weapons, you know, almost expertly. The game wants you to use the BFG? Yeah, which is kind of stupid as my philosophy. I think it's stupid because, like, you're turning this great mechanical challenge and combat puzzle into a point-and-click adventure. Like, yeah, okay, so the game wants you to make the game worse. Like, I don't see the argument. You never saw that as a super weapon? I guess that's why it's so well designed. Yeah, well, I guess it's what you mean as a super weapon. But I guess what you mean is like a powerful weapon that's above your typical arsenal. Yeah, see, Coco's Nuz? Like, I had the personal rule when I played this game to not use the BFC or the BFG because I find that mechanic unfun. Ultra Kill could be Ultra Kill, Doom could be Doom. Yeah. I just think the game design's a bit better. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, there's aspects of Doom design that I like. It's just this part never struck a chord with me. I'd be pissed if they removed the BFG, even if it's just to serve this role. I think this is going too far with making everything have a big brain. Yeah, Shaddix, I guess the only thing that you're, like, saying, like, okay, if I were to say the cruxus of your argument there is you want the BFG in because you want the BFG in. I would love the BFG in, like, a Doom game. I just think it should be balanced better than a free room clear, you know? By that definition, isn't Ultra Kill also point and click considering you beat the game without having anything in your base pistol? I'll phrase my argument this way, Wolf Tamer. Ultra Kill with only a pistol, yeah, you can beat it with just point and clicking, sure. But how much work and how much movement do you have to cut out to boil it down to where Ultra Kill's just point and click? You have to forget about the dashing. You have to forget about all the enemy spawns. You have to forget about all that's, you know, parrying, grand slams, movement, arena design and layout. Have to discredit all of it. With the BFC, I don't have to discredit anything. All those things don't matter because the BFC is so powerful, I don't have to keep in track any of them. I just press the button and counter over. I have to do very little boiling down for Doom the Dark Ages BFC than I have to Ultra Kill Pistol. In an extreme example. That's how I would counter that. Always partial to Doom 3 rendition of BFG, I will give that. You know what? Actually, I think you're right. The Doom 3 BFG was definitely handled way better than 2016 Eternal and Dark Ages. I'll give you that point. So, yeah, I think if the BFG, if it was included in the later games, like I said, maybe in an Ultra Kill way where it's like a high effective, high, like, AoE damage weapon, but, like, reduce its effectiveness a bit. But that's kind of a hard, like that's a catch-22 scenario because, as people in my chat have said, they really like that it kills everything. So, like, if you make it a BFG that doesn't kill anything, that's just a big plasma weapon by comparison. It's no longer the BFG. At this point, I think that the Doom community is just fucked, and we should all hop on the train of the Quake reboot, because it's fundamentally flawed.
As for the gameplay, well, the Dark Ages...
Whether the BFG was balanced with, like, the Kaiser campaign hammer, I don't know what you mean with that comparison, Wolf Tamer. I don't know what to take that. Like, what do you mean? Unmaker only? Yeah, Unmaker only. Actually, like, I think if the BFG was out of Doom Eternal and we only had the Unmaker... Oh, sorry, didn't mean to hit you. Like, I think that would be a better game.
Brings back that very familiar sandbox feel.
But yeah, no, I think there is a way to, like, how do I put it? I know some people in the community will be pissed, but I do believe the best road, just for game design and game feel, would be make the BFG kind of like the Ultra Kill Rail Cannon, maybe have it recharge over time or with a resource that's very rare or something, but, like, don't have it limited so that you can encourage its use in the combat loop somewhat regularly, and then just reduce its effectiveness. Make it so that it, like, hey, maybe it can, like, it's a much smaller radius. It kills, like, everything in, like, a 10-foot cube. So you kind of want to use it when a bunch of enemies are grouped and you have to make situations for those, like, grouped enemy, like, formations to occur. And then you BFC them. And it takes, like, a little bit more tact and usefulness. Like, I think that might be the happy medium that I would suggest. But, yeah, for my take there's, like, countless other fan takes who would be like, it doesn't instantly kill anything, is hashtag not my BFG. How about the Crucible Blade, in your opinion? Yeah, I don't like how it's a limited resource either, and its whole thing is, like, it just instantly deletes, like, the most annoying demon on the field. I think Crucible's slightly better because it's more common, and I think just pace better, and it's less effective than the BFG, but I think at that point, that's like saying, like, murdering one person is better than murdering 100 people. Like, what we're talking about is, like, still bad, it's just on different scales. To equate ethics to game design.
To the level design, where it just really lets you loose in all these different looking environments to wreak havoc. Really, again, perfectly capturing the whole, I'm not locked in here.
Really like how the BFG equivalent Turbo Overkill works. Yeah, I know I specifically stopped using the weapon because I figured out how good it was, but also, like, it was so easy to kill yourself with this orbital laser. It was so freaking easy. I do think it is a better version of a super weapon. I have to replay Turbo Overkill to get my exact thoughts, but I do, like, off the cuff think, like, yeah, I much prefer how that was designed. Doom 3 Soul Cube is just better Crucible from a gameplay standpoint. Oh, almost assuredly. Yeah. I think the main thing I would change about the BFG is, like, remove its limited resource aspect and make it recharge by some gameplay aspect, and then balance it around how often that gameplay aspect is. There's many ways you can skin that cat, but something akin to that would be done for me to be like, okay, I think it's better. I don't know how you can make limited ammo on a super weapon work, really. I feel like that's a very difficult thing to nail. Like, you'd have to be absolutely perfect on pacing and all that jazz. I'm not certain Doom has ever been that.
Here with you, you're all locked in here with me kind of vibe. With there being 22 chapters in this story all up, some of which are played on foot, and then about 6 or 7 which either have you flying around on the back of a dragon, or in the cockpit of one of these humongous...
6 or 7? Dude, you're reviewing this game. You can just tell me the number. You can count the missions. Why are you saying 6 or 7? Guys, when I'm playing D&D, Dungeons & Dragons, 5th edition, and I just killed a guy, and I'm looting his corpse, okay? Like, I just stabbed him, like, in the back, my party's shopping or whatever. Me and my rogue self just stabbed and murdered a guy. And if I look up at the DM, asking the question, how much gold did I get? And he says, 7 or 8 pieces... Like, what the fuck, dude? You're just describing the world right now. You're describing what I get. By 7 or 8 pieces? No, what do I fucking get literally? Like, I'm picking gold off this dude. I would be rightful... How do I put it? Like, don't get me wrong. I think it would be a funny moment It's just, it illustrates that, like, no, there's an objective right answer to this question that you have to decide on. All you have to do is go back into the number of missions and check. Like, just count them. Get a piece of notepad, a pencil. Like, why are you using 6 or 7? Reviewers, like, are you, well, one could be a chocolate coin you don't know. I take a bite. Tell me, DM, tell me. But yeah, like you have the chance to like literally go back and count. It takes like maybe like 2 minutes to figure out this detail. You just got to go through the missions, look at them being like mech yes, Atlan no. Maybe make a little spreadsheet. Maybe get out a notepad and some pencil. A bit nitpicky? No, it's not nitpicky. Because there is a definitive answer and they're too lazy to fucking check. Okay? How lazy are they to check about anything else they talked about? I don't think it's nitpicky at all, because if they have this much care with such an easy-to-obtain, objective fact that they can just go over the menu and check, how much care did they take into any other of the points they brought up? When this has a definitive, easy answer to obtain. So it's not nitpicky. I think it's indicative of how he writes stuff. Like, you would like to also skip over the dragon segments and forget they exist? I would too. Don't get me wrong, but they exist in the game. We do have to talk about them. This is the problem. Many people doing a review, they want to be quick. Yeah, and I'm just like, dude, if you don't want to write it if you don't want to talk about an aspect, you don't have to. If you want to bring up how many dragon and mech levels there are, you don't have to talk about. You brought them up of your own volition, and then you didn't even have the balls to fact check how many levels in the game there were. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, why did you think it was important to talk about, but not important enough to do some fucking research? I'm sorry.
Titan suits, where Hugo Martin's earlier days working on Pacific Rim are really starting to show. What I'm not super fond of is how it seems every second level is a giant open map with like a dozen different secrets to find. And while this might sound good on paper, all it does is really just kinda kill the pacing. Because you
does it kill the pacing? Before I hear his reasoning, I want to just like soak in myself of, do the open levels kill the pacing? No. However, I have played all these games at 150% speed, so I was moving 50% faster in every open level than the regular person. I don't know. I think at 100% game speed, I think the open worlds would be such a chore to traverse through. I agree there. But, like, when I was doing the linear sections at 150% speed and the open world sections at 150% speed, I didn't feel like that there was much of a change in pacing, like outside of the typical, like, oh, I need to look for secrets, I'm going to go do that now vibe that every Doom game has. TLDR, this is supposed to be a review and not just I played the game casually and have opinions. No. No, it's not like I'm saying that it has to be. Like, this is definitely, like, more casual. He even frames this. I beat Doom the Dark Ages twice, and here's my thoughts. Did not capitalize all of Doom, by the way. Fake fan. I guess what I'm saying is, like, some of his thoughts are just, like, things about the game that are wrong. Like, there's a little bit of an issue. I mean, I do note down when, how do I put it? I guess I do note down when there are some particularly bad or particularly good things people say, but, like, I think this guy's been, mostly on the summarizing things point of the game review spectrum. And what stuff he does say, like, about the game, like, when it comes to game balance or anything, are just, like, wrong or heavily, like, straw mans. Yeah, Wolf Tamer, I say it's that way at 100%, but, like, 150% speed, it felt alright to me. Maybe that's just a consequence of my 150% game speed, you know? I never felt that issue, but I could totally buy that it happens in casual play. I'd have to Guys, okay, I know I'm doing this. I'm doing this whole game review, like, watch party together thing because I want to make, like, a Doom the Dark Ages, like, critique-esque video. Pulling the curtain back. So, like, I think because I want to do that, I will have to play through the game on base settings at one point. Like, entirely. And I am totally not fucking waiting the day. Because I think the game is so slow at 100% game speed. Like, it is demonstrably slow. But I do have to get the quote-unquote casual experience as well. And it's just, I'm not looking forward to it. Kind of wish the levels were just more linear, especially since you wanted to find all the secrets. I always felt like it wasn't too long to go from one side of the map to the other in those cases. But there is something, I guess, different about like something like Foundry, where if you miss a collectible in that, the level's so interconnected because of the verticality that you can just go to it like within like 20 seconds. Meanwhile, in Dark Age, it's like a minute, even at 150% game speed. I guess there's a big meat to this argument, I will say. Because I think the open levels just do what Doom does, but do more of it. I'm actually a fan of the open levels. I think the open levels are, on average, better than the linear ones. Game is molasses at 100%? Yeah. Agreed.
Genuinely forget what your overarching goal is when you're just aimlessly running around collecting the 50th gold pickup in that level. The Siege chapter is a perfect example of this. It's one early on at a point where you've gotten a few of the key weapons, and then there's enough stuff out there in the environment to really let you experiment with different tactics to try them all out. And it almost works like a second tutorial in a way. It's like a more advanced sandbox for the player to start getting a knack for some of the more intricate mechanics, along with how enemies behave before you get into those later game chapters where the difficulty really ramps up. Plus, there's the 3 side challenges you can complete as well, earning extra gold that funnels back into the various upgrades, which is a mechanic that is also in all of the ensuing chapters. And an open map like this I think is fine, but when every second one is the same huge, super complex area.
Guys, when every single map, like every other map, is like such a linear experience where I only walk one way that the dev wants me to, but I can only go off the beaten path sometimes for collectible. It just gets monotonous, you know? I guess what I'm saying here is I think this point, like, is not necessarily the reasons why the open world levels are bad. It's not the monotony of it, because this game has the linear ones, which he seems to be fine with. How monotonizing they are in their formula. Like, and I just don't see any credence. But we'll see. Maybe he'll develop this point.
To explore, that it ends up feeling like a bit of a slog trying to find everything. And yes, I know that all the Doom games have always encouraged lots of exploration and secret hunting, but the levels didn't take you an hour to get through every single time, not even close. Besides,
okay, I mean, he's only played through the game twice, so the games don't... I think on replay playthroughs, if you know what you're doing, Siege only takes you like 30 minutes, maybe max. But it's like a... Okay, yeah, maybe that's just me being a bit too pedantic.
you're not even really secret hunting either, because all of this stuff shows up on the map even before you've discovered it. So I can remember back to that hell level in Doom 2016, or the Ark Complex in Doom Eternal, where you spend an eternity looking around for all the secrets. Yeah, well, now...
Did not cut to Ark Complex when he talked about Ark Complex specifically. I'm sorry, people. It's just like... It's so easy to, like, just, like, get that win, and you didn't.
Imagine that for every second or third chapter, of which there is 22 in total. And I don't know, like, it just doesn't feel very Doom-like to me. The other dilemma with this as well is that a lot of the items you need to upgrade your weapon...
So what's his main complaint at the end of that? Is that it just didn't feel Doom-like? Of, like, yeah, I realize the classic Dooms have secret hunting, but the levels are longer, and it doesn't feel Doom-like? Dude, personally for me, I felt like exploration in this game was exactly the same as it was in, like, Doom 2016. Doom Eternal, you know, is a little bit more cartoony. There's big icons everywhere, so you didn't have to hunt as much. But, yeah, no, Dark Ages just felt like Doom 2016 exploration for me. Which is just, like, that's nothing too different. Like, it's just fine.
and shield are all hidden away in these open maps, particularly these gems which unlock the higher tier weapon upgrades. With the top tier one usually hidden behind a barrier you can only access after destroying a bunch of randomly placed wolf statues hidden around the map.
Only done twice in the game.
Okay. The other issue is that the checkpoints during these can...
There are 8 Wraithstones in the game. Only 2 of them require dog puzzles. Not the... but those are most of them. Okay, cool.
Often be super
The first one in Siege Part 1 is a ruby. I'm done.
sporadic, and usually only get one after completing a main objective, which means if you've been running around for 15 minutes and then either died or had the game crash, then all that progress is going to be lost. Something which could have been easily eliminated.
No, in the open levels, you're wrong, because when you pick up a collectible, the game saves your checkpoint status so that it knows that you picked up the secret. It only doesn't do this, like, literally mid-secret key animation. The game's actually really good about this. The most annoying part about the open world levels are if you die and you went and backtracked through the level, back to areas you've already been, your checkpoint will only be to where you were, like, in the new area that you haven't explored. So this could cause various scenarios where you just have to walk a great distance to get to the objective you want to be because you accidentally triggered that objective and then went to another one. And the game didn't refresh the checkpoint or anything. It had no detection for that. That's why you can hate open world levels, okay? That's the valid criticism. You don't lose your progress. That's not accurate.
Alleviated if they just included a manual save option, or you heaven forbid a quick save. Yeah, imagine that, a Doom game you can quick save in.
Now that's sarcasm.
The other thing is that this also does remove the whole arena element of the combat as well, because compared to Doom Eternal, where you'd often walk into an area and then enemies would all spawn in, here it's like they're all just usually...
Wait, why is this gameplay so just randomly zoomed in? What are you doing?
Remove the whole arena element of the combat as well, because compared to Doom Eternal, where you'd often...
Did he, like, rip this off YouTube and had to hide the watermark so he zoomed it in? Like, why the fuck would you do this? Look, you can even see in the bottom left and... Okay, maybe not on stream, you can't see it. You can see the cutoff icons of the health and, like, Crucible. Why wouldn't you just make it full screen? Why are you doing more work to make your video? I'm sorry.
Walk into an area and then enemies would all spawn in. Here it's like they're all just usually standing around waiting for you, giving you the option to choose how to engage them. With the most common type being these new variant of the imps, who walk slowly towards you like they're the T-800 or something, firing off projectiles or occasionally leaping towards you. Then there's also those other familiar faces too, like the Hell Knights, the Mancubus, the Lost Souls, and the Pinkies. Although weirdly this time you only encounter these things when they're being ridden by other demons. And yeah, I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere about one of these things, the Mancubus, the Lost Souls, and the Pinkies. Although weirdly this time you only encounter these things when they're being ridden by other...
Okay, I just... Small thing, but I got mega confused. He said the Pinkies at the end of a list, and then said a modifier that only applied to Pinkies, and I was thinking it applied to the whole list. Like, wait, I don't remember Mancubi or Lost Souls being written in this game. Although, I'm gonna be real, in the DLC, A-tier enemy. I would love that.
Demons. And yeah, I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere about your mother and riding a demon, but it's not coming to me.
I do think... The man is funny. I gotta give him that.
The redesigns for these iconic monsters do seem a bit bizarre. Like the Revenants, for instance, barely even resemble Revenants anymore. Now they're these floating wraith-looking things, wearing hoods that temporarily turn into ghosts and can't even be hit. And in fact, the only way to damage them is to wait for them to materialize or parry one of their projectiles, which...
No, you can do damage when they're idle. Like, you don't have to counter them like the... You could just shoot them if they only enter the state during, like, 2 attacks. Like, you can shoot them at any point except 2. It's not like, oh, you have to wait until 2 and then you can shoot. Like...
seems to instantly bring them back to their physical form. Cacodemons, however, are by far the weirdest change, and this is an absolute look what they did to my boy kind of moment.
Look how they massacred my boy.
I mean, for starters, they don't even resemble cacodemons at all. Like, they instead look like the Octobrains from Duke Nukem. And then they don't even...
Okay, yeah. They made a visual change because it's a new game and they wanted more Cthulhu-esque, like, cacodemon. Okay, guys, it's a gameplayism. Like, I understand their need.
Even really fire projectiles all that much either. Instead, they fire out these slowly moving energy walls, which you need to dodge left and right to avoid.
Right on.
Except when they fire those green eye flash attacks in which you can parry and, you know, damage them, but I'm gonna cut that out.
And that is something that kind of annoys me a little bit, is how almost every single enemy just has some kind of weird gimmick or trick that you have to adhere to every single time. Where
Not every enemy. No, there's definitely gimmick enemies, but, like, that's why they're there. They're there to, like, test, like, if you know their gimmick and, like, can swap into it effectively. Like, when an enemy becomes armored and you swap to your chain shot, like, that's not a gimmick. That's, like, an armored enemy that has a weakness that you're exploiting. Bunch of subjective criticism. New design is bad because new. It's... Like, don't get me wrong. There's room for subjective, like, how you feel about stuff, but it's just, like, when... We already talked about, like, a lot of the details he gets in this game are wrong. Or, like, he said, it's like, the cacodemon sends these walls attacks. Just like, okay, it makes it seem like, oh, the cacodemon only sends walls attack. That's boring. But can it really just be, like... He has 2 attacks. One is a green eye flash, and the other one's annoyance. Like, through his criticism, you would assume that he doesn't have a green eye flash unless you were paying attention to the screen.
it's more about rote memorization than it actually is using any kind of free-forming strategy. With enemies like the Vagary, for instance, which I'm going to assume is a reference to the same enemy type in Doom 3. Like, these are a perfect example.
Okay.
Now, these things are covered head to toe, or head to spindly leg, I guess, in heavy armor. And the only way to beat them is to shatter their armor, piece by piece, every single time.
No, you can destroy only one part of their armor and then ignore the other parts to kill them.
And then a few of the other demons are very
in order to kill this enemy, you have to deal with it. Like, if... I don't know.
Reminiscent of the marauder behavior in Doom Eternal, in the sense that the distance you are from them affects how they behave. Like with this new variant of the Doom Hunters called the Agadon Hunter.
Okay, this is not a variant of the Doom Hunters. This is what Doom Hunters were like, you know, before they became fossils. But hey. You don't like the Baron design in TDA, or is it just you? No, a lot of people don't like it, don't get me wrong, but I actually think the Baron is good design in spite of that. I think it's just, it is a very, it tests, like, if you're able to, deal with something, like, that, how to put it? It's like a #1 priority enemy of, like, it will find you down, you have to deal with it and find an opening to escape or deal damage to him. And I do really like that its moveset isn't like you can't just, like, turn off your brain. You have to pay attention to what they're doing, when they're doing, because they'll work in little delays in their combos, depending on pathing and distance and whatnot. So you can't just, like, fall into a rhythm. You have to read their attack and then parry at the timing you know. I think I like the regular Doom Hunter in Eternal more than Agadon Hunter, but the Doom Hunter is also, like, my favorite, like, regular enemy in a Doom game. It's very hard to beat that for me. I really like the Doom Hunter. Don't get me wrong, I'll suck its dick any day. Oh, wait, yeah, with the sled, that'll be hard. But, no, but, like, I think Agadon's probably, like, the weakest enemy in the roster for me. I don't know. It's just like you don't have to kill all the armor pieces on the like the dude is just wrong. Like he expresses like a subjective preference, and then he tries to get into his reasoning. And then when his reasoning is false, it's just like a okay. Well, then why do you think this? Because it's got to be something else. Like, what about possessed Doom Hunter? Okay. The possessed demon was not a bad idea. Making you kill it with the meme beam was a bad idea. I think that the possessed demon mechanic is great in Eternal. I'll leave it at that.
Now, if you hang back with these guys, they pop up a shield and fire out projectiles. But if you get in close, they drop the shield and then try to hit you, leaving them open to parrying and following up attacks. Essentially forcing you to fight them this one way, because you can't possibly go on the offensive or hang back because they're just going to punish the shit out of you.
I mean, you do have to be close and parry it, yeah. Like, yeah, I actually think his points here are valid. Like, what can you say? A broken clock is right twice a day.
Cyber Demon is also the same kind of thing, and if you stay back from this guy, he's just going to shoot at you with his chain gun arm, but then get in close, and he pretty much only uses melee, which can easily be parried over and over and over.
It can easily be parried. Okay, I'm gonna hand this game to my mom, have her play it, and just be like, oh, I could never parry this. Like, okay, dude, you're good at the game. Like, why is there when there's an enemy whose patterns you have to recognize in like parry? Why is that a bad thing? Like, I don't know. Like, I think some of those enemies are fun from time to time. I like how I can just walk up to an Agadon and 100 to 0 it because I know all of his attack timings no matter what attack he does. Like, there's a little bit of satisfaction in the fact that, like, hey, you know, memorization is tested and, in fact, rewarded. I don't know. I think that's satisfying to an extent. I feel like this kind of sentence structure in this review is just, like, it's getting at, it's like, hey, no, like, I like parrying. It's cool. And it's just like, that's just not a valid way in his framing. Yeah, I like get good scenarios too, Vodaheim. It's something I think id Software does very well, where they just put you into a scenario that on paper seems like the hardest fucking combat encounter of your life, and then you beat it first try. Like, 2016, Eternal, Dark Ages has these encounters, like, more common than any other game I've seen.
Standing right underneath the guy's toes and having him try to stomp you over and over like you're a cockroach that just won't fuck off. And again, an example of one strategy that you pretty much have to repeat every single time you encounter this enemy type.
You don't have to, like, these guys, they do a lot of damage from range, but you can just, like, corner peek them, shoot rockets at them, cycler them from a distance. Like, if you hold up your shields, like, his hit and attack can't hit you. That gives you enough time to, like, go into cover, wait for his attack pattern to reset, and then go back out when he doesn't have the hit scan attack on cooldown, and then just fire at him and then dodge his attacks. Like, you can do that. I've relied on that strategy for challenge runs before. You aren't forced to go up and close. Don't get me wrong, it's the easiest option, but if you can't get close because of other reasons, because you aren't sure of your skills, because there's 2 enemies around him, or anything, you have a backup that isn't impossible. The main reason why I hate the Agadon is because he puts up that shield when you get too far away, and then it is impossible to deal with him. I think the Cyber Demon gets at least a little bit of credit because of that.
And because both of these demons have an Olympic swimming-sized health pool, you more or less have to save them until last, because it can take upwards of 5 or 10 seconds of parrying to actually defeat them, which is not something you want to do when you've got a half a dozen other enemies running around in the background.
At what points in the game does the game do this, G-Man? Because you're not showing the visual examples of when the game does do this. Like, I've got to... Like,
one of the most tedious demons.
Like, he says, like, oh, you have to save the Agadons for last because they're too chaotic in a fight, and then he cuts to footage of where he's fighting an Agadon one-on-one. Show a scenario where you were fighting the Agadon with a bunch of enemies to where you were forced to, like, leave it alive in order to deal with it last. There's one arena in the game that does that. I know the arena. You just, like, I'm about to say, when you're talking about something, you should not have the thing on screen be the opposite of what you're talking about. I don't think that's a high bar.
in that regard are these huge lizard-looking dudes that are carrying what's more or less chainsaw spears. Now, they're called Komodos in-game, and the reach these things have is just insane. And you just spend so much time parrying their attacks that at one point I thought I started playing Black Myth Wukong and hadn't realized.
You can shoot them through the full duration of their combos and then just parry the attack in a split instance. Like, because you aren't using your gun during their combos doesn't mean you can't use your gun during their combos. You don't have to sit there parrying. You can engage these guys from range successfully. It's actually doable. Dude, why is I was on G-Man's side so close during the beginning, like the first 10 minutes, and he's been slowly deteriorating.
Even with the boss fights, it's just like you spend 90% of the time on the defense, cowering down like a frightened turtle, just parrying this constant barrage of powerful attacks, which otherwise can kill you in seconds. But I think the worst ones are the buffed up demons that contain these player upgrades, where after you kill them you get an increase to your max ammo, armor, or health. And for some reason they thought it'd be a good idea to give these guys 3 or 4 times the amount of health as the standard demons, making it even more laborious to take them out.
2 times, but okay.
Eventually.
I mean, some of these fights, man, they just go fucking on and on. And there's nothing hard or challenging about it. It's just repeating the same parry move ad nauseum and then shooting back until the stupid things finally die.
Yeah, that's every demon in the game. Okay, so the main differences between enforcers, like the tyrants, for example, the tyrant leaders, they will actually stagger in 1 more parry attack than the regular guys. So you got to parry them 3 times in a row rather than 2 times on the regular dudes. So, like, there are differences. There is differences. It's just like, is that a meaningful difference? I'll let you decide. But it is a little bit more than they just have higher health pools. Like, okay, like, there's a little bit of room to where I feel like this is being dishonest with that statement. What do I think of Ultra Kill's enemy roster? I like them on the whole. I think every enemy has its unique... I think I have most of an issue with a mind... Nah. I was about to say, do I have an issue with mind flayers? Like, no, I don't really have issues with mind flayers. I don't like Filth on Brutal because I think their jump attack is way too random. And I wish it was more consistent. But, like, that's getting into nitpick of nitpick territories. Like, I think on the whole is good. I'd have to give it a real deep thought on what I don't like. I think I only have an issue with, like, 1 boss in Ultra Kill. The rest is, like, glowing praise. Enforcer Tyrants send out 3 skulls? But the regular ones do, too. Wait, or excuse me. No, excuse me. Enforcer and leaders do. Regular ones only send 1.
I don't know, like, it just doesn't feel like a Doom game at this point. Feels like I'm playing a first-person FromSoft clone or something.
Speaking of which, Ghost Runner devs are making a game called Valor Mortis, which is a first-person shooter Souls-like. I am playing that day 1. Okay, it's not Doom. It's like a FromSoft first-person shooter. Like, what? Why does that fucking matter? As long as it's a good FromSoft first-person shooter, does anyone care? Like, it's just like, oh, it doesn't feel like Doom. It feels like X, Y, and Z. But is it good though at feeling like X, Y, and Z? I just feel like if he answers like that second question, this be a way better review.
The Titan Suit chapters are another great example where all you're really doing here is just punching the same humongous demons over and over, dodging out of the way of a highly telegraphed attack and then repeating. And in fact, these are even easier, because the enemies are more or less moving in slow motion. After a few hits, you can charge up a meter and then unleash some kind of finisher. And it is a pretty cool, awesome visual spectacle, but that's pretty much all it has going for it. There is a bit of variety in there in that you can sometimes pick up a weapon, but even then the weapon has to be charged up by dodging enemies, the exact same way you do with the fists. And once you've beaten the first enemy you come up against, you've really seen all this combat has to offer, which then just...
Yeah, there's a part of me that wants to argue the nuances and depth of the Titan system, but at the same time, like, that's such a minimal thing about the nuances and depth of the Titan system that, like, he's basically correct. I can't fault him for being, like, 99% correct on this. Like, yeah, no, he's kind of, like, all the depth is, like, not really meaningful, like, in terms of the casual experience.
Makes it kind of tiresome the third time they bring a Titan suit level back. Same thing too with all the dragon sequences, which is just about flying around and taking out all the same looking turrets on the same looking demonic ships a dozen or so times. Where you're either dodging horizontally or dodging vertically, where there's again practically no skill to any of it, and so far artistically and mechanically removed from any other Doom game that we've ever had.
I mean, his dragon section is just correct. I think he's hitting this.
I will say, though, that the takedowns here are pretty damn awesome, being some full-on Godzilla-style shit.
That's a spicy meatball!
But I think overall, the big takeaway from the gameplay is how it's more about reacting to the enemy's behavior this time, as opposed to actually controlling the flow of the combat yourself. And when you also consider they've removed a lot of the mobility options...
Oh, is he saying that, like, the game is... I thought that was just to the dragon section, but no, he's showing actual gameplay after this, so I must think that he thinks that regular gameplay is reactive. Which, yeah, it can be reactive, but you can also play this game very proactively. You're not forced to parry. You can just go in with aggression and then parry when it's convenient. That's like a play style that's probably the best in the game because you're dictating the pace and it goes as fast as you can go. And then you just like parry like only in specific niche scenarios. Yeah, there's a proact. I played the game and I played it proactively without parrying much. Is that bad? Like, hell, I played it without most of the shield during the combat, and like, holy, you can like be proactive and reactive. Like, I don't get it. Like, he's just wrong. I think he's just wrong.
Like the dash move, a double jump, and even environmental things like the jump pads. It really does make it all feel like a bit of a step backwards when you consider the movement. And I know that id Software have been saying from day one that this was going to be a more traditional back-to-basics Doom game, focusing on things like circle strafing, almost like what you could refer to as a boots-on-the-ground shooter. But it's kind of hard to not see all of this stuff as a bit of a step backwards. I'm not sure I'd say that it's bad, but yeah, it is.
You've done nothing in your like last like 20, 30 or so minutes of dictating that like it was a step back. I mean, you did, but like in cases where you were sure you were wrong, and every other cases in which, like you pointed out, are like almost entirely subjective or categorical. Like, yeah.
Different. And I just found that by the end of things, the Dark Ages was really starting to wear out its welcome, where I just found myself waiting for the whole thing to wrap up. I don't think it's really helping either that they essentially recycle the final boss 5 times. I mean, the first time you fight this guy, he's got 3 phases, and then after that, you fight him again for another 2. All of which is just a bit of a parry fest where your right mouse button's gonna get worn down.
Okay. I had this criticism when I first beat the game, so I don't blame him. But like, Ozrock and Witch and Ozrock phase 1 through 3 are like, they're different fights. Like, he has different combos. You have to pay attention different to priorities during those fights. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, yeah, you fight literally the same guy, but like, the refight's different, man. I will say though, the first boss fight did not deserve 3 phases. What, he only got the anime statue attack in the 3rd phase? Like, you could cut that out. That's a bad attack anywho, and it just would have been better.
Some of the arenas in the late game are also just absolutely miserable to get through. Just a lot of really lame encounters where they think that throwing all of the toughest demons at you at once, in no real order, somehow constitutes a fun challenge.
Do I even have to? Like, do I have to No, it doesn't. I think a lot of the late game encounters are actually pretty fun.
Sadly too, I did find the music to be a bit of a non-event in this, and half the time I didn't even notice it was going on in the background. I mean, it does make sense though.
This is the section labeled critique, by the way, so this is like, you know, his main points, I'm guessing.
Considering the music in Doom Eternal was basically Mick Gordon's Master of Puppets.
Who are you? You can't be here.
Which really is the main problem that the Dark Ages has overall, a lot of which isn't even really this game's fault. More the fact that this thing is a follow-up to motherfucking Doom Eternal. And I mean, you've really got to remember just how much of a big deal Doom Eternal was. I mean, not only was it a huge deal for...
I didn't want to say the haha, this game bad because Doom Eternal good, but like, he was bringing it up himself. As a point about the mixing of the music was so quiet at launch, well then just up the volume slider in the menu. Oh yeah, I forget, reviewers are opposed to touching sliders.
The Doom series, but also just first-person shooters in general. It really pioneered this whole new subgenre of micromanaging your ammo, health and armor, which is something that really hadn't been done before. And after it came out, we got this whole slew of other quality titles trying to follow suit. So naturally, anything that follows something like this has some big shoes to fill, and realistically isn't going to be able to. It's like having to follow The Godfather Part 2, Terminator 2, Aliens, or Sister Act 2. Also, just consider the timing.
Why is he zoomed in on the gameplay? Oh, I think I know what it is. I think he's editing 1440p footage, so then when he cuts like 4K footage, it's zoomed in because the footage is too big for the sequence he has set up. So it's just naturally zoomed in, and he didn't fucking think to check on the footage beforehand. It's like, oh hey, it might be zoomed in and disorienting. Let me fix that. Let me just decrease the scaling to get it like within resolution. Nah.
It came out during the height of the pandemic, where the outside world absolutely sucked. And then you got this gorgeous, fast-paced power fantasy that comes along and brilliantly lets us all indulge in some much-needed escapism. At the end of the day, though, realistically, I think I just might have Doom fatigue. I mean, I've been into this series now for over 30 years. There's even old home videos of me and my sister playing around with a camcorder and making a bunch of dumb Doom videos in our backyard. And consider that we've essentially had 4 games now with this modern era of the whole Slayer character. I mean, it's literally the longest running iteration of the series we've had yet. The original game went from 1993 with Doom through to 97 with Doom 64. Then the Doom 3 saga ran from 2004 to 2005 with Resurrection of Evil. Then this current...
Is he calling the Doom 3 and its 2 DLCs the Doom 3 saga? That's giving so much credence to Doom 3 that shouldn't be there.
The current one has been going on for almost 10 years now. We had Doom 2016.
Guys, if you portion out the Doom franchise in these boxes that I have made, this one's the longest. Okay, cool. Oh, he's doing the same thing. Oh, this footage is zoomed in too. I hate this guy.
Eternal in 2020, The Ancient Gods Part 1 and 2 in 2021, and now The Dark Ages in 2025. And I guess I'm just feeling a bit slayed out at this point. Does that mean that...
You didn't like the game, dude. That's fine.
Doom The Dark Ages is bad? No, far from it. But it is worth mentioning that it isn't as amazing or groundbreaking as Eternal was. Not even close. And overall, it just doesn't hit...
I think it's actually pretty close to Eternal in 2016. I think in terms of quality on launch. Yeah, no, I think this is comparable. Like, I definitely think Eternal is better. And you guys know my thoughts on Doom 2016, but like... It's like comparing a 9.1 to a 9.2 to a 9.3. Like, yeah, they're different. They're, you know, there is an order, but like, they're still pretty high up there, man.
The same way that Eternal did. Not to mention, a lot of the changes they've made here, which really were essential to differentiate it, end up taking away a lot of its identity, and really making it stand out a bit from the other entries. For the longest time, a lot of people always thought that Doom 3 was the black sheep in the franchise. Well, I think the Dark Ages is about to replace it. And
no, it's still Doom 3. It's still Doom 3.
Couple of DLC episodes expanding the plot even more, and yeah, I'm sure they'll be fun to play. Honestly though, I just hope they give this guy some much needed R&R, because at this point there's a lot of other FPS franchises that could do with a bit more love as well.
Oh, he wants a Quake reboot. He's basically... Did he just end this by saying, like, I don't want Doom, I want Quake? Like... Fatigued. So... I think per minute, this guy's the worst. Like, this is a 36-minute review, and I think pound for pound, like, the benefit the other videos had is that they were so short. There wasn't much time for them to do something bad, but man, you let this guy yap and he just fucking goes on. Starts making stuff up, like, or at least being very, like, he's not, don't get me wrong, I don't think this is malicious or anything. I think he just generally doesn't remember and then just doesn't want to, like, fact check this stuff, which is like, Jesus Christ, dude, have some pride in your work. Like, I don't know what to say. He exaggerates his point a lot. It's not even that he exaggerates his point a lot. I think a lot of this boils down to is, like, I think on the game quality side, he doesn't do a good job of, like, saying that this game is worse. Like, the most arguments he has that are valid are subjective ones of where he just personally feels like it would be better another way. But that doesn't mean that it's worse. Like, come on. I think it'd be super cool if Doom Guy had a whole space adventure and then a beach day episode, like, halfway through where he was, like, in a bikini, like, with hanging out with all his friends and everything was okay. Like, I think that'd be super cool. But just because Doom the Dark Ages isn't the beach day episode doesn't mean that it's bad. I feel like his arguments are cut from the same cloth. Do you think G-Man's reviews for older games are better? So he could have done better, which sucks. Yeah, I just don't think he was too passionate about this game. I think that's what it boils down to. Like, he has a few inaccuracy, a few things wrong, a few funny hot takes, but, like... I just, like... what he does express is, like, I don't think all that meaningful. Okay, folks, so I have one more video I want to go through today. We're going to go through Under the Mayo's video, which I saved for last because I think it will be the best one, or at least has the best chances of amusing me. So we'll be back with that, but for now, I have a BRB screen, which we'll play for about 3 to 5 minutes, and then I'll be back, and then we'll continue. Peace. But don't do it because I say so. Oh, dude, it's a Rev! That Rev is so fucking stupid. I think this is the first design that's just, like, absolutely horrible. What the fuck are these baby demons? The people who were making the enemy designs on this game were on crack or something. Sheesh. Who would have loved that as a fodder demon? Imagine chainsawing a baby to restack. We're gonna move this up from rated R to X. Oh, is this a boss fight? This looks boss fighty. Oh my goodness, it's a Mancubus! Oh, if Mancubus was a Cthulhu monster. Oh, I gotta cycle the vents, I see. Dwa, dwa, dwa. Yeah. Well, let's ride this tram. Oh, wait, we got a person back here. You were just there the whole time? The game specifically does not want me to shoot him. This is so sad. But wait, I didn't save since the tram ride, so I actually should save right now. Yeah, because I just don't want to die. Oh, frick. Because I don't want to do that whole tram section frick again. Oh, did I give myself a bad spawn? I guess we're going back. I didn't realize a guy was right there. They ate him. Why do you get out of the tram? The tram's bulletproof. No. How could you, Charles? His name was Charles. At least I hope it was. I'd look stupid if I got that wrong, you know? Oh, that was just unfair. I guess this game has played the unfair card many, many times. It's been a while since I saved. Wait, is there health back here? I don't want to repeat all that. Okay, I'm repeating all that anyhow. How many times have they done that trick of where you just open a door and something jumps out at you? I feel like it's been like 15 million. Like, you know, as a conservative estimate.
Over here.
Over here? Hello. Oh. I thought the voices were telling me to jump, and I just wanted to see if that did anything. Oh. The game not being nice. Example 15,000,005. Waste weapon, just use chainsaw. Does it malfunction? Yeah, it's because there's a box there, idiot. Oh, this was the one. It was 942, 952, 982, 972, 962, 951. I don't care anymore. The chairs disappeared now, but he's still there. How often can you say that you punch someone into a skeleton? Wait, are you telling me I couldn't cross this gap, so what I had to do was teleport here? Like, they couldn't have gotten some, like, grates off the wall and plywood and make a makeshift bridge or something? Like, why did I have to teleport 5 feet? What the fuck?
The code is 624.
624, gotcha, thank you. You've been a great help. Oh, hi. There's a little video. Boo. I'm back. Hello. How goes it? Oh, wait, I went to the wrong scene, actually. Bam. This is my research scene. I was back, second video, which means, of course, I'm going to need to crack another beer. Cheers, folks. Happy Saturday evening to ya. You were watching that? I'm sorry. But this is a review by the one, the only, Under the Mayo. By the way, let's start by Under the Mayo. I mean, has guides and stuff in Doom Eternal, Doom 2016. He's forever a meme by literally everybody. If I had a nickel for every single time I was requested to play Brawler mode, and then I flames the chatter, like, I'd have like $2. Like, you know, quite a bit. But yeah, the main thing that this guy is known for in, like, the speedrun/challenge run community is giving overemphasis on weak weapon mods, implying that they can be good when, you know, there's clearly better options, and he acts like those better options don't exist. Like, that's the most I have, and, like, that's, like, not that bad. That's, like, a little, that's just, like, maybe a little cringe, like, at worst. So it's like, I always thought he was a good dude. As I always said, like, if the worst thing I can say about somebody is that I disagree with them a bit and think they're a little cringe, like, that's pretty good. Like, that's like, you're, like, batting at a 7 out of 10. Like, you're beating, like, 70% of people in the world. Mayo percent for the ultra kills? Yeah, the ultra kills stuff is something I'm thinking of when addressing this, because I don't think his points in ultra kill are valid. But hey, let's just get into it. I'm gonna hit the play.
Hello? Is anybody still here? Hello? Look, I know there's been a lot of ups and downs around here. Many of you are here for your...
I'm telling you this. No, nobody under 20 watches Under the Mayo. This is already too slow a pacing. They've already clicked off, but...
first time, or you've been around for a while, but I know a lot of others are coming back after a long time of tuning out from this channel. I'm sure you have your reasons. But if you are here, I just want to say, how about we put it all behind us? Let's forget the fighting and the drama, and let's just focus for a minute on something we all love, and that's Doom. In this video, we are...
Has Mayo had some, like, fighting and drama recently? Like... I don't get the point of this intro. Like, did people, like... Did people hate him over, like, Ultra Kill that much? It's been, like, 4 years, and it's like, man, my public perception's passed in the toilet. I gotta just be like, hey, guys, I know I said some things. It's not real cool. But, like, I'm better now. I'll prove it to you. Never watched him. He made Batman Arkham game community, too. Oh, what did he say that pissed off the Batman Arkham games? Did he say that those games were shit? Because, yeah, I don't think he would get too much hated. He must have said the Arkham games were good. Ah, that would piss a lot of people off, I imagine. Alien Isolation 2, I think? No, Alien Isolation is crap too. He's right there. He hated Arkham Knight. Dude, okay, you guys are all gonna hate me. I could never finish a single Batman game. I'm talking like from Arkham Asylum onward. I just hated the combat system. I do not like the punch, 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 parry when you see the icon. Punch, 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 parry, parry. That's what those games always felt like to me. Even the stealth sections, I don't know why. I'm a big stealth game fan. Those never stuck with me. I'd have to replay the games to tell you exactly why I didn't like them or hated them or something, but yeah, I don't remember having the fondest memories of all that stuff. He said the new God of War game sucked. He actually deserves to be put down. I haven't even played him. I do want to play him at some point, though. Might be a fun stream game.
Going to dive deep into the details of Doom: The Dark Ages. And whether you're a longtime viewer, a new viewer, or one who swore me off years ago, I hope you enjoy. Let's begin.
I don't know anything about including this in the video. Like, this might get a little bit meta where we're getting into video critique commentary rather than just critiquing their critique. But, like, who are you appealing with this? If you have fans who have watched you for a while, they're not gonna care. If you have people coming back, they're gonna want to know your opinion. Like, if they clicked on this video, they're somewhat interested. Why are you putting a bad taste in people's mouth being like, hey guys, I know I fucked up. I said Elden Ring was a bad game. A horrendous take. I know. I'd take it back if I could. But it's true. But, like, I'm just saying, like, we're all new people. Right? Like, I just don't think it's a good look, dude. Why did he draw a podium? No, this is probably some asset he got from a stock footage or something site. But yeah. He gets a lot of hate from his non-Doom content. I know he gets a lot of hate, but like, what does this thing do to address it? Like, hey, if you're a hater, like, give me a chance. It's just like I don't know. Like, this is like something that you save for a joke like 2 minutes into your video. Like, you don't make a whole dedicated serious like intro, because I think it just like, yeah, people hate you for bad games. Like, people hate you for anything. It's YouTube. People hate me because I frickin' did an Outer Wilds video and hated it. Yeah. But hey. Lampshading? It's not lampshading. It's just like, you don't need to say this. I'm here to talk about a review from Doom: The Dark Ages. Why is the first minute an apology? This is not a definitive review of Doom: The Dark Ages. You're gonna immediately lose interest from people who just don't care about an apology.
Oh, please. You're too kind. Thank you. No, stop it. Okay, you can keep going.
Like, seriously, take out the first minute, 14 seconds of this video. I think it's better. I will say, his gameplay in the background is better than every other review we've seen so far. Like, he's actually doing some tech and swapping and actually trying some stuff, which you'd expect from him.
I have a lot to say about Doom: The Dark Ages, but before I do, let's shut down the most pervasive fear that people had, that it looks really slow compared to 2016 and especially Doom Eternal. It couldn't be further from the truth, and to prove it, I'm gonna start this video with a few minutes of extended, uninterrupted gameplay showing the total madness and lightning speed found in this game. Here we go.
Okay, I think, okay, I don't want to watch the gameplay. I'm probably already on his side. But as a structure for an argument, like, don't you think you just want to, like, go through specific examples? Like, you're here for a review. Like, you should be reviewing. Like, you can have the section later, but, like, why are you introducing? Like, shouldn't you be giving us our thesis and whatnot? Like, He's passionate, so there's more energy from every other review. Yeah, I definitely sense that. It's just like, I don't think I agree with his video structure. I think that's the biggest issue I'm getting into. It's like, I'm 2 minutes into the video, and like, he's just said the game is fast and I'm gonna prove it. So, okay, let him prove it. You guys want me to critique Under the Mayo's gameplay since this is a gameplay section? Wow, not shield throw canceling to up your empowered shot usage time. What the hell? You can still stun lock, you just gotta pull and retract the shield. SMH doesn't even know about shield retract tech. They patched it out, but you know, rest in peace. Shoulder turret user? Yeah, so we gotta discount everything. Okay. First off, swapping to the pole like, what the fuck? You are long range, dude. This is something that looks very cool to the casual audience member, but for me, thinking about combat effectiveness, like, that's a pointless move. Also, auto turret, pointless move, but we talked about that ad nauseum. Just saying, not a good weapon to use on the Whiplash, whatever. It's fine, you don't want to swap weapons during combat. I get it in the mood too. This game is fast. Dude, I am falling asleep watching him kill that Arachnotron. Like, please, SSG in the face. It's all it takes. Oh, it's I wanted to talk about he's a combat shotgun user. Aren't reviews supposed to be for casual players to find out why they should buy the game? I guess it depends. A review can be multiple things. That's one usage for it, but I think a review could be more than that. It depends. Review can, like, transfer over into critique territory, where it's more like just an analytical, you know, acknowledgement of the game design and how it incentivizes player behavior, blah, blah, blah. It can also be on a purely subjective experience on how did you play the game and how did you feel about it, with, like, nothing almost talked about the game content itself, but rather your adventure through it. That's kind of a review. I guess, in my mind, what a review does is that it helps inform whether or not this game is worth my time. That's probably the most practical answer to that. And usually you can help by informing. You have to give me some meat to chew on to decide if I like a feature. And usually that comes down to gameplay. Like, some focus on gameplay, analysis of gameplay and how that evokes the state in the player. Which all these reviews we've been watching, very few have touched. Like, they just haven't. Most of them have been like, here's game design. This is bad because of X. Oh, wait. Well, it turns out you're just wrong. X doesn't even exist. Y does. And that's kind of where it's just like like, you're not making a good point on your review or viewpoint if all of your points are, like, the reasoning you use for them are just not true or show a lack of effort or are completely subjective. Like, you run into a bit of trap when it is that. You have to have, like, a good mix of it. Tomato acknowledged the depth of TDA game, but he's no way that good. Oh, no, he's good. He beat Ultra Nightmare. He's better than most people. Probably can't play faster, but the gameplay was not convincing. I mean, it's just if you know it, it's just like this gameplay is like, yeah, it's kind of good from a casual, but that's about it. Like, dude, if you swapped to the super shotgun like 2 seconds ago, you would have killed that Arachnotron way quicker. A review should be somewhat subjective. I mean, at the end of the day, like, the person giving the review, is a person. Because they're a person who has thoughts and feelings and aspects of things that they like and dislike, that's gonna bleed through in the review somewhat. But yeah, I'm a big advocate for subjectivity. Love it. You should always share your perspective. I think that's cool. It's just, you gotta have, like, thoughts and reasons for it. I think those are cool too. You should probably share them as well.
Whew, that's really something, isn't it? This game
was okay. Like, yeah, it was better than most. But I'm gonna be real. I'm not too impressed with it, but I'm also uber challenge level, speedrunner type level. So, like, okay. Yeah, for the casual person, they'll probably like it. Anything is better than commentaryless is my point. Oh, so you're saying out of all the people that Critical Drinker was the worst because it was basically describing game mechanics and then saying good at the ends. Yeah, I think I'm in that camp. I think if you say nothing, that's almost worse than saying something I disagree with. Or something that's, like, I think is crazy. Because, like, if you have a belief and a foundation strong enough to state it in a video format to potentially hundreds, if not thousands of people, like, you should probably have some justification for that. You should be confident. You should have some balls, some cojones to, like, own up to that. Yeah, that's my perspective. I stand by it. Here's why. I'll even work it through to you. When am I going to make a review? That's kind of what this stream is doing, is research for if I want to make one. I don't know. Out of all the reviews I'm seeing, there's such, I feel like, contradictions and people just explaining the game wrong. You know? Like, I feel like this game has genuinely been misrepresented or talked about so vaguely that nobody watching a video on it has no idea what to think. So, it's a possibility. I'm warming up to the idea.
Has not done any favors by the promotional material in terms of showing how fast it actually is. Rest assured, this game is snappy, quick, responsive, and at times chaotic. You are welcome to doubt my opinion on this game for pick a reason from the list, but I will.
Oh, these are reasons that to discard this guy's review. Okay, first off, I watched this Tag 2 review. Garbage. Criticize that game like you like that it's actually a masterpiece. It's true, though. It's true. Doom Eternal's a shit game, and he's been saying it's been good for too long. Like, the dude needs to be stopped. Hugo and I dated in high school briefly. Okay, that's a funny thing to put at the end of a list that you don't expect people to read at. That's a fun little treat.
Will do my absolute best to give you my honest opinion and try to separate my own personal preferences from things I think are actual criticisms.
Wait, he's going to do... Okay, under the mayo, you're already getting bonus points. You're distinguishing, like, subjective flavor, like, differences of taste and, like, objective criticism, which is good. The good basis. I always like it when people start like this.
Sprint is wonderfully fast and does not stop you from attacking or defending. The jump while sprinting has a very long arc to it, and you can actually delay your jump after running off an edge. You can wait a long time falling and then hop in mid-air like a discount double jump,
Dude, the guy hasn't discussed one single gameplay mechanic, is already getting into speedrunner tech, like. Ballsy, we'll see if it pays off.
I used to shortcut some secrets. And the degree of mobility given to you by the shield bash can make you feel as fast as Superman. Sometimes this game is even faster and wilder than Doom Eternal if you push it. Raise your FOV in the options menu and the action will feel even faster. This game is not slow, and I'm playing on the default game speed. It can go much higher. The short version goes like this. The Dark Ages is a really fun game that truly shines on your second playthrough when all the mechanics start flowing together more naturally. I think everyone who...
Do I agree with that? Yeah, I would say Under the Mayo is overall, like... Yeah, all the Doom games are kind of like that, where it's just like you can really appreciate their mechanics deeper on a second playthrough. Although I wouldn't say that the first playthrough's bad necessarily. It's just that the second playthrough, you come in with a newfound appreciation of what you gotta do. Someone saying we get Reddit get mentioned. Oh, in the video, you think Reddit gets pulled out? I'll take you up on that. Let's see.
Beats it and feels it was just good or alright should give it another spin, because that's what made me love it. There are parts of the
Guys, I didn't like this game till the second playthrough. You guys aren't wrong. You just need to play more of it. Like, I don't really get the argument. It's like, if you didn't enjoy your first playthrough, you didn't enjoy your first playthrough, man. Now that's fine. And if the game loses you because you didn't enjoy your first playthrough, you're fine. You can leave. That's cool, dude. It's just like, I'd struggle with that argument of just like, oh, you gotta play it again because it's really better. Because, like, you're not gonna convince somebody who didn't like their first playthrough to just give it a go based on, oh, boy, I have a YouTube channel. I've said things. You should play it. You hated your first playthrough of this game too, not gonna lie. Yeah, but I don't think it's like, it's just a big ass to be like, hey, you hated this game? Play it again. I think I'd more settle on the response of like, as soon as you're not having fun, you should take a look at the sliders and try adjusting things. I think that's like the quote-unquote appropriate spot. Because like, there's a whole section dedicated in my first playthrough video where like, I turn up the speed to 130% for like one encounter. And then I immediately max the slider because it's just like a, dude, this game is getting my blood pumping. I'm loving it. I need it more. And then I instantly start having a great time. Yeah, like, I think people should just be fiddle and open to changing their experience and, like, play through this. And, like, if they're not liking something, hey, maybe there's a setting they can tweak for it.
Game I think aren't great or even good, but the strength of the majority of gameplay ultimately won me over and makes me care less about the flaws. But
very, I think that's actually, thesis-wise, that's something I very much agree with. Like, yeah, I think he's generally in the right.
There are flaws and things I don't personally care for. Believe me, we'll get into it. Enough preamble, let's get to the review.
Okay, I'm just saying, this is the definitive review of Doom the Dark Ages. You shouldn't say, let's get to the review at 5 minutes in. You should probably start with the review somewhere in this range. Did we really need the 1 minute of, hey guys, I know you didn't like my Arkham Knight or Ultra Kill take? Did we really need the minute gameplay intro? Just like, this is what the game looks like at a top level. Like, you can, like, get into this when you talk about gameplay and maybe break down an encounter as like an example. Like, I don't get the strategy of structuring the video this way. 5 minute preamble is crazy. I mean, it is an hour-long video. You can get away with some big stuff on a long video. What I'm saying here is, like, all this will be nitpicks if he lays into some very good points, which performance and settings. I'm already very passionate with how I feel about this game's lack of performance. I'm pretty sure he'll have exactly the same take as me and I'll be validated.
Performance and settings. The Dark Ages ran perfectly for me on PC. The rumors about forced ray tracing are true, there's no option to toggle it, and if you're still using a 10-year-old graphics card, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't get why he was jumping around in the performance section. It's like showing like, oh, well, hey, look at how smooth this game is, when this is a YouTube video. We cannot see any smoothness past 60 frames per second. You posting anything in a YouTube video saying it runs well will not mean jack shit unless you have that FPS counter in the top right for me to see what your game is running at. Because it's 60 FPS. YouTube's videos are forced to be that way. Like, if you want to talk about performance, please bring up a few stats or metrics. Not a good start, I'll say.
I can't promise it'll run well for everyone, and I can't use my experience to assure you of anything because my PC is far above the average consumer's, but the ray tracing doesn't seem to be an issue. All I can say...
Yeah, I have issues running this game, but whatever. I even have a 5080, dude. And literally all the reason that like I can't get performance increases because of a motherboard compatibility issue. Plus also the CPU being a little low, but like hey, like one thing at a time. Wait, does he actually post this key button? ASDW? Oh, wait. I never... It's WASD! Huh? I genuinely thought he had a weird controller setup, a weird keybind setup, because he says it ASDW rather than WASD. Like... I see what he means. But goddamn, did it confuse me. Play the video on 2x speed. Yeah. It says this is a 1x speed review. We moved the game speed up to 1.5x, and that's how we'll... I know how he types based on just looking at that. You know what? I think, yeah, he's definitely not a big middle finger typer. I think, yeah. Move up to S. Okay, he uses A to move up, S to move left, A to move down, and W to move to the right. I want to believe that, please.
Say is I had no problem running the game at 1440p resolution, averaging about 140 frames per second on a 4070 Ti and AMD 7900 running on an NVMe solid-state drive at ultra nightmare graphics settings. This is with frame generation on 2x, and
they're fake frames, so we can't take his... Like, if you're getting 144 FPS on frame gen on 2x, like, you're getting 70 frames. Mayo, you're getting 70 frames a second. That's not good.
if I turn it off, I get 100 to 110. I keep frame generation on because I don't see any visual.
Oh, okay, so... Okay, he clarified. Whew, thank God. He gets 110 without, and then frame gen bumps that up to 140 because that's probably what he has it capped on because of his monitor. We avoided a landmine. I thought we stepped on something explosive. No, it was a dud. It's good.
Downgrade, but what do I know? I've had 3 crashes. I hope that's just a pre-launch issue. Most of the footage you're seeing is...
I crash every time I play the game.
Actually recorded at lower fidelity because I didn't actually mess with the graphics settings until after recording this. But don't stick to the default upscaling settings. Turn on DLSS, the game looks way better. The game boots up in a reasonable time, and the loading times are super fast. As for...
A reasonable time. Like... Whatever happened to, like, taking your phone out? Putting on a stopwatch? Just telling me how long it takes, like... saying that it boots at a reasonable time is just, like, such a nothing statement. I don't know. It's one of my pet peeves, folks. I don't like when people use that language, because what is reasonable? It's like a highly subjective term, you know?
Gameplay settings, I turned on the threat indicators because despite not liking them being on screen, I found them necessary, at least for the parry indicator.
I really like... Okay. I don't think they're necessary. They are very good, though. I have many times backwards parried something because I saw the indicator, and I would develop speedrun strats around the indicator knowing when I'm parried so I can focus on something else but still be able to dodge for an attack in an Atlan section.
Thank God you
play the game on Xbox and it was fine? Yeah, we're talking about PC issues, so you might be a little disconnected.
don't have to turn to face incoming projectiles from the side to block them. You have a wide radius.
Is that a God of War dig? Like, in God of War, if you don't parry something from front on, is that just, like, not a parry that works? Like, okay, I guess it depends on exactly how God of War was balanced around, like, you being able to turn and react to stuff. I don't know, I haven't played God of War. He doesn't like the new God of Wars? Yeah, we talked about that. I want to play through the God... People... You know what's weird? The most requested game for me to play outside of Doom is God of War. Maybe I should do, like, a stream where I play through those games casually or something. I don't know. But hey, I'm open to it. I think those games look fun. It's just I didn't like the old God of War games. I'm talking like God of War 1 through 3 and the PSP games. Because that was very hack and slash combat. I'm not a big fan of games where like you can get through by like just attacking and dodging. But maybe the new games are, you know, built up a bit cleaner for that.
Of block effectiveness for easy reaction.
Or how I put it, better executed is what I mean.
Even if it's off screen. Take my advice.
Mayo loved the old ones, hated the new ones. Hey, if I hated the old ones, maybe I'll like the new ones then. Maybe Mayo might be one of those guys where it's like, I don't agree with him, but I know what I like by just taking the opposite of what he says. And that's like, so like I find his critique valuable because it just helps you know what I would like, despite what he says as being like inaccurate. I would love to live in that reality. Should try playing Doom. I've played through all the Dooms on stream before. I think they're pretty good. Except for Doom 2. I think Doom 2, like, overstays its welcome so hard.
Turn off auto weapon switch if you are playing on a high difficulty, because you cannot block or parry while switching weapons.
Should watch this God of War video. I'll watch it if I play the game. Tell you what, but I haven't played it yet, so I would want to do that first.
The last thing you want when you run out of ammo is to go into an auto switch animation and then die to an attack you would have blocked.
Okay, based. Yeah, this is a setting. I think that should just be default for everybody, that you... Every time you swap to a gun, it's because you chose to. And if you have to sit there with your gun on empty, pulling the trigger for a few seconds, like, that's the punishment of not knowing when your gun's close to running out. There's audio cues, there's an ammo counter. Bitch, just figure it out. Like, if the gun runs out and you don't have a weapon swap prepped, that's on you.
I recommend keeping tutorials on for your first playthrough because there's a lot of new mechanics to learn, but if you ever want to turn them off, currently you have to go back to the main menu screen and go into the options from there.
Yeah, Mike, I tend to agree. I don't like 100% speed. I think this game is only playable at 150%, but hey, some people think differently, and that's okay. Some people are allowed to be wrong.
And finally, turn off motion blur if you want, and raise that FOV.
Okay, saying turn off motion blur if you want. No, motion blur should always be off. That's a bane of existence on game design. Get that out of every fucking game possible.
Difficulty and balance.
And quick swap animation canceling.
Like any Doom-obsessed PC player, I played on Nightmare, because you can lower the difficulty at any time in the options menu if it's too much. But is it too much? Is it suitably challenging? Well, I have a hard time judging that because I've gotten so much better at shooters over the past 5 years. The Mayo that played Doom Eternal on Nightmare in 2020 isn't the same Mayo as now.
Wait, this was kind of my main criticism with him in the Ultra Kill critique. I remember thinking when I watched this Ultra Kill video that his main criticism was, like, I could play through the game with only the pistol, and it's fine. But I would always rebuttal, like, Mayo, you play Eternal and all these other movement shooters at such a high level, you're better than the average person. Of fucking course you can do a challenge run and it feel easy. You're a god gamer. That's not a critique of the game from, like, a casual audience perspective or even just a casual playthrough perspective. That's through the lens of somebody who's cracked out of their mind. And, like, yeah, if someone who's cracked out of their mind thinks a game is too easy, I'm gonna be real, that's not gonna mean a lot to me. Like, have motion blur on medium? How do you ban somebody? Can anyone answer me this question? Having motion blur on for cutscenes? Yeah, if it's something that you're watching and not playing, motion blur definitely has a little bit more of an argument because it focuses your eye more. But when it's gameplay and I'm deciding what I want to be focused on, I want everything clear because I dictate the focus.
What I can do is look at how the game punishes bad play and encourages good play. The fun zone, player accountability. What is their idea of fun in the Dark Ages, and does a skill-appropriate difficulty setting actually get you there? I'd say it does, with a couple caveats. The Dark Ages introduces difficulty sliders. Each difficulty preset puts the slider...
Wait, this video is almost an hour long. We're gonna be in for a bit, people. But please, Mayo, please talk about the difficulty sliders in any way more than they just exist. Please, you have an hour's worth of time. That's twice of what anyone had before. He has to get this.
At certain values, and from there you can adjust it. It's pretty cool to see under the hood and understand what actually is different in the presets. You can change these values now, and some people hate this. I will never understand why, because I love being able to modify my experiences, and it's great for replay value to challenge yourself more. You could always lower the difficulty mid-game in Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, which is essentially the same thing, it's just not as customizable. So I don't want to hear any more complaining about people being able to make the game easy. Pick your
Yeah, I hope he gets into this, but like a big thing about the slider system is like, you can also make it harder. There's like a second side to that coin. For a slider that makes it easier, you can also make it more difficult. It's just that's like, both people are happy. The sweat lords who want it to be more difficult can make it more difficult. And the people who think that this game has too many motions on screen in order to keep track of, they can slow it down. Like, it appeals to both. Like, I think this is actually a great system because it makes the game way more appealing. But, hey.
Difficulty preset as you always do, and adjust it from there if you want. Don't worry so much about someone else picking Nightmare and then deciding they want to widen the parry window or change the game speed. As for being able to change settings in Ultra Nightmare, I think they should have made it not unlock the rewards if you do that, but...
Yeah. He's kind of right here. I know this is a big thing. Like, if you Ultra Nightmare, turn all these stats down to, like, 0 so that you can just blaze through the game in, like, 4 hours just playing it. Like, that's, like, you should get the rewards of an Ultra Nightmare. That's not an Ultra Nightmare clear. That's, like, you cheesing the game into getting a skin. At the end of the day, it's a cosmetic, so, like, it's not, like... It's not, like, the biggest deal, but at the same time, like, people view the regard of Ultra Nightmare very highly in Doom. If you make it so that one person's Ultra Nightmare is different from another person's Ultra Nightmare, it's kind of like the Dark Souls effect. If we're in a Dark Souls game, if you beat Ornstein versus Smo, it was a good achievement. You felt fucking accomplished after doing so. That's a hard-ass fight. And so, if somebody in Dark Souls comes by and tells you, like, yeah, I beat Ornstein Smo too, you could look at them and be like, yeah, we get each other's pain. We know the damage we had to suffer to do that. We've experienced the same thing, and Miyazaki and the people at the Dark Souls team view that experience as so valuable. So that's why they make their games difficult, because difficulty kind of forces, like, the people who play the game to kind of, like, come together in a certain way that you wouldn't have otherwise. Ultra Nightmare is like that for Doom. And so when somebody's like, yeah, I did Ultra Nightmare, but it was damage to player at 10%, like, okay, but you didn't Ultra Nightmare, dude. I think this should have been, like, one of the few, like, difficulty settings where there should be, like, preset things for the sliders. Like, they shouldn't let you adjust it willy-nilly. You had to, like, you know, only do a few presets, like game speed 150, game speed's, like, 75, like, in order to make it somewhat comparable. You see it as the packback for disallowing checkpoints on UN? Yeah, but, like, shit doesn't beget more shit. Yeah, the only setting that I think is way too mean on the first playthrough is bumping this damage to player up to 500. I think if you modify anything else, like, the game works. It's fine. But, like, 500% is a bit too mean, especially because, Komodos, because their attack projectiles are random. So you could just take a 500% fireball, which is your whole health bar, instantly, because, it's a random spread. That's the only one I think is too mean if we're going on a balance perspective. Like, I think the game needs to be designed slightly different for 500% damage to work. But yeah, everything else, like, fucking great. I think it's all playable. It's good. Maybe having a minimum for sliders in order to get the UN skin. Yeah, something like that could work too. Zombies can one-shot you at 500% damage early game. They don't one-shot you because of one-shot protection, but they can do anything but, if that helps you. Would be cool to get a unique skin for Hearthstone than normal Nightmare on UN. Yeah, there's something like... Okay, they wouldn't ever do a Max Slider UN skin because only one person would get that. Because it's just that hard. But at the same time, like, maybe it's just like something... Remember when games used to put in like little rewards for the player if they did something incredibly difficult or incredibly hard? Like, there's this tower defense game I play a lot in my downtime called Nordhold. It's a tower defense game with towers that you place on, like, a randomly generating tile path. And, like, you have to decide what towers are best for what location, and then build up your, like, economy and towers around something in order to beat the waves of enemies that come past you. There's an achievement in that game for beating the game with only one tower type. I did it. I fucking did it. There's like 11 towers I can choose from. I chose just one. I had to change target priority, specialize certain towers for certain like types of enemies. I had to like invest heavily to get like unique upgrades. Like I had to put in a lot of freaking work to get that run done, and I did it. It felt great. Now imagine if I could do that, but I could make every enemy in the game one shot. I'm losing out on the experience of beating the game in that factor, with all the skills I need to develop, with all the changes in target priority, or what way to build my town's economy pairs well with my tower type, which, yes, that fucking exists in Nordhold. I love that game so much. I just felt like it would have been scammed if it was a little bit too easy. Like, I felt like I had to, like, plan in advance to make that run work because I had to figure out synergies. I had to learn how to do stuff somewhat optimally. Like, that achievement was incentive for me to get better at the game. And now all achievements that incentivize you to get better at the game, most of them are gone. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, when is incentivizing the player to get good ever a bad thing? I just never understand that. Why isn't there a video for my live streams of Max Slider's run? It's on my VOD channel. I think I'm open to including most streams to be replayed on the main channel now. But back in that time, I would re-upload everything to my VOD channel. Just go to my YouTube channel page, and you should see my VOD channel on my suggested channels tab. What's the game called? Nordhold. Here, I can even maybe bring it up. Nordhold on Steam. 37.4 hours, well fucking spent. I mentioned this because this is literally the last achievement I got. I got this the other day. Yeah, heavily recommend it. Am I interested in Sorrow? Sequel to Returnal? Ooh, yes. I loved Returnal. Would love to see a sequel to it or its mechanics expanded upon. Very good game. Highly recommend. Oh, as in a highlights vid? I'm currently working on that. I have a few videos in the oven. That's one of them.
But ultimately, I don't care. I don't care if someone gets a skin by cheating in a video game. People found ways to cheat Ultra Nightmare in Doom Eternal and 2016.
I will say, adjusting the damage to player to, like, 50% is way different than I found this one precise platforming skip that lets me skip this arena, and that trivializes this level, rather than having a slider that lets you trivialize the entire game. There's a meaningful difference in that, I think. The game does roguelike third-person shooter the best. If you're in my Discord, Snores, I'd recommend just linking that to me in the suggestions channel. I would be down to try it.
And I didn't lose any sleep over it. And now that I think about it, I actually like that people can now play essentially permadeath modes of lower difficulties.
I think that's cool. Yeah, I just don't think you should get a skin other than like completing at least Ultra Nightmare settings, you know?
One life mode for Hurt Me Plenty. That's great. I see value in that. Just because someone doesn't have the dexterity to pass it on nightmare settings doesn't mean they can't find a satisfying challenge in a lower difficulty permadeath mode, so I'm happy they have it. But some people have been concerned.
I'm gonna be real, guys. Mayo's been straight. Like, it took 5 minutes for this video to, like, progress, but he's been spitting straight facts. Other than his performance, like, but yeah, no, it's one of those things where it's just like that's something that's highly personal to the machine you run on, so it's just like, no, he's getting pretty good.
That the mere existence of sliders would result in the developers not paying as much attention to the preset balance as they should. They say,
oh, wait, no, he's addressing this argument? Oh, hell yeah, wait. No reviewer has had the balls to talk about what if sliders impact the default experience. Oh, I am strapped in.
It shouldn't be up to the player to create an appropriately challenging experience.
I think there is wiggle room in this argument. I don't know exactly what Under the Mayo stance is on it yet. I figured it'd be fun, we could talk about it, and then we can come back to him. But there's like an intended experience of difficulty of where players have to police their own difficulty. And there's the argument of, like, should players police their own difficulty? Or should it be, like, left up to the developers of what difficulty is right for their game? Like the Dark Souls argument. Is Dark Souls too hard? We've all heard this. Haha, very funny. I think there's a very interesting counter case in Elden Ring. Where that game, for people who don't know Elden Ring, the game can be made trivially easier. If you use summons, which are basically like NPCs that you can summon to your side that would fight with you. And the enemy AI could not handle it. The enemy AI is clearly designed for one-on-one combat, facing one enemy outside of certain examples almost 100% of the time. Because if they focus on one enemy, like if they focus on your ally that you summoned, you could hit them in the back unequivocally, where they would do nothing to counter you until the AI flips a switch and then targets you instead. And that point is very predictable, very easily telegraphed, and basically makes it that each boss fight in the game is like a joke outside of like the end game mega bosses that have attacks that attack the entire battlefield. But in that case, you're using an intended mechanic that makes the game easier that you might not be a fan of. Like, don't get me wrong, people like steamrolling bosses. Like, I know plenty of RPG lovers. But, like, people who go into Dark Souls like the mechanical challenge of the boss. So should it be put on the players themselves to decide whether this one mechanic that seems core and integral to the game, they should go without it to get a more challenging experience? Like, that feels like such a convoluted way of a player deciding their own difficulty that I'm not a big fan of it. I'd much rather have presets like in Elden Ring where there's like with summons difficulty and without summons difficulty. I think that would make it way better. But hey. So the token system broken for Elden Ring? They don't have a token system, I think. They do something different, but I'm not necessarily certain what they do. You prefer an in-game way to make it more aggressive? You see, that's kind of the fun part, Rain, is like if you are in a chill mood or a challenging mood, you can adjust the game sliders to reflect that. You want a more difficult night because you feel real hardcore? Turn that game speed slider up to 150%. Hell yeah. Feeling a little bit exhausted? Yeah, 100% can do for today. Or maybe, just for the lulz, let's do a minimum speed run. Put that game speed down to 50%. See what's happening. See how slow it is. Oh god, I have an idea. For another stream, but I'm gonna hold it. Mayo, take me back. I feel like I've derailed too long. Put me back on track.
I agree. I understand that concern, but I trust id to get the presets mostly right as they have in the other games. The reality is somewhere in the middle. Speaking about Nightmare, which is my...
Okay, so he's saying preset, like, difficulties are too easy, or, like, there's some mid-ground where, like, the difficulty isn't perfectly balanced. Okay, that is a very middle-of-the-road take. Holy. Normally, people say the slider system is great, could do no wrong, or the slider system's ruined default difficulties. No one takes this, like, and somewhere... What the hell is this fence sitter doing?
levels difficulty, I think the enemy aggression, HP, and damage done to player are perfect. But I want to talk about the parry.
Okay. Because this is full subjective lands, let me give my take. I think that the default settings are too slow. They might be perfect for controller players. I think keyboard and mouse players with some experience, like, will just find themselves able to do an APM way better than the game expects. I think, like, ideal speed is, like, the game might be perfect, like, around 120, 130% speed, I think. 150% for masochists like me. But, yeah, I guess I kind of agree. I guess it depends the extent. We'll have to listen.
And the resource amount. The resource amount is going to be fine for a lot of people, but I'm talking to certain players out there. You know who you are. I get that this game is not about ammo management. It's not about constant gun variety like Doom Eternal. That's fine. 3 years ago I made a video about how I want the next game to be very different and not just repeat what Doom Eternal did. I got what I asked for. The loop this time is centered more around your guns of choice while balancing a whole bunch of new factors like different melee strikes, blocking, parrying, shield bashing, shield tossing, and managing the synergy between your options, like how an upgraded impaler can get a charged round after parrying or doing a shield bash. My favorite sequence is locking down an enemy with a shield toss while doing high damage from range, swooping in close for a shock-applying melee strike while switching to the triple-shot combat shotgun to set them on fire, and then the execution makes them explode, killing other enemies around them.
Yeah, no, okay, don't get me wrong. Like, unoptimal example there, but at the same time, like, that is, like, what the game allows you to do. That's, like, a good illustration, I think, of the depth that comes within combat. No other reviewer has done it that good. So,
The weapon quick-swapping mechanic of Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal.
Dude, here's the weird thing is, like, I want to, like, take notes whenever something interesting is said, but at the same time, it's like, if I'm just, like, politely agreeing, it's like, no, that makes sense, logical, it's like, what do I have to take notes for? Like, the dude already thinks the way I do.
Eternal isn't here. Instead, rhythmic swapping is now done between different actions. While you can see a single quick
1150. Quick swapping replaced with quick actions. I have been saying this from day one of playing this game. Quick swapping isn't gone. They just let your shield and melee be your quick swap with any gun you want. Like, you have as much options with quick swapping as you do with just, like, your shield and your mace. They're like, your shield and your mace are 2/3 of the combat structure. The other third is your guns. Never seen Retro and Under the Mayo in the same room together? No, we were in the same room. On Devo's mod showcase for Doom Eternal, we did commentary together for that run. It was cool. Actually, the first time I talked to him. So there is one point of evidence, but, like, come on, that could have been faked. Who knows?
Swap between Impaler and Rocket. What you really want to do is shoot the Impaler while tossing the shield at an armored enemy. Spike, shield, spike, shield, spike, shield bash. You can do this with...
It's funny that he's doing it on an armored enemy the one time the strat doesn't work on things, and then he does it for the second exact... But yeah, no. Shield throw spam on the Impaler was very strong early on. At the same time, I kind of liked it because it incentivizes you to know what's going on in the combat encounter, because if you're mid shield toss and an enemy's coming at you and you need to parry an attack and you don't have that shield available, like, that's on you. I kind of like that risk-reward trade-off. Now it's gone because they nerfed the Impaler, but hey. Cool. It's like, there can't be the best gun of the game. That's weird.
The shotgun or a rocket launcher, any weapon really. This time it's not about animation canceling weapon shots into other weapons. We're instead canceling the super shotgun's long reload animation into a shield bash to falter, and then we get another SSG. See, it's still kind of like quick swapping. We're canceling the reload animation, just in a different way.
Holy shit, he's kind of good. Yeah, no, that's... Dude, it's everything I ever wanted out of the other people. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna blow the can right open. Like, he's doing the work that I think should be bare minimum. And he's Take me away, Mao, please.
Since your two hands function independently from each other, use the shield toss as an opportunity for a weapon swap. Spike, shield toss, super shotgun, for example. Cancel the super shotgun into a shield bash and get another one, and finish with melee strikes.
You know, you can also just shoot your gun while they're sawed. Okay, very minor thing. At the same time, though. Oh, wait. Did my mouse die? No, I wanted to click it. Gotta get my mouse a new battery. Been reviewing normies for so long, you got flashbanged by someone who actually knows what they're talking about. Yeah, it's kind of insane. Like, I know Mayo's had some spicy takes in the past. Sorry, people. Just get a new battery. All good. But yeah, no. Like he's talking about things and he's good at it. Like he's kind of explained the depth of the game, and I feel like if you're a casual viewer, you would understand. Like so far, like I'm recommending this review. It's just why is there 5 minutes of downtime at the beginning? It definitely hurts.
The shield bash can actually cancel a lot of animations. There's something I'm calling parry bash cancel, or PBC for short, where you can register a parry and immediately bash forward. Commonly you'll see this resulting in a slow motion shield bash, which is kind of trippy.
I don't feel like that's tech. I feel like that's just playing the game. I did this casually too. I actually had strats on Agadons to where, you know, when you parry their attack, they knock you back. And then you wouldn't be able to melee or anything. So what I would do is I would parry, shield bash back in to gain the distance, and then melee. I feel like this is just like, oh, you're shield bashing after you're parrying. It's not necessarily tech. I don't know. Maybe he'll explain a little bit more of the nuance.
But it seems like a good way to keep yourself close to someone who's trying to push you away with a parryable attack.
Oh, hell. Guys, he's thinking my thoughts.
I even discovered an animation cancel for the rocket launcher. If you throw the shield before firing a rocket, if the shield makes contact with a heavy demon and you switch to another gun, it's much faster. Rocket to shotgun normally has 90 frames between firing each weapon. Using a shield toss to cancel it drops it to 60. Who knows what other kind of cool tech there is with weapons and equipment. This
I feel like... Okay, don't get me wrong. I love that there's tech that does that in this game. At the same time, like, from the outside looking in, I could totally see a casual person having, like, how shoddily programmed is this game that if you contact a shield throw, it makes your swap animation 30 frames faster? Like, wouldn't somebody be like, wow, why does that happen? Isn't that buggy? Isn't this game kind of inconsistent? Meanwhile, like, Under the Mayo has the type of brain chemistry as us speedrunners where, like, wait, that's half a second time save. There's also, like, this shield bash tech that you can do where if you shield bash in, you can chain swap speed. Basically have quick swaps between weapons that make DPS very higher. It's like basically Doom Eternal tech. It's only nichely used. I don't think any 100% UN runners use this tech, actually. It's mostly an any percent restricted thing, but it's something that 100% runners should run. It should mind. Their mind would be shattered if they watched Sylar's 20-plus minute video on weapon swap tech. Yeah, and you'd learn so much about a game's niche mechanic than you need to. I personally love Sylar's videos. It's great. I've had so many things clarified by watching a Sylar video.
Doesn't create looping quick swap combos like Eternal, but it's very cool to have these situational high-speed combo moments and animation cancels if you get the inputs right.
Yeah, basically just saying that there's a bunch of depth to it. Like, even if the depth isn't, like, noticed to the casual audience, somebody will figure out this swap tech and, like, use it to their advantage. It's one of the cool things about Doom Eternal. It's about using all these all this niche tech to, like, combine into an awesome run. Because Eternal just has so much niche tech that knowing the niche tech is the run.
Here you can see a quick swap from rocket to impaler. I throw the shield at a cyber demon while firing the rocket, and then I get the quick swap to the impaler for the headshot. And here's a cool swap from rocket to reaver cancelled by shield bash into an up close armor break. This game has really cool tech. I'm not saying this will be the meta for speedrunners or anything, but much like my work in Doom Eternal with full auto, micro...
Not used at all whatsoever, Mayo, but that might have been because we were ignoring you. Unironically. Like, I think this would be useful in runs and locations, just like not many of us thought to route it in.
Wave beam and remote detonation, there appears to be some really fun ways to play this game. And with that, let me shut down the other idea about this game, that it stifles creativity. The idea that the most effective thing to do is just stand there and parry all day. If you want to criticize the power of that option in terms of balance, go right ahead. That's fair. But it's ridiculous to say that it's also the most effective option and there's no reward for creativity. We are right back in the Cacodemon Sticky Bomb nonsense from 2020.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of depth within the parrying system just because you have options about weapons and all that stuff, but I don't know if he's going to get into it, but hey, I'll just let him speak.
I hope seeing this puts some of the worried Doom Eternal players at ease. There's still a lot of fast tech in this game, based on several offensive options across 5 different inputs and some moments of animation canceling. It's not the same, but it's got the same spirit, and I'm totally into it. It might take you a couple playthroughs to fall in love with it and make it feel natural, you gotta find the new muscle memory, but these are fun new mechanics to master.
Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree with him overall. It's just, again, like, when people make the multiple playthrough argument, it's just like, you're asking a lot of somebody to play through the game multiple times. Most people don't do it. By the way, you said that was a bad thing about Ultra Kill? It'd be a while since I said that Ultra Kill critique. I'd have to know exactly the context of both points, but I do remember him saying, like, oh, hey, there's issues with the, using a single weapon and getting through it. But he seems to be implying that, like, the base movements, the base system of combat has so much depth that, like, you can do it with almost any weapon and be fine. I think that's a slightly different point, but maybe tangentially related to what you're saying.
The only thing I genuinely think is missing is the ability to pull out a different weapon when coming out of a shield bash, an execution, and possibly a melee strike. The game is so fast that I think it's awkward to have players getting in this close with these attacks and then forcing them to slowly take out the previous weapon that they no longer want and then wait to slowly put it away and take out another. It can...
You know what? That suggestion would increase the depth, make it a slightly better quality of life when you're attacking things. Yeah, no, I'm down for it. Like, I think that would actually be better than what they currently have in the game.
Can be frustrating. I'm currently trying to work around this by selecting the next weapon I want right before I do something like a shield bash, so it comes out first. But that's a very preemptive way of thinking for a game that is honestly very reaction-based.
Okay, so if you have preemptive thinking in a game that's reaction-based, like, that's bad? I don't know. I feel like that's just a mechanic of it. I do like the swap weapon out of text ideas, but not for the fact that it's like you have to think about it before you do it. I have an issue that it takes too much time to do it. So it'd be nice to do that while doubling up with another action like shield bashing or meleeing. But like so, like, if I could cancel my weapon swap with a shield bash or a melee, I think this wouldn't be an issue. But, like, we just live in a world where, like, you can't do that, you know, before you go in. Carnage, if you do, please message me. I would love to see it.
I personally think it would feel a lot better if I could shoot something like the chain ball, shield bash in, and then come out of the shield bash with my shotgun. I'm not asking for crazy animation cancels to make this game something it isn't, I just think it would eliminate some moments of frustration, and I specify those 3 attacks for a reason. Bash, execution, and possibly melee strike, instead of just generally saying you should be able to buffer a new weapon when using the shield. Because I imagine that even if the developers end up wanting to smooth this out for players, they don't want people suddenly able to fire a weapon, tap shield once, and then switch to another in some Doom Eternal style animation cancel.
It's a basic game design thing of you want there to be a high skill cap in tech in the game, but you don't want it too easily accessible to where it ruins the casual experience. It's like a tightrope you kind of gotta walk in these games.
What's wild is that I've found if you do a from above glory kill animation,
I wish you could change your selected weapon while you have the shield up. Wait! No, okay, I guess, yeah, you can't do that with the shield up. At the same time, like, wouldn't it make sense if you could? I feel... I'm actually gonna write that down. Be able to swap weapons while shields blocking. Unchained in chat. Sure, you're unchained in chat. But that's an interesting concept to explore, because I think that would actually fit the fantasy without removing a lot. It seems weird that you aren't able to do that, honestly. I mean, I guess you can change while blocking, but, like, that will remove your block state. It feels like you should be able to keep fully protected as you swap out your weapons. As if, like, that's why you got the shield up. It's so that you can swap your weapons and be safe during it, you know?
it is possible to buffer a weapon switch. Look, I'm holding the rocket launcher, I press shotgun a couple times, and I actually get it. But it's super inconsistent, and I can't get it to happen after anything else like the shield bash. So the code is there for me to be able to do this. It would just need to be standardized as an official mechanic. Or...
Dude, he's actually mentioning a bug and being like, yeah, this can happen in some scenarios. Make it happen in every scenarios. It would make it holy crud, under the mayo. Weapon buffering on swaps / glory / melees is in-game. Could just be changed to fully implement. Dude, the man took analysis of a bug to be like, yeah, the game would be played better with it because this bug kind of happens. Why not make it full game? What the fuck is a sins? Oh, what? You don't know Johnny? You need to go to a hub of content and then you'd understand. How you doing, Resistance? What's up?
Removed if they don't like it. Anyway, there's a lot of ammo around the maps, and you get ammo back from your series of melee strikes, which recharge over time, like Eternal's Chainsaw. Melee strikes also recharge faster with parries, and you usually have a comfortable amount of ammo at any time. I respect the vision that they have for this game. I think if it had been designed with loads of gun variety as the fun zone, this would be a failure. But it's a different fun zone with guns as a complement to the rest of your arsenal.
Yeah, exactly. People complain that they want quick swapping in this game while not realizing that quick swapping is just built into your normal kit. He's like the first person who's like, yeah, no, people have this perception. This perception is wrong. Here's why. Like, he's doing point and evidence, folks. It's actually kind of good.
I think it is a fair criticism to say
Catch
that
you later,
the default
Simon.
Nightmare preset is too generous with resources. So to the Doom Eternal players out there, to anyone who loves the feeling of running out of ammo if you're using one gun too much, I'm recommending that you lower the resource settings down one more notch to the lowest setting, and you'll feel more pressure to use your melee strike. Melee strike is not only for ammo.
He is accurate. No. I do think that putting the resources on low gives you the more fun zone on the ammo. However, it makes the combat shotgun fucking unusable because you don't get any resources from the armor you get off it. And it kind of makes Juggernaut very much more valuable on the rocket launcher because you can heal like 80 HP by just spamming rockets at your ground after a parry. Like, the resource management actually changes the game meta completely, which, I don't know. If you like it or hate it, that's for you to decide.
Oh, it's also damaging, faltering, exploding, however you want to upgrade it, but I personally enjoyed the additional resource pressure. It made me get used to using melee more when that doesn't exactly come naturally to me in an FPS. The resource slider affects what you get from
Juggernaut.
pickups and
I don't know why I thought Juggernaut. I was thinking of cannibalism. Those two words are in the same part of my brain. Good catch.
and what you get from executions, melee, armor harvesting, and just general resource drops when killing enemies at low health. The lowest setting will make a large...
I think it's because Juggernaut in Call of Duty Zombies was the perk that gave you increased healing, you know, after you get it. So it's the one you always wanted. And that's just somewhere deep in my brain being like, oh, you get health? Juggernaut. Oh, you get health in Doom the Dark Ages? Cannibalism. And the cannibalism comes slightly slower to me. And so freaking just Juggernaut's just like in line ready to take it. Increased max health? Yeah. It's been a while since I played COD, you know?
Large health pack heal you for 10 HP, while the default Nightmare setting will heal you for 15. A shotgun pickup will give you 2 shells compared to the default 3.
Okay, all this should not be mentioned on Nightmare or low resource settings because these are such minute differences to already low consumption gains that they aren't really at all effective. Like, you being on low resource versus, like, 1 pip up from the lowest resource and then grabbing an armor packet has about the same effect. Like,
These differences make an impact on the early game your first time, but as your max values increase, so too does the value of pickups, where you'll be gaining a larger percentage of your total. I liked feeling desperate to heal myself with an execution, or knowing I really need to hit a parry to give myself time to land some melee strikes for ammo. If you're looking for that feeling, it's there. Not to the degree of Eternal, but it's there. This will, however, go out the window once you find the mace in the second half of the game, as it refills all your guns when you use it. So avoid that if you want, but it is admittedly very cool. Eventually just get insanely...
yeah, I guess, like, you didn't have enough to keep your, like, one gun up with the Dread Mace, you know? Melee striking, like, you'd still run out before your, like, your melee charge would reset. But I don't think it like, it's still a little bit of a constraint. I don't know, I feel like that last thing is just exaggeration, but he's kind of correct. Kinda. Just don't agree to the... I don't agree to the degree. That was a hard sentence.
Powerful, and I think that's a valid criticism to have, but by that point I was just entertained by how badass everything was. Secondly, there's the topic of the parry. Okay, in the past I have stated that I don't like games based on parries, so everyone who hates me was rejoicing to see Doom get ruined for me by adding parries.
Wait, I thought this was an actual comment, but no, this is photoshopped as hell. I am so happy this game is everything that you hat, parries, medieval fantasy. First thing I thought about is when I saw the reveal was you! Exclamation point. You're going to hate this. It makes me so happy that id Software is finally ignoring you and all you Doom Eternal weebs. You are also gay. Spitting facts.
But really, I'm not anti-parry. Just last year I enjoyed Space Marine 2, which emphasizes parrying. I loved the remake of Resident Evil 4 and even played on Professional, where the parry window is razor thin, and it was great. I enjoy using parries in God of War, old and new. I even started using the parry now and then in Sifu. I also enjoy the parry mechanic in Fight and Rage and Final Vendetta. There you go, 6...
They say I don't like parries. Here's all the games I like parries. I mean, I guess, yeah, if that's your contention. But at the same time, like, why?
games with parries. I'm not anti-parry, I just don't go looking for games built around parries, and Sekiro's focus on learning a bunch of specific enemy attack patterns to parry all of them wearing down an enemy's structure just isn't my idea of fun. I'm sorry. It's a great game, I know that, it's just not for me. So I was not excited to see a parry emphasized this much in a new Doom game, but I've been open-minded about it, and I think the parry in the Dark Ages feels amazing. It's really not that hard to do, there aren't dozens of intricate attack patterns to learn, it's powerful, it's satisfying.
There are so many attack patterns to learn in this game. I'm sorry, I just don't know. Like, huh? Like, basically every attack from every enemy has a specific timing that you need to learn in response to a telegraph. Like, sure, some of them are intuitive. Oh, don't know why this pinky is clipping in front of this, column that is definitely in front of the pinky. But hey.
It feels like the new—
Oh, no, that was just a weird structure of the column. Okay, I thought that was a weird visual glitch. All good. Expedition 33 was awesome, by the way. Parrying so satisfying. Haven't played it. Everyone recommends it, though, that I've come across. It's just I'm not a big JRPG fan.
New God of War parry, which I learned to like a lot in Ragnarok's boss fights. I'm gonna bring up God of War a lot because there's a lot of similarities. But on the topic of difficulty and balance, this is a tough one to get right for everyone. I'm surprised the parry slider isn't lower than the center for Nightmare, and if you want to lower it, you can, but there—
Yeah, they should have definitely decreased this on Nightmare. Like, I think 2 pips is about good for the Nightmare experience. 1 pip if you want to, steamroll the entire game and then get very pissed at Ozrock.
Is a harsher spam protection that can mess up your ability to block in general.
Well, I try out Silent Hill F. I had no idea that game, what it is. Silent Hill has a new game? Cool. Probably not playing it.
So I don't really recommend it. Don't try to spam parry, go for single tap only. If you don't—
you can get away with spamming parry so much in this game. They say, yeah, you should because it's more fun to, like, not spam parry. But this game, you can spam parry and, like, you'd be good in 99% of scenarios.
Like the green color for parry attacks, or you have vision issues, you can customize the color in the accessibility options. Make them purple, blue, yellow, even make them so red that they're nearly indistinguishable from regular attacks. Go nuts. So yes, we have to judge this game's balance based on the preset difficulties. I agree that it's not up to the player to make a game challenging. And by that standard, I'd give it a B-.
Say that you have to judge it by the preset difficulties? No, you don't. You could totally judge the game based on 150% game speed. That's valid. You can make a video on that. That's cool. But, like, no, I think there should be some, like, extrapolation or at least relating to higher, like, settings, or else, like, you're not kind of critiquing the whole game. You're kind of only critiquing this whole subset. Like, imagine if someone critiqued Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, but only focused on the multiplayer. You'd think their review would be a little bit lacking, wouldn't it? Kind of like the same thing with the slider settings. Like, yeah, I feel like slider settings are like, you're not talking about the whole game if you're not talking about, like, increased settings or decreased settings or some mix of the two. You can? Yeah, Wolf Tamer. What I'm saying is, like, you probably should because it is, like, what most players do. But it's like, I guess I might just disagree with the language of you have to, or he has to. I think a good critique of this game would include, like, you know, analysis of sliders in various cases. You were spamming parry of the slider on 2 pips and it was mostly fine all the time? Yeah, no, that's how it works. Like, no, you can't spam parry in this game.
I played half the 22-level campaign on the default settings, and the other half with the resources set to low. But this is a game where they're advertising the option of sliders, so they see that as part of the fun. So I say go with it. They knew the hardcore Doom players were simply too good now to be satisfied by Nightmare, and that sliders were how they could make us sweaty keyboard warriors happy. And it was also a way to pull back in some other players who felt alienated by how demanding and quick input heavy Eternal was. It's a win-win. If there's a way to make the game more challenging and fun for you, do it. It's better than the option not being there at all and
Based. Holy dude.
having to mod it, in my opinion. The other...
That's not even in my opinion. That's just factually accurate. Like, come on. This... G-Man said there are 7 or 8 mech and dragon sections in the game. You can be confident about that. If someone's allowed to be uncertain about definitive facts in the game, you can be confident about undefinitive facts of real life. Just saying. He's doing, in my opinion, or else his hater will get mad. Yeah, I get the vibe of that. That, in my opinion, is just there to shield from criticism. Everything he said before that sentence was fucking true. Down to a T. And it's just like, yeah, you don't have the balls to stand by it. I'm sorry, dude. But, like, that's not in my opinion. That's just factually accurate. Like, yeah, no, this game appeals to both challenge players and people who need some help playing with some of the basic mechanics. Like, it's appealing to both. Like, that's just true, dude. You don't need to say in my opinion. That's just how it works. TBF, Mayo has a lot of haters. He started this whole video with a 1-minute prelude saying that, hey, if you're my hater, at least come into this video with an open mind, so. I think I know that. Just a little.
Major determining factor in difficulty is the life sigils, extra lives found in exploration. They're a big improvement over Doom Eternal, where you could hoard them and they'd automatically trigger on death. Now you can only hold 3, and you can choose to use them or reload checkpoint. Fantastic change. I tried not to use them because I'm looking for a pure challenge. I only used them if I died after a series of rooms and I didn't want to repeat something. Life Sigils is also where one of the game's annoying menu issues appears, where you can't just click something. If you just try to click and hold, it doesn't register. Super annoying.
Okay, input issues? Yeah, okay. Fixed by a double click, non-issue. Can we talk about the pace break of, like, instantly, as soon as you die, this menu comes up, and it's just like a, hey, did you know you suck? Press this button to continue sucking, or maybe revive right now, like it never happened. Come on, dude. Like, I don't know. I kind of preferred Eternal system, but I know I'm in the hot take department on this. Yeah, exactly, Unchained, except it was just designed to where, if you modified those values, it would be, the game would make sense more than some of the bugginess in Eternal. Like, if you turned AI speed up to 2, like, you'd get a lot of bugs that wouldn't make sense. This game was designed with that when you modified those things, it would make somewhat sense, or at least be playable. So, there's value in that.
Easy to fix, I imagine. It applies to everything in the game menu. If they fix this soon, I'll clip it from the video. You'll probably notice that life sigil prompts are pretty disorienting. I don't know if that's the word for this. When you die, you get this prompt, but it actually appears before you receive the killing.
Yeah, is it before? Okay, it feels like at the frame you die, specifically.
Blow, so you don't see yourself die and then get the prompt. The game often doesn't let you realize what killed you. It just interrupts you and says, hey, you're dead, you want to use a life sigil? And you're like, what the fuck, I died? How? You have to click no to let the scene continue and actually see what hit you. It's...
Okay, when you let the scene continue to see what hits you, I'm almost certain that doesn't help in distinguishing. Like, look at this. Like, you got slashed by the tyrant. The sword is over here. Like, there's a little bit of an after effect. Like, did you get hit? No, the sword's over here. It's out. Oh, I don't know if I took damage. You have all these doubts in these scenes, and usually after effects, like, you just have so limited POV that you can't make out anything.
Really awkward. In another God of War comparison, you know how you see Kratos die first, and then it asks if you want to use a resurrection stone? That's how you'd think this would be here, but it's not. It's just this sudden jolt that doesn't let you feel or understand the killing blow and mentally register the mistake. You're more shocked by the prompt than you are actually getting hit. To conclude this long section...
I like that phrasing. 23:41. Let me rewind it and hit that play.
Shocked by the prompt than you are...
You get more shocked by the prompt. I think that is a very good way of phrasing, like, the issue of life sigils, so that, like, it feels so disconnected because it takes a critical moment where you should just fall over dead and just, like, pauses it, completely breaks the pace. Set max life sigils to 0. I don't think that was an option at the time of this review. So he's talking about as if that isn't a game, which you can turn it off, which is good now. Thank goodness.
Actually getting hit. To conclude this long section about difficulty, I will mention something here that might become irrelevant if the devs decide to change it, and that's the brink of death protection. I don't want to get into every issue and...
They changed it, Mayo. They fucking changed it. They changed it, like, once very big, and it actually kind of made the game a little bit hellish.
Opinion that was reported and could possibly be changed, but this is one I need to talk about because it affects everyone. You know how in Doom 2016 you could just get one-shot by an imp fireball and go all the way from 75 health to 0? It was ridiculous. Doom Eternal added death protection, where if a hit would kill you, it puts you at an emergency 5 HP and gives you a couple seconds to find a way to heal yourself. If you don't act fast, you'll die. This allowed them to ramp up the enemy aggression because you wouldn't just randomly die from a cheap shot.
I do like this. It keeps the flow of aggression versus aggression very nicely. It also being a leeway of, like, you don't have to be perfect to, like, fight. You just have to be good enough to trigger one-hit protection, which allows for a lot more wiggle room in aggressiveness than you would think. Like, I remember in Eternal, we would have specific strats in arenas or specific playstyles where if we knew we got one hit, it's like, oh, we'd be fine. We have one-hit protection. That's cool. We could go in anyways and still do all this hot girl shit on this Arachnotron or whatever. Like, one-hit protection was like an actual skill in Eternal of knowing when it was valid, knowing when it was back online, and knowing that with one-hit protection, how aggressive can you play. Actually, it's weird, like, how much depth you can get out of one-hit protection in Doom Eternal. It's probably one of the best systems in gaming around that. Like, how to put it? Not, okay, by best system, I mean best implemented one-hit protection I've seen.
The Dark Ages has Doom Eternal's death protection. A heavy hit will take you down to a 5 HP buffer, but there is no window of invulnerability to recover from the situation. Meaning if two things are about to hit you, the first one can put you at 5 HP and the second just kills you.
And this was a thing with Doom Eternal 2. People would think the Gargoyle had an attack to where it would do 3 attacks in a row. The first hit would get you out of one-hit protection. Second hit would kill you. Or, if the first hit didn't get it, the first hit would get you low enough, second hit, one-hit protection, third hit, kill. Gargoyle was a guaranteed kill if it ever melee attacked you. Like, this has been an issue for, like, in Eternal, too. I guess now it's just more likely to happen from 2 different enemies rather than one hitting you back-to-back, you know?
It's like there was no death protection at all. You go from 100 HP and 25 armor to dead in a tenth of a second. No exaggeration. If you look closely at Eternal, you'll see that it too does not have an invulnerability window after entering death protection. But it's far less common to be hit with 2 killing blows this close to each other, so you're able to recover if you know what you're doing. You're not just locked into dying like you are here.
Okay, I hate to be this guy, but, like, isn't it your fault that you put yourself into a situation to where an imp could attack you in melee while a tyrant with spikes out? Like, didn't you kind of bring this situation on yourself? Like, yeah, it might be punishing that you got hit through one-hit protection, but also you made an improper play by, like, letting a tyrant do range attack damage at you as you're fighting an imp. Like, I understand what he means is that it's punishing, so that one-hit protection doesn't, like, do its intended function, but at the same time, like, this is kind of a skill issue argument. In Eternal, you also had a million ways to get out of the situation, though, since you had more movement options. Oh, wait, I think that gives a little bit more credence to your point. You're right. Yeah. I still think this boils down to, like, well, you could just, like, not fight, like, an imp and a tyrant in the same area, like, to where you could get damage from both, but, like, hey.
I'm not saying they're going to change this, and I'm not mentioning it in this video as a way to put pressure on them to do so. I've reported it to them. They know.
They made it actually less forgiving. I think Mayo is arguing for more forgiveness in this take, so they actually changed it in the opposite direction. That's kind of funny.
How I feel about it, but this is one of the cases where I feel a responsibility to inform everyone about this, because I'm certain there will be a lot of people thinking, how did I just die there? This is how. There's no death.
They actually thought situations of how did people just live there? And that's the philosophy they took for their changes, but hey.
Protection invincibility buffer, so you're getting melted. This has been my experience, and it's been the experience of other reviewers, whether they realized it or not. It might stay like this, it might change. If it changes, I'll cut out this entire section. But if it doesn't change,
Mayo, you gotta keep including this. You gotta stop including these parts of your review or say, I'll cut this out if it's different, because it is different. In fact, they changed it to be opposite of what you said in this video's. Like, you can't cut out, like, retrospective criticism of how they made the one-hit protection harder. Like, you can cut it out if they made it easier, but not if hard. Like, what are you doing, dude?
Don't want people having no idea why they're dying in these situations. And
people have less ideas now. I'm sorry.
Nightmare players need to know this is a thing.
No, wait, they added that killed by X in the life sigil menu, which is wrong 90% of the time.
I got you, my boys. Executions and faltering. We all know about the change from synced animation glory kills to free moving executions. I've been open to seeing how this was going to feel, though I really like all the detailed gruesome kills of the other Dooms. However, I was actually surprised at how little I missed glory kills when playing the Dark Ages.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be real, the gameplay loop just feels so much better. It feels like I'm going from demon to demon in, like, my own path, rather than, like, I'm playing this animation, and then going to this demon to play this animation. It feels more like I'm just doing my stuff, and people are dying around me without me expending, like, a limb of energy. Much prefer that feeling. I think it definitely fits Doom quite well. But people hate glory kills, so, Mayo, why do people hate glory kills?
Because it's a different flow. The execution system just works better here. The real positive is that being able to turn, look around, and move while doing these executions allows you to plan your next move better and react to incoming danger.
Hi, I like how good at the game you are, especially Doom 2016. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you, Dune Master. I appreciate how good I am at the game, too.
Further increasing the speed of gameplay. And I love the change that makes fodder demons non-executable. Gone are the days of softening up zombies to farm HP from glory kills in a pinch. Fodder enemies now only drop health if you kill them when you're close to dying. Shoot a rocket at a group or...
They now only do... Like, no, they did that through Doom Eternal. Like, dude, 2016 and Doom Eternal had this exact same system. They now do... No, they always did this. Mayo! Mayo! I understand what you mean, but your phrasing makes it seem like a lie. Like,
throw the shield saw and watch the HP fly to you. It's a fresh take on the new Doom formula.
It's been a part of Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. Always kills at low health, refill your HP. Why are you... You have to specify, like, how it's significantly different, or else I'm off board, dude. I'm sorry.
Now, only imps, heavy demons, and super heavy demons are executable, and that's where you get a big health refill from a single enemy.
Keyword only? Only's doing a fuck ton of work there, Wolf Tamer. I'm not gonna lie. It is like powerlifting, that sentence. Holding it up. If that word only ever had a fault in its clarity, in its self-awareness, in its will to live, that argument falls flat. Like... Yeah.
Get some initial iframes so you can use them to avoid an incoming attack. Melee attacks are not invincible, but executions are for a bit. But there is currently an issue with input buffering that I hope to see addressed. Again, this is something...
He actually brings in the fact that during glory kills, during glory strikes, like, you get iframes, which that is a good bit of depth that I use when I do my runs, so good on him.
That affects everyone, so I need to mention it. If it isn't addressed, there is a way to play around it. I want you to see how if I triple tap melee, I get the execution and then a melee strike comes out automatically after. The game is holding on to these inputs for too long, and it causes you to do things you don't want to do. If this is happening to you, you gotta learn to be exact with your inputs. Hit.
Yeah. Okay, I guess that he isn't really addressing this as a flaw, but I don't think it's necessarily a flaw that this game is like this either, where it's just like, oh, no, you just need to press each input with purpose, and if you overpress, you're punished. I think this game strikes a fine balance with that, but it's definitely on the, how do I put it? It's more on the punishing side. I definitely agree there.
The button once and only once per action. If they don't change this, it's all you can do. For executions, the purple circle tells you how long an enemy has until it comes out of the dazed state, and this dazed state has a different duration depending on the difficulty setting. If you don't like the circles and you don't like the purple enemy highlight, you can turn them off in the settings. Executions look a little funky sometimes.
Okay, I know the slider system, I defend and bat for it. However, I think there is a genuine argument of being like, oh, you don't like the game? Well, you could just adjust the setting for it. It's like, how am I supposed to know what settings I'm supposed to adjust to have my best game experience? It's pretty hard to do that. Kind of like, do I know if these icons are better for me? Do I not know if they are? Like, the only way to really learn is by putting them on and off. And I feel like those are such different experiences that's just like I don't know. I feel like most people get like decision anxiety and will just go with the default, or, you know, in most cases, not even touch them. 80% slow motion is perfect for you. 0% for me. I just like fast pace though. Input buffer is an issue with time dilation. It'd be willing to set the buffer because of the slow-mo. Like, at the end of the day, dude, just, like, press each melee button the exact number of times you want to, and, like, you wouldn't have it. Like, that's a skill issue. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just, like, I feel like that's a very tricky argument to get on, because I feel like it falls in the skill department. Of, like, that's just how the game is. You have to work around the game. That's kind of the skill, is knowing not to spam melee. Is that you need to be exact and precise with when you hit melee inputs. That... I don't think that's a flaw, because I think someone could prop that same fact up as praise. Like, I think that, like, you know, being intentional with your inputs is definitely something that could be praiseworthy in games. Like, so what I'm saying is, like, that's just such a... There's not enough to say if that's good or bad based on that mechanic alone. I feel like you kind of need something more. You need a different system or something to input into that and then decide whether it's good or bad. Just based on if it's punishing or not from your input is like... I feel like both situations are well. Decision anxiety is what I get from considering if I want to platinum a game. I'm not a big 100%er, but I imagine it must be that way. I'm same way, Sleepy Killer. Same way.
If you kick and spin around, it's goofy as fuck, but who doesn't get a kick out of a little jank? Since these are not synced animations, it is possible to actually have your execution blocked by another enemy, which sucks, but it only happened to me maybe twice in 30 hours. If you do a from above execution, or sometimes from a shield bash locking on from a distance, you can get a shield saw glory kill, which is awesome. But I wish we had a few more unique special instance glory kills. It's still my hope that they'll add a few more later. There is unfortunately...
I don't know. I think the amount of glory kills in the game are fine. Like, Not... If there's a bit more, like, I genuinely don't think that would affect my enjoyment. I think it'd be neutral.
No menu option to reduce the slow motion effect on executions, melee, and parry, which means you'll regularly enter these long periods where you string these things together and the game slows down over and over. It's a cool effect, and the game is crazy enough to where there's real value in being able to plan your next move during that extended time, but it gets pretty repetitive, and I expect a good number of people will want to see a way to adjust it.
Yeah. I think the slow-mo usage was the biggest flaw, but now they added a slow-mo slider, which, yeah, I don't know what the biggest flaw of the game is after that. Glory kills are mid. You know what? People will hate you, but I think you're correct.
Will that option come? I don't know, it's still early. I can live without it, but it would be nice to have. Now let's talk about faltering. If you know Doom Eternal well, you'll know that the faltering system was the most interesting mechanic in the game. An enemy stopping impact caused by a blood punch, a grenade, landing a high damage hit, breaking a weak point, a microwave beam explosion, a remote detonation rocket. If you mastered the rules of it, you dominated the demons in style. But a lot of people didn't really notice it or figure it out if they were playing casually. It took serious work to understand what was going on. I did a whole video breakdown of this mechanic.
It took so much work to understand what was going on. Like, I don't know, like... I don't think it took so much work. Like, I think the falter mechanic in Eternal is quite self-evident, but then again, I'm also a turbo nerd with over 2,000 hours, so, maybe I'm just built different, but like, yeah, no, it's like if demons take a lot of damage, they get falter. If falter specific action happens, they get faltered. Like, yeah, I think the biggest case of falter and how it's important, and definitely if you want to learn faltering, pay attention to your grenade usage, because grenades are guaranteed falters. And once you realize, like, hey, my grenade can falter and the demon does this, you notice when other demons falter. You know, when, like, combined with any other action. And then it's like, you realize, oh, it's weak points, oh, it's explosions, oh, it's remote det, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't know. It's like I feel like maybe faltering system might be depthful, but it's like, maybe just, like, just beneath the skin, like, that's, like, just past the casual experience. Like, I don't know. I think Eternal does a good job of intuitively getting you to understand the mechanic. I think that's kind of the beauty of Eternal, is that these falter things, like, when you learn about them, it's like, oh, no, yeah, no, that makes sense with what I know. Like, it's that fundamental a feature. And, like, it seems like it follows from everything that Doom Eternal does. What I think about the Maccabees changes, thank God they reverted most of them.
Apparently, id Software knew the faltering system was where the real meat of the combat lies, so they've pushed it into the foreground this time. Several options specifically mention enemy faltering as a benefit, and they've visually signaled a falter state with these yellow rings. Now,
okay, if Doom Eternal had those ring falter systems for when things got faltered, I think people would understand the game a bit more, and they would understand the falters. Maybe it's just because I have so much intuitive feel over playing the game that, like, it kind of makes sense to me, but people, like, because there isn't anything special, it's just, like, an animation, they don't think anything special is happening. I guess that's a trap, which I kind of like the icons more. It makes that mechanic more easily accessible into, like, the casual person taking advantage of the falter. Meanwhile, in Eternal, it seemed like that barely happened because, like, when did you know there was faltering? They just entered a weird animation. I don't know, dude. But then people would complain that they did with the Marauder / Hammer stars. I liked the stars. I think they were a good visual indicator of when something was stunned. I'm actually a defender of that decision. I like it. Like, some people may think it's goofy, true, but it helps you visually identify at a glance what state the Marauder is in, which I hella appreciate way more than just memorizing all its animations. Like, don't get me wrong, I have both memorized, but, like, the stars over the head make it a little easier.
Everyone is going to know when they're faltering enemies and how they're doing it. If you don't need the circles, turn them off like the dazed highlight. I'm just glad they're there by default because knowing about the faltering system is super important. Exploding plasma shields will falter surrounding enemies. Explosive barrels will falter. Shield bash will falter heavy demons, but not falter a mancubus or anything larger, demonstrating the existence of soft and hard falter states from Doom Eternal. Parries will falter almost every enemy except for a few that have multi-attacks like whiplashes and Agadon hunters. Melee strikes will falter imps, but
Okay, I just dislike how he said that, like, yeah, you can't falter enemies like Agadon hunters and whiplashes, and then shows the tyrant in the background. Like, you couldn't have just said tyrant, or you couldn't have showed an Agadon hunter like during the footage. Like, you could do either or, dude. You didn't have to do like the part that like contradicted your sentence. But hey, cool, dude. Dune Master, thank you so much for the. Hold on, I have to go to Twitch for the Prime. Hell yeah, dude. Much appreciated. Glad. Welcome to the Rub-a-Dub Sub Club, Tub. Hope you enjoy your stay, bub.
they will not falter heavy demons. But the final kick of the third strike will falter even a super heavy demon once you upgrade it. You can strategically time this by parrying to falter, doing 2 punches in the stun window, shooting a gun, and then triggering the kick to re-falter an enemy and set up more damage.
There is a lot of depth with the falter system. He's not lying here. I think this is a little bit too autism on it. Like, this amount of depth is never required in a combat encounter to be effective or at even peak effectiveness. But, like, he is right. It does exist.
Instead of waiting to parry. You can use melee on other enemies and then run up to a super heavy and falter him with the kick. I think when people just look at gameplay footage, they assume melee strikes are just mashing punches and kicks. But there's actually strategy behind it once you start targeting the kick on specific enemies.
Yeah, the input buffering of this game, I think, does make to why the combo system works so well. So that's why I have an issue with touching it. Or, excuse me, why I have an issue with touching the input buffer is because the fact that you can melee chain between several enemies to put a specific attack on a specific enemy when you want to actually is kind of such a great idea. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's a little bit flawed in execution because it's not obvious nor, like, the best to do that in a combat scenario, but I love that it's there. So, yeah, I guess, I don't know if input buffering would change that. I assume it would, because how to put it, everything's interlinked in these games.
Learn your falters, it's key. If you're bored by parrying a guy and just shooting, it's because you don't know how to use falters yet. As for enemy weaknesses...
I guess it depends on the enemy. Like, the Barons there, like, those are primarily falter, like, by parries. But at the same time, like, yeah, you could change it up if you're smart. I guess that's the cool thing of, like, I don't agree with his strategies, but I do recognize there are situations in which his strategies are viable. Which, like, it's better than never being true. That fucking G-Man did, like, 3 times over.
Doom Eternal's weak point system is essentially here, but changed. There are plenty of enemy-specific weaknesses. Shield guys and plasma, or shield toss. Overheated armor and shield toss. Shield bash is how you want to lock down a revenant. Shield bash will kill a stone imp. And while you can't specifically target and break enemy weapons at a distance, you can now delimb them. Knock off a Hell Knight's arms or a Mancubus's arms and reduce them to pathetic levels.
Get fucked.
Weapons. Almost every gun in the game is awesome. Maybe every gun is. It could be that in 6 months everyone is talking about how something is actually good. That happened last time. But for the moment, the only gun I don't care for is the Shredder. When we are...
It's the combat shotgun, but he's not far off. Do you like the change to the first level of Dark Ages? Just being able to set up the barrels quickly, then encounter and killing the 3 imps nearly instantly? No, I think the first level is like the least egregious of changes. Those barrel setups were never useful through the speedruns. I more just, don't like, the combat changes they made throughout Update 2. I think, a few of the combats are worse than what they were beforehand. He ends up loving the Shredder later. Oh, is this just like... he put out this video before he understood the Shredder's usefulness and, like, he come to regret it. That's kind of funny. People diss on the Shredder on release. I did too. And then I found out its combat utility later and ended up growing on it. Like, it's a sleeper of, like, you think it's just shit because it's the assault rifle. But, like, no. There's some good uses of it.
Already have 2 fully automatic weapons in the plasma rifle and the skull crusher, a dinky little machine gun struggles to find its place. You definitely want to use the alt version, the Impaler.
Yeah, unless there's a bunch of enemies around a big single target enemy that, like, you know, that's a heavy demon or something. And then, like, it actually is pretty good. What's the combat utility? Yeah, it's just very good at dealing with lots of enemies in a condensed area. That's the main thing. The Impaler's just good high single target damage, but Ricochet, Pincushion, both good options for dealing with a bunch of small enemies when there's, like, big enemies.
A high-powered rail spike that's devastating as a headshot. Weapons don't have alt-fire modes in addition to base fire anymore. There are simply 2 versions of each weapon. Slot 1 shares the
Actually, technically the weapon mod for each weapon is the shield. Because if you block, that's like your alternate fire. It's like just blocking. So everything is just conduced to the single fire. Oh, in case you were wondering, folks, I'm not lying. Like, literally in the game code, the shield is not coded as a standalone weapon. The shield is actually just a complex weapon mod to whatever gun you're swapping. So, if you were... The reason why you can't parry while swapping is because it is legitimately swapping weapons in the game. And the shield with the combat shotgun and the shield with the pulverizer are technically 2 different weapons. Or, excuse me, more accurately, 2 different mods for the weapon on the right side. So that shield with the Skull Crusher is not the same shield with the combat shotgun, which is why you couldn't parry. So yeah, weapons are now just left click because the shield takes the place. Like, that's just how it works literally in the game code.
Combat shotgun and the SSG. Slot 2 is the Shredder or the Impaler. Pick what you want. And from there, you will upgrade them and even choose between different upgrades.
That's not a good way to code things. Hey, talk to id Software about that. That ain't my job.
Per weapon to customize your experience. Do you want the rocket launcher to do more splash damage? Or do you want to gain a high-powered rocket after you parry? Do you want the Impaler to slow down time? Or do you want access to the supercharge round? And you can switch between these options right there in the upgrade menu. They're called dual tier upgrades. You don't have to choose anything permanent.
Actually, they're called dual upgrade tiers. Thank you, Maya. Yeah, I mean, like, they did that way because it was the best way to adapt Eternal's weapon system to what they were currently was. Like, a lot of the mechanics in Dark Ages are literally lifted from Doom Eternal mechanics. Like, one-hit protection on release, the exact same one-hit protection that was in Doom Eternal. They changed it afterwards, but, you know, like, they reused a bunch, so they just took the weapon mod system from Eternal, flavored it differently, but it was still the same way under the hood. Catch you later, Registal. Have a good one, dude. Oh, yeah, Wastelander, of course. Yeah, we only have restrictions on the sliders in the difficulty settings. If it's not a difficulty setting slider, go ahead. Really? I did not know about any of the Apex split arm stuff unhinged. That's the first time hearing about it. That seemed like it'd be interesting to know, though, because I used to watch competitive Apex for a bit. It's just no one talked about that.
Very cool evolution of the upgrade systems we've seen in the other Doom games. The Skull Crusher gains the ability to fire super fast, and then upgrade it to recharge that super speed by using melee. If I could change one thing about this upgrade system, it would be, again, referencing God of War, in Ragnarok you could disable any skill you purchase. I think it would be awesome to power down your weapons.
Yeah, okay, this is the challenge runner in me speaking, but I would love if I did not have to have any shield runes when I played the game. If I could just disable shield runes. If I could go back on upgrades, just be like, yeah, make it hard for myself. That'd be cool. This would be perfect. I wish there was something like that. We won't get it, but Mayo's based. Yeah, no, I agree. Wastelander, we got a runner right now who can get pretty equivalent times on both, so it's hard to say. I don't know. I think the no slow-mo patch is theoretically better because, like, there's no slow-mo, but It's really going to be faster with all the changes like Infinite BFC and Berserk with less spread and Skull Gun's damaged Earth. Yeah, no, it's seeming to even out to be approximately even. That's kind of the weird thing, Wolf Tamer. It's just there's not a lot of people running right now. There's Umbra, and then I think there's one other runner. I'm pretty sure Decisive's doing runs from now again, but I haven't seen a stream from him in a while.
Power down your shield and runes if you want to, or maybe if you simply don't like the upgrade you purchased. The new chain ball gun is a superstar. Instant charge shot after a parry, upgrade to break armor, great range. You're gonna wreck things with it. It's not my favorite to use, but I think it'll be popular. This is definitely
Is really good. Do highly recommend. Think the charge on parry, overrated as hell.
one of my favorite rocket launchers of all time. It's really powerful, lots of self-damage, so you have to be careful, and that parry charge rocket is so nice. Nearly every weapon is
I think the empowered shots is actually better, but like, I guess if you're parrying a lot, not bad, but hey.
Is of limited range. You'll see here I can't hit the exploding barrels with the impaler or the plasma rifle. Only a slow-moving rocket will make it that far. They are definitely getting you to play closer to the action, and I approve.
I think there's ways to do that to where you don't get like the oh, my rocket moved 40 feet beyond my view box. Now it's just gone. It literally went nowhere. There's no impact from this rocket at all on the map. Like, come on. In real life, rockets don't despawn. Like, you can do this by, like, having damage fall off and being like, hey, if you're outside this range, it decreases the damage. The rockets do, like, very little or something. And, like, that's a way of balancing it. That's just, like, doesn't literally delete the projectile from the map or so seemingly. Like, eh.
The new BFG is the BFC, a crossbow that's quite cool, and since I'm a badass, I mostly didn't use it, except for when I see two super heavy demons together empowered, and I say, fuck that. On repeat playthroughs, I'm checking.
That visual example was not them empowered, but whatever, Mayo. I totally get it. It's just like, yeah, it's the unfun button. You press the BFC when you don't want to, when you think you're going to have not fun playing this encounter. Good game design, by the way.
Out more weapon strategies and build experimentation available, there has never been a Doom more deserving of a new Game Plus mode, because there's great weapon synergy to discover.
Yeah, people in the chat saying that Master Campaign was kind of talked about by Hugo or something, and yeah, New Game Plus, like, with a Master Campaign, with, like, upgraded demons to fight and whatnot, hell yeah, that'd be perfect for this game. I think that's a great way to add longevity to it. In a way that, like, doesn't get a bunch of commenters pissed off.
Seriously, when all these systems work together, the game is goddamn brilliant sometimes.
They need to add purple goo in the Master Campaign? Yes, I agree. Hugo, where is the purple goo? We've been asking for it this entire time. Thank you.
Real quick, there is no sponsor here, but I want to pitch a few of my own favorite videos. How the Ghost in the Shell remake stole the script of RoboCop. My top 25 favorite classic
Yeah, sure, dude. Advertise yourself. Cool. Top 25 Resident Evil camera angles. That feels like some Watch Mojo shit, but hey, if it gets you off, dude.
Resident Evil camera angles, how Mortal Kombat changed my life, my competitive history with the series. I also just did 2 massive reviews of Season 1 and 2 of The Twilight Zone. Links are in the video description. Melee and runes.
What's up, Hunter? Yeah, I mean, that's how it works. Where's the purple goo in the sky? Yeah, no, we literally directly asked Hugo that, Declan. I think in response to that, it was like, come on, we're trying to make the game casual friendly, but not that casual.
For half the game, you'll have 2 melee options, gauntlets and flail. I went flail the first time because I liked the range, and the upgrades that make enemies pop and drop armor was too good to pass up. But now I'm running the gauntlets with the shock upgrade because shock puts them in a state where they take more damage from anything, works great with high-powered weapons, and that hard falter kick is amazing for dominating super heavies. The shield runes are the real game changers though. The shield itself has a straight upgrade path of making it hit more fodder enemies in a single toss, bouncing through blue shield guys, sticking in a heavy demon for longer, but the shield runes you find will actually apply huge effects to your parries, send out a hard faltering shockwave, lightning stun everyone around you, and my favorite, the auto turret that shoots where you're aiming. And
his favorite's the auto turret. This was an early review. This was like what, day 1, day 2, something like that. Didn't know. Dude didn't know.
All these can be upgraded to do more damage, generate health, all kinds of stuff. Pick the one that suits you and go to town. I wish we had a way to cycle between runes in real time. I hope the PC modders can do this. I want a button to go to the next rune. I think that would allow for some crazy creative playstyles, like Devil May Cry and Dante being able to switch styles mid-combat. It just allows for so much expressiveness. My dream is to see this become an actual thing in-game. We need to talk.
Yeah, Hugo said he was working on quick swap for melee mechanics, but I'm not sure quick swap for runes. That would be that'd be something. Yeah.
More about the shield because it's fundamental to the experience, but let's take a detour into world and exploration. I'm not known for a love of medieval fantasy in video games. Castles, dragons, knights on their horses, skeleton guys, and sorcerers. It's not my thing. I'm more of a science fiction guy. But that's why this setting mostly works for me, because this isn't just medieval fantasy, it's medieval sci-fi. Sure, there's plenty of running around open forest.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, it's your taste of what you find enjoyable in the world building. Like, okay, cool. Like, if you like some more set... This section has 10 minutes. Okay, we'll power through. I just don't know what to say. It's like, if medieval's your jam, you'll like it. If you like sci-fi, you'll like it. Like, yeah, like, of course.
And villages, so much that I feel like I'm back in the new God of War games. But we also have giant spaceships and lasers, crazy other worlds, futuristic tech, and cybernetic demons. I'm into it. Not as much as the locations of 2016 and Eternal, but a lot of the locations in the Dark Ages are cool. I did get a little tired of all the levels out in nature, but I was happy to see where the game went, as the hell levels look great, and the cosmic realm is truly something special.
Last 2 minutes have been game look pretty.
Upon replay, I didn't mind the medieval forest levels nearly as much because of how fast I was flying around. If you were excited by the idea of me being miserable because of this game's setting, I'm sorry to disappoint you, baby. Artistically, the game is gorgeous, that's no surprise, and the titans in the background add life to this video game war zone. How awesome is it to see this happening in real time? To see
I do think it's fucking goofy when they just, like, see the fist go into them and don't think, like, oh, what can I do about this? Oh, I guess I'll get hit. But, like, in the back, it's just cool that they're there.
Titans send an Atlan mech crashing through a bridge right in front of you. Most of these scenes are very cool, but sometimes things aren't quite so awesome. When you see it's just a Titan stuck in an animation loop, kinda breaks the immersion.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, Mayo. They're all animation loops. All of them. It's just this one you see. I don't know.
For the first time in Doom, we have largely destructible environments.
Which isn't utilized at all outside of, like, the Vakery Champion boss fight, but hey.
Break boxes, vases, shacks, whatever. It's really cool. It enhances the immersion of combat. The maps are huge, some much more than others, but it's not an open world game. You're not finding people to give you side quests. What a nightmare that would be. Instead, you have missions to take out cannons, or hit switches, or close portals, and you can approach them in the order you choose as you go around exploring for secrets. Imagine the Foundry level from 2016, but stretched across a map 10 times as big.
I mean, with Doom 2016's Foundry, that map was also vertical as well as horizontal in terms of open world exploration. These are clearly horizontal. Which just like it just means that it takes longer to get to places. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan, but like, I do think the open levels are like the best levels in the game.
And more than once. I'll be honest and say I think the maps can feel too big sometimes. It will be a point of contention for people who prefer the more straightforward approach of the last two Dooms, and the Siege level really started to wear me down after a while. But I guess it's also on me for wanting to explore as much as I could. Is the map too big, or am I making it last too long by spending too much time here? I got to the point where I just didn't want to be in the level anymore. But I need those weapon upgrades, man. I can't leave yet. At least the map tells you where the secrets are, because it's not about finding them, it's about finding your way in. It makes
TBF Siege Part 1 is the longest of all the open ones. I think Spire of Nerthul is the longest, but like that's also a dragon open level, so I don't know if people categorize that differently.
Sense to auto-display all the goodies this time around, and just leave it to the player to actually find access and solve the puzzles.
I always hated the exploration telling you where collectibles are in this game, because like, if you're gonna have exploration, having a map to pull up to instantly find the solution is, I think, just inherently unfun. Like, you're not rewarding me for noticing things in the environment that might lead to secrets, because I just hit the tab menu, open it up, and I figure out exactly where the gold is that I want. Like, sure, there might be at its best, there's some obfuscation on where exactly you get to the gold, because it tells you where it is, but it doesn't tell you how to get there. There's a few moments in the game where that is done, but most of the time, it is just like, oh, I missed a gold, open map, see where the gold is, go there. Like, that's just that's not like exploration, that's following a manual. Like, I love Lego, don't get me wrong, but at the end of Lego, I usually have like a cool thing to put on my like desk or a shelf. With Doom Eternal, I'm robbing myself of the fun. Like, I don't know. Or Doom the Dark Ages, more accurately.
If you were exploring these big maps looking for 15 secret areas with no clue as to where they are, I think the pacing of this game would nosedive and everyone would hate it.
Yeah, but I think there's just a better way to do that pacing without having to resort to the I look at map, I find thing. Like, it's just, it's literally just a cheap cop-out that everyone resorts to because it's literally free to do. Game's already big and longer, searching for stuff would be a nightmare. Yeah, I agree, which is why this current system is shit. And they could have just made collectibles a little bit better while, like, removing, like, the, oh, hey, go here for this. Like, no. Like, at that point, we're just agreeing that it's bad and it should be redesigned, which I agree. There's way more to find in TDA. Yeah, I think there's more tasteful methods of exploration than opening your map and seeing a fucking question mark. Like, come on. Mirror's Edge, for example, did it that secrets are always marked along the casual path. There's just, like, an icon that you gotta look out for that will give you, like, a little inclination that, hey, a secret package is in this direction. You could go that way. That's a choice that you get to enact on if you notice something And if you're so like it rewards paying attention to the world. It rewards parkour because you got to know like the path to get there. Like after you see like the pointed path, like you were tested by exploration. Exploration is just for the sake of exploration in this game, at least most times. There's a lot of superfluous collectibles. I think it's a multifaceted issue. It isn't just that there's too many collectibles. It's just that the map system for searching for those collectibles is also bad, and there's too many of them. Because there's too many collectibles, you need the map system to make it easier on the player, but by making it easier on the player, you effectively reduced exploration to literally just looking at the map. Like, this ain't Outer Wilds here. This ain't any word of interest of where you learning about the environment leads to you knowing where secrets are. Like, there's none of that. It's look at the map, find the secret. Like, secret hunting can be way better than that.
The map is easy to use. Doom still has the best auto map in the industry, and this is no exception, but
he is very right, though. The auto map and how you search and navigate it, very fucking good. I rarely fail to understand where I am and like where things are relative to me.
I'm hoping they fix this. Colored doors do not appear on the map. Maps that are so big you will certainly forget where they were. There's no reason for them not to be marked. Hugo, please, I'm fucking lost over here.
I'm gonna be real, I didn't get lost when playing casually, and there wasn't, like, colored doors or anything, so, I don't know if this is just a hyper-specific case to where he feels that's bad, but, like, I think it's fine. Like, I don't know, I feel like this is one of those subjective things where it's just like did I notice the way to progress casually? Like, most times, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I ever got held up on an area for too long, like,
The secrets are very well done. Speaking of God of War again, just like with the axe, there are many puzzles involving the shield where you have to manipulate the room, moving things around, platforming. It's fun.
The puzzles I think are shit in this game, but continue on, Mayo.
I don't think any Doom has done secrets and exploration better than this.
I'm gonna need to hear some justification, boy. I don't know. I think most secrets here are boiled down to, did you notice the shield thing that you're supposed to throw into, and then you throw the shield at it, and then you do the puzzle. Like, I think the Cosmic Realm definitely has the best puzzles, but even then, those puzzles aren't good. Like, yeah, I think Carthul Marshes have the best puzzles in Doom the Dark Ages, but that ain't a high bar. That's like, I don't know, like, they're 5 out of 10s at best.
There's also still a lot of platforming. It's just different than how Doom Eternal did it. Eternal's platforming was designed not only as a pace...
It's really hard to make good puzzles, agree, but it's super easy to make shit puzzles and then put them in your game. Like, if you can't make a good puzzle, why even include... like... Yeah, if they aren't good, just, like, don't do it. I don't know. I feel like that philosophy is just, like... You envy designers who can make puzzles games. Yeah, there's so... I like myself a good puzzle game. Bubba's U is a favorite of mine. Was a big fan of, I think it's called... frick. Antechamber. Antechamber had great perspective-based puzzles. No, I like puzzle games. It's just, like... You know, like, you can't half-ass them or else I know, and everyone else would know. Like, okay. At least 2 puzzles in this game are solved by, did you look up? Because Antechamber, you have to put on the list. I think it's anti with an E at the end. I don't know, you'll probably find it. But yeah, no, very good game, heavily recommend.
Breaker, but as a skill reinforcer, because the way you traverse these platforming sections directly translate to the mobility skills you can implement in combat.
Okay, wait, hold on. I know that's a Doom Eternal point, but I'm gonna note that down anyway. Movements sections are practice for combat movement. That's actually interesting. You do get an appreciation over movement sections with, like, how do I say it? Like, movement sections teach you the basics of, like, wall climbing, grappling, dashing, and using your resource and whatnot, and that does transfer to regular encounters. Like, I know that's technically not this game, but like genuinely, I haven't had that thought before. That's a good point. Thank you, Mayo, making me appreciate Eternal just slightly more.
I have a whole video on that, check it out. The Dark Ages platforming flows more organically with jump pads, single hops, shield bashing through hoops, and shield tossing to grapple up high. If you hate platforming no matter what, then I guess you'll hate this too, whatever. And if you were one of those people who went nuts over a 10-second swimming section in Terrace Nabad, get ready to have a heart attack when you see even more of it here. Several maps have extended periods of swimming, and things like this don't exactly help replay value. I don't care about swimming sections, but I know they drive some people crazy. There is no fall damage taken anymore from falling off the map.
All right, people, I will have to take a quick break. This video's taking a little bit longer than I expected. I just need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. We'll finish this out, though. Oh, I see.
I know. Climb this every single time I fail this as well.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, great design.
Yes. Yes.
Why doesn't this game work?
It just works.
I swear, this game is so bad.
Well, you see, Minnie, you gotta do the consistent strat for it. Have you been doing the consistent strat?
Yeah, like shoot and expect things to actually be damaged.
Yeah, you should get better accuracy than got him. Hey, in Dane's unrestricted runs, they farm ticks here. That's just what I'm doing.
So I hope you guys enjoyed this arena because this will be the rest of the fucking stream.
Whoa!
Rest of the what?
Whoa! What?
Sorry,
what did you say? Could you
stream,
please say what you said again?
Yeah, I said the rest of
the rest of the what? Sorry?
Heck. I said heck.
There you go.
Man,
there
that's
PG.
Really? Yes! Oh, I'm the best. I'm the best at video games.
Oh yeah, where's your proof?
I beat this arena.
So I'm able to beat that arena, and I'm not the best at games. So.
Yeah, but I actually beat it good.
That little corner.
It's in a corner.
Where it doesn't look like there's anything. There's a barrel on the ground on that platform, the metal platform.
My word, I can't say. Is there a secret? Another secret in this area? Like,
probably.
There's the classic level that you drop down, and typically in true speedrunner fashion, you do the final down and.
Okay, so I gotta grab the lever, and then I gotta come back here after the final arena.
Yes, otherwise you're not a real speedrunner. During the final arena, because it's on a countdown.
Okay.
Yeah.
I shall do that. I'll do that strat.
It's at the
Got it.
Cool.
I'll be back for you later, level. Speedrun route, obviously.
Did it.
We need to have a Kirby Avalanche duel. Yo, that was actually sick, right, Tro?
Wait, what do you mean by sick? It's a momentum puzzle.
Well, yeah, but you accidentally fell off to the bottom ledge and then still like really made it up to the.
So how do I know when the second timer has started?
There will be a countdown.
So when the countdown starts, that's when I. Okay, where's the invulnerability? There it is. Okay, I'm out of here. I think I just go this way. What's up, folks? I'm back. Got some water, because you need to be hydrated. All right, let's continue. Mayo, take me away. What about World in Exploration, please?
Which is great, because some enemies can actually push you so hard that you can fall off in combat. Since this is a game with a lot of exploration, I don't care about swimming sections, but I know they drive some people crazy. There is no fall damage taken anymore from falling off the map, which is great because some enemies can actually push you so hard that you can fall off in combat.
Yeah, honestly, Eternal should have the same, where you shouldn't take damage from hitting a death plane, but hey.
Since this is a game with a lot of exploration, thankfully it's not splattered with yellow paint all over the place as has become common these days, but we...
I don't know. Maybe it's just because I don't play enough games of yellow paint, but, like, I generally just, like, hate, like, wondering what to do in an environment way more than just, oh, seeing something yellow and then just pointing and clicking it and then moving on. Maybe that's just because, like, that might be just, like, an implicit argument assuming, like, oh, yeah, of course I would hate something bad over something good, but, like, I don't know, maybe there's, like, a fine line you can walk, you know, with not having paint, like, just blatantly yellow, but still have the player directed towards it.
Do have colored indicators to direct our attention. I think using green blood pouring from statues is a nice way to make this kind of guidance feel natural in the world. But
okay, first off, blood coming green from statues to make it feel natural in the world. I'm sorry, why the fuck are these statues here? Why do they bleed green blood? Why are they just randomly located wherever Doom Guy just needs a shield throw up? Yeah, I'm just about to say, they don't fit an environment. It makes no sense why they're there. This is a gameism to just be like, hey, throw your shield here. Like, there's no reason in lore or in world for these statues. They only exist in gameplay, really. Because, like, if there were just random bodies growing out of statues for convenient platforming, we'd have a lot to fucking talk about in this realm, wouldn't we? What even are they? Yeah, exactly. We just know nothing. They're just statues there for frickin' shield throws.
But we could have done without the yellow scratches on climbable surfaces.
I think yellow scratches is actually fine, because they're detailed enough to where you can notice them, but, like, they aren't, like, outwardly too obvious. I think they actually meet, like, the little bit of the midpoint between yellow paint and non-yellow paint for distinguishing where you should go. I still think, like, I think it was Far Cry that did, like, white ledges of where ledges would have, like, a slight white hue to them that you could climb. That's also not too bad, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think these were, like, horrible.
I prefer Doom Eternal surfaces that are just their own texture, and I don't think you have to tell us to climb a box we just pushed. Maybe a bunch of playtesting says otherwise.
I like that it's there. I do think Doom Eternals is the best, though. It was easy to tell by texture whether you need to wall climb or not.
As you're exploring, you'll find gold all over the place, occasional rubies found in secret areas and special challenges, and the ever-elusive Wraith Stones to unlock high-class weapon upgrades. A lot of time is spent finding these, so thank God if you die and load a checkpoint, all the currencies you found in that time stay with you to avoid having to re-explore areas.
Didn't you just say that... Or was this G-Man? That open world levels suck because, like, if you went and explored and died and went back to your last checkpoint, like, you wouldn't, like, save all that progress and have to do it again. I think that was G-Man. Not under the Mayo, but... Yeah, no. It's definitely a good thing that he... That was G-Man? Okay, thank you, Simon. Yeah. Okay, because that is the base. That's the good take to have. Like, yeah, no, that's how it works. That's good.
The currencies are simpler to understand than in Doom Eternal, with an upgrade screen that clearly tells you what you have, what can be used in the moment, and what you need.
I don't know. I think this system is a little less clear than Eternal. I don't know. The wheel that you can spend Sentinel tokens on, separated by class. I don't know. I think Eternals is kind of streamlined compared to this, honestly. I don't know if this system is better. I mean, like, collectathon-wise, I do like grabbing everything. I think in terms of collectibles and grabbing stuff, it's the best Doom. But I think in terms of progression and arsenal and, like, how this collectibles interact, 2016's better.
And the biggest difference is actually in when you can upgrade. Instead of relying on the player to remember to check the weapons page to upgrade stuff, now you find shrines around the map that serve as dedicated upgrade stations. Not only does it feel good to discover one and make you feel like your exploration has paid off, they act as wonderful reminders that you can actually upgrade.
Okay, the first point, don't agree with. Second point, yeah, you putting a shrine in to be like, hey, you can upgrade here, definitely reminds you to upgrade way more than whenever it's in your menu.
So no players are going to be stuck behind not upgrading stuff. I personally witnessed many new 2016 and Eternal players completely forgetting about upgrading their weapons and their suit and what currencies they were supposed to be using, so I support this change. Upgrade.
Gonna actually write this down. I think that's a good point. 43, I don't know, I'll say 30 about. Upgrade shrines. Act as reminders to upgrade.
Upgrading is a huge part of the experience, and I love that they're going to get more people into it in a non-patronizing way. Plus, the presence of shrines and seeing everything you could purchase acts as a great psychological motivator for going out and exploring to find more currency. I can't express how much I love this change to the upgrade system. But come on guys, why do
I mean, it's just like, this is the Dark Souls, like, bonfires, just like, without the heal, because, like, you heal off of everything in this game, like, eh. Couldn't finish TDA past the first mission and had to uninstall it. Sorry for being out of off topic, but I'm crazy, or is TDA so boring and it never hit me? I mean, like, you just said you played the first mission. I got no details, so I don't know how you played the first mission or how you adjusted to it. And, like, you played so little of the game if you didn't even get past the first mission. I don't know. It's just like, hey, dude, like, you didn't really give the game a shot. And, like, that's fine if the game didn't interest you, but, like, at the same time, it's like, don't feel like you really, you know, if you spent that little time, you weren't able to, experiment to, like, find the fun, you know? Just because you gave it such a low window that you didn't have any window to do that. It's actually on you. Guys, it's not on him. Like, if the dude isn't interested after the first mission and doesn't want to play because of it, that's totally fine. It's just, you can't really say that he gave it much of a shot.
do I have to stand at a specific distance to activate a shrine? I can't press the button if I get too close to it? That's not right.
Yeah, there is very much input things when it comes to interacting in this game. This one switch in Siege Part 1 has completely fucked me over. Like, you have to grab it from such a specific angle. First mission is your least favorite by far. It's hard to make a good first mission. It is very hard to. Mainly just because you have to make a good mission without all the mechanics that the game has been designed around. So, like, it's a little bit like designing a level on hard mode.
Let me balance all of this glowing praise with some hard criticism.
Woo!
Directed...
Yeah! Negative things about the game. Finally, Mayo. I'm sick of this toxic positivity.
Towards what will undoubtedly be the most controversial parts of Doom the Dark Ages. The mech.
IDK, man, it's just not fun in plain words. Like, hey, if you don't find it fun, Monty, that's cool too. It's just like, you can't expect us to, like, ever take your word for it if you just say it's just like, I played the first mission and I had to uninstall it. Like, that's such a nothing burger to go off of. Like, hey, yeah, you feel how you feel, dude, but at the same time, it's like, no, you aren't displaying any evidence that Dark Ages hit, like, different in a bad way. That's what I'm saying.
And the dragon.
Woo, Mecha Dragon. Yes, rip into these. Yes. Okay, outside of slow-mo, these might be the worst sections, so...
Oh boy. Maybe this is a personal preference thing, but I remember back in 2020 when Doom Eternal came out and a bunch of people expressed disappointment in seeing the giant mech at the Doomslayer's base, but not actually being able to pilot it. And I thought...
That would have been fun. Yeah.
But really? You want to pilot a mech in a Doom game? Why? Well, it's a reality now. And I'll start with the positives, because I'm in a generous mood today. The sounds of the punches are great. I like that after a few punches and a dodge, you gain access to a hard faltering stomp or a charge punch. The gory explosions of the Titans is awesome. I love pushing a Titan into the environment and seeing total destruction. And the levels are fairly short, relatively speaking.
You're not crazy, but TDA is not boring either. It just doesn't click on you. I mean, we at least distinguish that as the minimum, right? Like, I'm totally willing, like, yeah, no, the game could have been so bad in the beginning because of X, Y, and Z reason that, like, you had to fail. Like, don't get me wrong. It's just... You're not doing a good job to convince me of that part. It's just like at best, it's like, okay, cool, Monty. You just don't like it, and that's fine. But like, I guess what we're saying is we're trying to look at a level of criticism deeper than just liking and disliking, you know?
But these levels are what I always feared they would be. Shallow, repetitive, and lacking replay value. They're
based Mayo. Lay it on them.
Essentially button mashing levels and mindless killing with a sidestep here and there. And I get it. The idea behind them is we just thought players would find it badass to be in a mech and punch some demons. Sure, I think there's plenty of folks out there that will enjoy the rock'em sock'em action here.
Yeah. I think like these missions work well on a first playthrough, but that's like all they work on.
Especially if they're only going to play the game once, which is what most people do. I get it. But I'm not very entertained by something that isn't fully realized. When I play these sections...
I did watch gameplay on YouTube. I said you made the right decision. Cool, dude. You watched lots of gameplay that you didn't know how it feels to play in the back, and you gave it, like, the most bare minimum of tries and then gave up on it. Of course you wouldn't like it. Like, I don't know what else to say. But, Rytro, I'm trying to rage bait you into, talking about how you like the game, and I'm gonna use how I dislike the game as a method to do that. And honestly, like... everything, the game just sucks. I won't explain why. It just sucks. Thank you. Good night. Like... come on, dude.
All I can think is I'd much rather be back on the ground.
Guys, I really didn't deserve that comment call out. Rytro's just being too mean. All I just expressed was an opinion that I didn't like it.
And what the hell are these guys doing on the bridge? They're just standing there shooting at no one? Are they having a party or what? I know.
This happens all the time in all the background assets of this game where it's just randomly people running at each other and then they just die when they collide. There's a lot of weird NPC behavior about all these extra little dudes.
Oh, I know. It's ridiculous to expect id Software to make these sections as detailed as I want them to be in a game where they're basically just a pace breaker mission, and if they...
okay. Like, why did the stairs on Holy City of Aratum exist? Like, they're not... to bring anyone up. Like, there's just stairs for the sake of aesthetically looking cool. And it really pisses me off that they're there, okay? I'm gonna say it.
Made a dedicated mech battle game a la Armored Core, I would be 100% down for that. But as it is now, these levels, for me, don't add value to the experience. I can't stop my brain from wandering and thinking, what if they'd made a couple other demon AIs instead? I feel
it's weird that he, like, has so much praise and objective, like, stuff to say about, like, the depth of the combat system and everything. Then he gets to the mech and dragon sections, which are unequivocally the worst parts of the game. And he suddenly swaps off of the objective, like, laying in the shit of this and just goes like, subjectively, they're kind of cool. Like, I could get the idea. Maybe it's just not for me. This is just my opinion, guys. But, like, I just found myself not liking, like, you are... like, during the hard-hitting, the bad parts, like, he's unable to lay on the criticism, but he's able to lay on the praise. Like, come on, take the same stance for this section. I get this is just dressing up to make his criticisms feel nice or anything, because I think he generally feels positive about this game, but it's just, gosh, the difference is just striking to me.
The same way about the dragon sections. No, actually, I feel more strongly about them, because they are much longer, and unlike the mechs, which have several different attacks and weapons, the dragon just shoots a machine gun. You lock onto a target, dodge to supercharge the gun, and blow it up. Land the dragon, play a little part of a level, and then it's back on the dragon, chasing enemy ships and shooting them, flying through health rings, killing a giant worm, shooting more turrets. All of this multiple times in one level, and it's not the only level. Exactly like my mech level criticism, these levels are too shallow for me to dig into and really appreciate. If id Software made a flying dragon game, I'm sure it would be badass, but I'd prefer these sections not to be here. I anticipate...
Yeah, like, if id Software developed a whole game around these dragon sections, I don't think anyone would complain, because I assume with, you know, a full game's development cycle, they'd be pretty cool. But yeah, exactly. These sections are just half-baked. They're just, I don't know. There's nothing of, like, skill expression to be found much in a dragon section. In the mech section, like, a little bit more, but that's it. Just a little bit more. People on the internet are too mean to him. I don't even think it's that. I think it's just he thinks highly of this game and doesn't want to dog on the negatives too much because he genuinely thinks it's good. I think it's just as simple as that.
Anticipate some really toxic backlash to them. And I think Ultra Nightmare players are gonna hate these levels unless some crazy speedrunning skip is discovered and the community agrees to use it. Because
he keeps mentioning speedrunner stuff, but then again, like, applies no knowledge of how speedrunning works. But like, we do have glitches, and there are glitches that allow, like, in these levels. It's just like, yeah, we skip actually a good bit of, like, this Holy City of Artem dragon section.
while a casual player might say, hey, these dragon and mech levels are just fun pace breakers, I think they're neat, and that's totally valid, I cannot imagine how it's going to feel playing these levels 40 times as you're attempting Ultra Nightmare runs. I can't.
They feel absolutely awful. You're right, Mayo.
Can't wait to see what the Dark Ages streamers say when they reach a dragon level for the 500th time 2 years from now. And finally,
it's basically nothing. You get through these sections, you do them, and then you just move on. Like, it's just like, it's like the busy work you gotta do during a run.
Finally, the turret sequences. I think it feels like a pretty dated thing to include, like a QTE cutscene or something.
Yeah, I straight up, I don't know what, like, I do know that they include turret sections as pace breakers. Like, that's the whole idea, is like, oh, you can't have hard action all the time. At the same time, like, they had to know that people would equate turret sections to Call of Duty on launch. Like, it's so obvious that, of course, people would make this distinction and be like, lol, bad game. Did they not think, like, I think there was such a big PR hit from them just for the fact of having turret sections in a Doom game. Like, don't get me wrong, if you're Call of Duty or something, like, it's fine because that's kind of expected. But, like, these games are everything that Call of Duty wasn't. And now they have Call of Duty gameplay mechanics in them. Like, I think you'd properly get shit on for going against, like, that design philosophy. You're glad there are only two and they both last like 2 minutes? Hey. There's actually 3. The third one just lasts 1 right click. Yo, what's up, Sav? How's it going? We're into the depths of the Under the Mayo review, which, holy crud, this is taking longer than I think. But hey, we can finish it. Only like 15 minutes left? We got this.
Something, and I wish they weren't here. I have to make my own fun by shooting the Titan in the dick.
Yep, shooting in the dick's the only way to get enjoyment out of that.
Okay, let's change the subject to something positive, and that's the shield.
Okay, I just want to say that these missions make up so much of the game time. There's 3 mech sections, like 5 dragon sections, like, over the course of a playthrough, this is like 15-20 minutes of gameplay in the speed run. Like, I feel like the section's too small, really. Like, what, only like 3 minutes to talk about what's wrong? I don't know. I feel like you could lay into these sections for way harder, especially because you have the core gameplay as a contrast, right? Like, it's in the game. You don't have to bring anything else into it. You can make by direct comparison how lacking in depth these systems are. But, like, it's cool. We're only going to spend 3 minutes. I don't know. I feel like that this would be such a point to drag on in the video because these sections do break up the pace of the game so much. Especially because they're very different than regular combat. Just now, you need to wait for the mods to skip that part of the game. They're already available on Nexus. Like, I've checked the other day. Yeah, there's one that does that. Streamlined campaign mod.
Good lord. Christ almighty. This is the coolest weapon ever. The shield toss clears out groups of fodder enemies for healing. You can angle the shield at the ground to bounce upwards, which may be useful in some life or death moments when you need resources, but it's going to take a while to actually have those kinds of reactions. Against overheated enemy armor, it breaks it and causes armor drops for you. As weapons get more powerful, you can heat enemy shields much faster for easy removal. If you hated Doom Eternal for all the active resource management, stay away from the Dark Ages. The rest of us will be here having fun. Seriously, some people saw the previews and thought this was going to be some total abandonment of everything they saw in Doom Eternal, and it's just ridiculous. It's still fast, it's still focused on active resource gathering, there are still clear enemy weaknesses that get you to use different things, and there are some sick combos you can do. The shield toss against heavy demons.
Okay, yeah, it's just like, why are you bringing up the combos in the shield section? I thought, wouldn't this be a general combat like thing? Like, I don't know, I was just thrown a bit off kilter because he was talking about the shield and then he was talking about resource management and everything. It's just like, huh? Like, I thought this was the shield section. Yeah, Monty, I'd recommend if you just think it's boring because it's not too difficult or anything, up the game speed or something. I'd recommend that. I think that's an instant modifier to make the game more appealing on a frontline basis. Like, if you think 100% is too slow, maybe go to like 120 on your next like thing, 130. See if you like it then. Ump it a bit more. Like, don't be afraid to mess around with the sliders and stuff. That's the biggest thing I say about Dark Ages, is that it's very much a find your own fun game. Why do my eyes always look closed? Because I'm tired. It's midnight. Thank you.
Will lock them in place and you go
This
in.
stream
Perfect
went an
for
hour
shutting...
longer than I expected because I had so much to say and I'm getting a little sleepy. I'm sorry.
Down an approaching Hell Knight or an Arachnotron who's incredibly deadly this time with his rapid fire turret. But don't panic. Block until he goes into cooldown, lock him down with the shield toss, and pop him with the SSG. The Nightmare Imp, one of the deadliest AIs in the game, cannot be locked onto for a shield bash, but a shield toss will decloak him, and you need to do anything you can to take them out fast because they will ruin you. One aspect of the shield that's critical is the ability to instantly recall it. That way you don't get stuck unable to block.
Hold on. What was the, Nightmare Imps? Okay, I still think it's very confusing that you can lock onto melee before they get out of invisibility, but that's a nuanced point. Okay, Mayo probably didn't notice in the playthrough. Moving on.
Shield bash, but a shield toss will decloak him, and you need to do anything you can to take them out fast because they will ruin you. One aspect of the shield that's critical is the ability to instantly recall it. That way you don't get stuck unable to block. Toss the shield, and then change your mind and do something else. When you recall your shield, make sure to press the shield throw button and not block, unless you specifically want to block or parry. Because if you press block too much, you're gonna mess with the anti-spam protection for parries. However, be careful, you can currently only recall your shield this way if it has made contact with an enemy.
Or the geometry.
Otherwise, you'll have to...
Dude, that was Mayo in editing infiltrating my left ear right there. It's okay, man. You can record an extra line or two. Like, you don't have to just like. I seem to be enjoying the Mayo discussion than all other reviews. No, when it comes to like straight up the review, critique, and analysis, like Mayo's been kind of killing it. I just have issues about his like format and where he places certain topics sometimes. But like, how do I say it? I'm having more video issues with Mayo than I am, like, argument or critique issues. Like, he's kind of nailing it.
Press block. There's actually a pretty cool strategy in sticking the shield in someone and recalling it just to use the stun frames as they're recovering from it. You don't have to leave it in to do the damage you need. Since an Arachnotron or Hell Knight will die to a single SSG, pull out the shield before getting there and kill him during his recovery animation, while you already...
Or you could just leave the shield in there and shoot him to death while it's stuck in there and then get the shield back immediately after, but hey, whatever.
Have your shield...
Make it a little bit more difficult, is a little bit more cool to put in the background of the video.
Ready for an incoming parry. This is how the game starts getting really fast.
Because, like, yeah, okay, I can get him out of the shield stun lock animation and use that animation to shoot him. When Mayo, it's just one step earlier. Shoot him during the shield stun animation, and then you save like 0.2 seconds.
Parries are foundational to the game, and what ultimately makes them far more fun than I anticipated is the active seeking out of parryable projectiles. Yes, a lot of parrying is reactive and defensive, but some of the most satisfying moments of combat come from that feeling of, ooh, that guy across the room is about to shoot a projectile at me, I'm gonna haul ass towards him and send it right back, faltering everyone, setting up damage, and triggering a shield rune. I love running around with the combat shotgun, spotting a projectile in the distance, and switching to the rocket launcher so I can parry it, giving me a supercharged rocket which just
But if I had the Impaler out and I saw a parryable projectile across the room, I would not swap to the rocket launcher. I hate it when that happens. But when the combat shotgun's specifically out, yeah, way better. I understand the feeling that he's getting at, but dude, your phrasing is not good. Like,
destroys. Parrying is an offensive tool as much as it is a defensive one, and that's when the game shines.
Yeah, that's kind of what a fucking parry is. I guess what he's saying there is that this parry game in this game is well implemented, which, okay, yeah, sure. I consider that the bare minimum of what a parry does, but hey.
Baiting big enemies into parryable attacks is the main way to engage against some of them, but similar to the Marauder, you can discover ways to extend the vulnerability windows so it's not just parry.
He had 5 days to write this 1 hour long script. Chill. Dude, you take some pride in your work. Review this footage one more time. Take another day. Revise your script. Like, it's fine.
Reshoot, repeat.
He had like 5 days to write this, as if there's any obligation to put any review out at any time ever. Like, god damn it. Like, you could release the frickin' review with some pride in your work. Like, don't get me wrong. Mayo did a better job than I think literally every single person we've reviewed up until this point. But like, even then, there's like still some things. He would have made less money? Yeah, he doesn't need more money. Okay, cool. Guys, he has to make money. You don't understand. Once posted earlier, gets no views. Yeah. Fuck that. Dude, if you the excuse for him putting out a lazily edited and argued video is that he wanted more money, that's fucking bad. I hate to say it, but like that's the definition of greed. Does anyone remember the 7 deadly sins? And what one of them are? Like, why is this used as a defense as if he has to? Like, no, he could have taken an extra day, revised this, put a couple things in. Like, it's cool. Like, that's fine. Did you review Axeman? Yeah, he was actually one of the better reviews, which is kind of insane.
We went over that in the faltering section. A lot of enemies are going to be shooting big projectiles at you, parryable or no, and some of them actually track you. Not entirely, but they...
Some of them actually track you. Like it's a surprise.
Curve towards your position. It's pretty interesting, because they combine this with other types of projectiles that make you react in different ways. You're not just avoiding projectiles here, you need to be blocking them. You can block any regular projectile, but it...
Unless you're on, like, Nightmare difficulty or higher, like, sometimes, like, literally single projectiles break your shields. Like, it's only, like, fodder projectiles that make you not, you know, break it.
It'll start breaking your shield, and you do not want to be without your shield in this game. It's lights out in that case. Shield durability is tied to enemy damage, so playing on higher difficulties will result in a shield break after, like, 2 blocks of high damaging attacks. You've got horizontal connected orbs that you can jump over, vertical beams you can weave through, and my favorite, the fence projectile that acts as an obstruction. You can't shoot or shield toss through these. Imps will set them up to provide cover as they advance, and the armored Mancubus will send out 2 horizontal fences to block hip level.
Okay, I was hoping that was sarcasm, but is he actually a fan of these shield attacks? I hate them personally.
attacks, but you can parry them on each side. The projectile threats are varied and deadly. There are way more projectiles coming at you now, so the worst thing you can do is stay in one place for too long. If you get tunnel vision trying to focus on killing one enemy, you're gonna get punished pretty hard. Move, block, parry, and shield bash. The shield bash is truly an even cooler mechanic than the meat hook. I said it, shield bash wins.
You're objectively wrong, but I'll allow you to have this take until I hear you out.
It's so fast and instant and powerful. It falters heavy demons. The animation has invincibility.
It doesn't falter every heavy demon. It only falters select heavy demons, let's be real. On the lower difficulties, it falters any demon, even bosses. But hey.
Frames so you can escape damage at the last second. Use this thing to fly out of the variegaze bile puddles and set up for a parry. Just don't shoot a rocket at someone and then...
Okay. That example clip did not have him setting up for a parry, but, like, I understand.
Shield bash into them.
Unironically, I think that shield bash into Vagary is always a bad call. He just got kind of lucky because it dashed away at the same time so that it couldn't, like, use any of its melee attacks on him. Like, I think in general, like, that was just a bad play, but hey. I mean, he's right in concepts, just not right in an example.
To catch your own rocket like I did.
Oh, I just fucking, oh my god. Ah!
Enemies.
Very good clip. We've all had that happen before where it's just like, oh, no, didn't expect that.
I'm not going to go through every enemy here, but I want to comment on a few. Let me get a round of applause for the Stone Imp from the Ancient Gods Part 2. An enemy that most people didn't like very much makes a glorious return in the Dark Ages with a new makeover. Their sonic roll can be parried, which insta-kills them, sending out 3 projectiles towards other enemies.
Actman review way better due to him having better script writing? No, it's just Actman suffered because he had poor argumentation. Mayo is like backing up his facts with a bunch of examples and stuff. Like, I find it hard to disagree with him. It's just only in a few points. Like I said, like how to put it, Mayo's issues I have with Mayo's video are very meta from what the game is. His takes on the game relatively chill and good. He misspelled enemies. I think that was the joke.
They can be shield bashed, which makes them explode in a powerful AoE blast. They go down in a single shot from the Impaler or a direct rocket. But they are unaffected by the shield toss. You can't lock the crazy bastards down, in a nod to their annoying weapon resistances from Tag 2. They're small, but they will mess you up if you ignore them.
Here's the take that people don't want to hear. Stone Imps dealing with it in this game are only better because your counter to them is always on your hand. It is always in your left hand. If I had to pull out any weapon to fight these freaking Stone Imps, I would hate them nonetheless. But it's just like, it can be combated by a basic combat function. Like, yeah. That's the only reason that these guys are good and that Eternal Stone Imps are bad. Like,
Revenants are one of my favorite demons. They're way more interesting and deadly than they were in the last 2 games. They go transparent and can't be targeted when they shoot projectiles, and they'll either shoot slow-moving ones or 2 really fast ones, both with a parry opportunity. Though you can't target them with your shield when they go transparent, you can still damage them. They just have a lot of resistance. These guys are the most evasive AI in the game. You'll struggle to get a direct shot sometimes.
I think Acolytes are a little bit more evasive, but hey.
And it's hard to lock them down with a shield toss. So remember the hard falter from the shield bash on heavy demons? There you go. Shield bash to falter, lock down with the toss, and take them out. The Varigaze are mini-bosses that have a bunch of health but have limbs that can be overheated and then shattered with the shield or something else that breaks armor. They can be baited into a parryable melee, and they shoot a variety of projectile patterns that, when parried, puts them into a long stun state where you can unleash on them. Pro tip, head around the back and shoot their ass. They take more damage there, I'm not joking. Pinkies are...
Vagary are... Vagaries are a very cool champion. I think they're one of the better AIs they added to this game.
are back in a fun evolution featuring a pinky rider on top who shoots slow projectiles in patterns or a quick-firing rail shot. Agadon Hunters make their first true appearance, and while I think some people may not find them fun, I didn't so much at first, once you get pretty good at maximizing damage, you can take them out quick. I don't think they're as fun to delete as Marauders, but they're not dry either once you know advanced mechanics, faltering, and work in exploding barrels.
Okay, that, I'm gonna be real, that combo was actually made worse because he went off for the barrel. That's a little behind the scenes thing. At the same time, I think he's kind of based, like, yeah, they're not as satisfying to kill as Marauders, but, like, they're satisfying enough to where you can one-cycle them consistently if you know what you're doing and you're good at the game. So, like, they strike a nice balance of, like, they're not trivial, but they're still kind of, you know, dangerous. If you know what you're doing, you can kill them quickly, but that's about it.
Exploding barrels, by the way, are wonderfully placed in this game. They're found in strategic locations and...
Actually, I think barrels are way better in this game than they were any other Doom game. Hold on, 56, 20. Barrels best in Dark Ages?
Have way more explosive power than before. Use them, you'll be happy you did. Use them to falter super heavies that you may be tired of parrying. The Cyber Demons are a big pain, with a bunch of HP, long-range harassment, the ability to summon hell roots from the ground if you're hiding, and they have fast parryable melee attacks. Avoid their line of sight with the high ground and snipe their heads, or go in and bait their attacks and DPS them to death. Try to refalter with a series of melee strikes if you don't want to wait around.
He's playing the Dead Link soundtrack in the background. I hear it. I've awoken like a sleeper agent. Feel like barrels are better here because of bigger map layouts and more frequency of them. Yeah, so they used barrels better. Yeah, I agree. I think barrels are best because they use them the best. Yeah, I argued good. What's up, Cosmos? How you doing?
You can take this game far beyond the basics of just parrying. Watch me take half a Cyber Demon's life in a single charge rocket, step back to let him whiff as I hit him with another, shield bash my way in for a super shotgun blast, and he's dead. The new Kako Demons are very deadly with big protective projectile fences. I always prioritize them because their vertical line of attack messes me up. You gotta get around them, lock them down with the shield toss. And of course, my baby boy Mojo is back. I'm so happy. No sarcasm, I love this guy. We're missing a few classics. No Archvile hurts, no pain element.
You know what, with Archvile and Eternal, I'm glad they're gone.
It's cool the Whiplash makes a return, but so far she's the most buggy AI in the game, and I'd give my kidney to see the Carcass return. Best AI of Doom Eternal, hands down. Get it.
I think it's the funniest. Best... I don't know, I got too frustrated at this guy before.
Petition started. Hashtag, where's my fucking Carcass, you bitch? I'm not going to comment much on the boss fights right now. I think they're generally some of the weaker moments. There aren't any official bosses until the last 3 levels. The first one definitely grew on me on the second playthrough because I was finding ways to falter him. The others, however, one is a mech fight and you know my feelings on those sections. And the main boss fight is one that I think most people are gonna feel is just waiting around for parries. If that's how you play it, it's pretty boring. But once you know what he does, and you're quickly shooting between parries, chasing him down with the shield bash, whacking him with the mace, you can make quick work of him and turn him into something a lot more active. Beating him quickly is kind of fun, but I can't say I enjoyed him on the first or even second playthrough while I was still learning.
The safe way of playing Ozrock is bad. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, that's like skill progression. I mean, I guess it's like a little bit of a good thing that, like, you know, there's a little bit, if you're bad at the game, you play them slower and it's like you hate it a little bit more, but like as soon as you're able to see between the lines, like you can come to appreciate. I think that aspect is very cool. At the same time, like, yeah, that first playthrough is just a parry fest.
Sometimes better than the Dark Lord boss fight from Tag 2, though. There are many fights in the game versus these super-powered demons that buff and summon other demons that have a lot more HP
100%
and
Abominator.
can't be faltered by certain things. Or a guy that's totally invincible until you take down everyone else. Finally killing them will result in max upgrades to health, armor.
I don't like leader demons too much about how you have to kill a bunch of enemies in order to kill that one guy. I wish it was more like a risk reward, like, oh, you taking out other enemies, like, decreases his armor resistance so that you deal more damage to him, but it's never 0. Like, those aspects I very much like, because there's a lot more room for, like, okay, well, when do you attack this guy? Early in the encounter, when he has, like, when maybe there's not as many demons spawned in, but he has higher armor resistance, or late into the encounter, where he has low armor resistance, but you've had to fight, like, 5 demons before that. Like, there's a little bit of a risk-reward trade-off in that system, and that just doesn't exist because the game just doesn't allow you to do damage to these guys until you killed enough. Like, it feels like the most on-rails section of the games, honestly. I think they could really improve in that. Every leader's a Doom Hunter boss. You could fight the Doom Hunter right away. I guess a little bit. I would kind of prefer that. You know, maybe a little bit more complicated, but effectively.
Or ammo, creating a wonderful, steady sense of progression. These are some of the best fights in the game, and I honestly wish there were more of these wave-based arena fights. There are a decent amount, but the combat is so fun, I just don't want the fights to end.
Yeah, the combat's fun. That's like the one redeeming quality, but like, I feel like you could just have such an easier, better system with a few tweaks.
God, what else is there to talk about? I guess the story and the music? I don't have a lot to say on either. I like the general story of 2016 and Doom Eternal's base campaign, but I'm not heavily invested in Doom's story the way I am something like Silent Hill. Basically, I think the story starts out strong, with the Slayer being a Maker-controlled weapon and the forces of Hell invading Argent D'Nur, but the characters don't do much for me, and the story falls to the side somewhere in the middle, and eventually I just didn't even know what was going on anymore.
No, it's fine. If you didn't know what was going on anymore, it was just the game.
That's all I'm going to say about it. You'll need to check out another channel if you want story stuff. I'm sorry. As for the soundtrack, it's cool. It suits the game. It has that Doom sound. But I'm going to repeat the same point I made about the Doom Eternal DLC without Mick Gordon. It's rockin' heavy metal music, but it doesn't have that visionary touch or that...
Okay, fuck you. Blood Swamps was visionary. I don't want to hear it.
...pop melody. The 2016 and Eternal soundtracks had a bunch of songs that were so catchy and fresh that you could show them to people who don't even like metal, and they would say, okay, that's pretty good. Not everyone that plays Doom listens to metal. Millions play it.
He did play this clip at like 5 minutes into the video. I don't know what you should do with that information, but I recognized it.
Tracks like Vega Core or the...
Like, I don't... Maybe this is just a point of autism I can get to, but it's just like, I've realized I've seen him kill these enemies in this order in this exact same way before. It was an hour ago, and I've seen this encounter enough to know all the times I've seen it. But like, okay, a casual person would not notice this in the video, but I fucking zoom into it like a freaking hawk.
The only thing they fear is you are songs that I see non-rock fans bobbing their heads to while they play. They're just on another level. This soundtrack, not so much. Nothing really stood out to me during gameplay the way the old music did. I haven't actually listened to the songs separate from the game. I'm sure there's a lot I would actually like, but judging it for how it is in-game, it didn't do a lot for me. And that may have something to do with the mix and how hard it is to distinguish the music through all the booming, crushing sound effects in combat. You have to turn the music up to 100% and lower sound effects to 50 to even start to feel the music as you're playing. I recommend doing this. Wrap it up.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, just like, I think this is one of those topics where it's like you can't approach like too objectively because like it's music, like kind of like what makes music so good is the way it makes you feel. Like there's no other way to describe it. So it's like, can he really do much more analysis than that? Outside of being like a music producer, like that's all I expect. Disagree, you love the soundtrack? Yeah, I think how it's mixed in the game, that's an argument. However, there are definitely some standout tracks that are fucking sick, dude. I'll listen to Ancestral Beast any day. Love that track.
When I finished my first playthrough, my feelings were a bit mixed. I knew that I had seen some awesome systems, great ideas, challenging combat, and a load of creative options to experiment with. I was also quite drained from the giant maps, the what I'll call cinematic gameplay levels,
Cinematic gameplay? Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's like Atlan's and Dragons.
boss fights that didn't do it for me, and a story that left me generally
I disagree. The bosses in this game are very good.
unsatisfied. But knowing how much fun I had in many parts, and being a huge Doom fan, I knew I had to go for a second playthrough. And that's where...
Yeah, okay, he didn't focus at all on the boss fights in this game, which is kind of weird. He just kind of said Ozrock is a parry fest and Maker is, like, kind of good. That's it. Like, okay, would have liked a little bit more, but hey, you provided the most in-depth review so far, so I guess I'm, like, asking for more than what's feasible, supposedly.
It all came together. I was more focused in my secret hunting, which made the levels go faster. I skipped the cutscenes to get back to the action. I checked out some new builds and weapon strategies, discovering a love for the combat shotgun upgrades. Hell, I noticed in the first level how much I was kicking ass. A lot like how I feel after I finish a Ninja Gaiden game or Devil May Cry, and the next playthrough you're just comboing everything in style. It finally clicked in a way that Doom Eternal clicked for me immediately 5 years ago. I was melting.
Yeah, no, this is a thing that it has with all their games. Like, I'm surprised that literally, like, 2016 Eternal and Dark Ages all have this effect where it's like, you only on the first playthrough get a glimpse at what the depth of this game looks like. And then on the second and third playthrough is when you actually start to master or use them more. Like, that's just how it be.
These Hell Knights with shield strategies, melee, and guns, 2 at a time, not letting either of them do anything to me. I was moving at lightning speed. I focused on certain weapon upgrades I knew I wanted in the early game, saving shield upgrades for later, so I was doing more damage now. I was strategically targeting barrels, gaining more control over when I falter enemies to create stun locks. I was ripping and tearing, and that's when I started to fall in love with the game. Some of my issues with it haven't disappeared. The mech and dragon sections are always going to be there until Prote creates a mod that skips them. And there are some bugs, input buffering issues, etc. that I hope to see addressed, because
input buffering, I think I'm still fine with it being the way it is, but like bugs, yeah, no, these games have a lot of bugs. It's id Software after all.
Because it's going to make the game better for everyone. But I'm just happy to say that Doom the Dark Ages is really good. If you're mixed on it after clearing it, trust me and just replay it. There's no other FPS like it, so it's understandable that it could take a while to click for you. It's not going to surpass Doom Eternal for me as an overall product. That game simply means too much to me. It's like Mortal Kombat 9, it's always going to be the best. But I like it, and when the combat really gets going, it's pretty fun. I'm reaching those levels of Doom Eternal enjoyment. I definitely put it over Doom 2016 in that aspect.
So this review is shit.
I think id Software has created something unique and deep and interesting, and that's all I wanted. I didn't need to love it more than Eternal. It's like your favorite band, right? You have your favorite albums, but you don't need to be able to say that every new album is one that you love more than the last. You're always going to have your favorites. Maybe the new album doesn't hit all the highs of the previous album, but there's a bunch of cool tracks on there that you definitely want to hear live when they come to town. I'm not sure how much I'm going to replay it. It is quite long. It's got levels I don't want to play a bunch of times. Maybe this is best considered as a big epic fun adventure and not something to master over 500 to 1,000 hours. I can live with that. Some of my favorite games are ones I only played a few times, and if that's the case with this one, it's fine, but I'll definitely be playing it a bunch more in these months. I don't know how many videos I'll make about the Dark Ages. I have a few ideas, but I can't promise 2 full years of coverage like I did last time. If you'd like to support my work, like and subscribe. If you want to join my Patreon, the link is...
Okay, so I think this Mayo and I are pretty aligned on what our view of Dark Ages is, honestly. Like, I feel like this is the dude who has, like, the most aligned to my opinion. I just, like... Dude, it's just hard. It's hard. Like, I agree with him too much. I don't know what else to say. TDA is never reaching Eternal's level? True, and Eternal is never reaching 2016's level. Agreed.
Is below. Thank you to everyone for watching, and for those of you who came back to this channel after leaving a while ago, thank you for giving this video an honest chance. This moment is obviously a big deal for me. It's been 5 years since Eternal, and here we are with a new Doom. It's an amazing thing. I even lit a candle while recording this video to make it a little special. I hope you...
I made this video a little special, guys. I lit a candle. That's just so fucking cute, man. Like, that feels like an autistic, like, splurge of where you overshared a bit. And you're like, whoop, okay, that might have been socially weird, but, like, whatever. Like, I that's endearing.
Found this review informative, entertaining, and helpful. Goodbye for now.
Yeah, I think this video is pretty cool. It's just, delete the first 5.5 minutes. Maybe rearrange some of these talking topics into a few other categories. But other than that, like, no, this game has a hell of a lot of depth. Super cool to play. There's some bugs and some issues, but I don't think any of his negative points were really like that negative. Gonna be real. I'm looking over my notes, and I know I would have taken note if it was like a genuine complaint that I found credence in. Like, I don't know. I don't think he did a good job of explaining exactly why this game is worse than Eternal or Dark Ages. I mean, he said it was at the ends, like, agreed, like, sure, but like, I guess maybe what I need is just like some direct comparisons to Eternal or Dark Ages, how some systems are inferior. Because every time someone says that it's worse for X, Y, or Z, I'm just like, no, X, Y, or Z aren't inherently bad. If the game's designed around it, I think this game is designed around it. What are my thoughts on glory kills? It depends on the game. Dark Ages fits well without them. I really like that glory kills aren't in Dark Ages because I think it just... How to put it? I can stay in the combat way more, and it's not like I'm not watching like a little 5-second cutscene every time I want to kill a low health target. This game, like, if I did that for every demon, it would feel so slow, man. It already feels a bit slow in Doom 2016 and Eternal, I'd argue. Which is why, you know, speedruns don't do it. He stated in streams that he likes TDA's combat better. Eh? Asmongold reviewing Retro reviewing Mayo? Hell no, dude. If Asmongold reacts to me, like, I'm pretty sure this video would be exactly the same length. Even less. But hey, 2 videos in about 6.5 hours. I did a lot of reacting this stream. Sorry, folks, I was feeling it like halfway through. But hey. In general, this video was good. Yeah, I'd put it as good. I don't think this is quite like... Compared to like everything else, it's the best video. I think on like an objective scale, I think it falls a bit flat. I'd give it maybe like a 7 or 8. Like, and this isn't like an IGN 7 or 8, folks. Like, this is like a Retro 7 or 8. Where, like, that's good, I'd recommend it. Like, 5 is a recommendation for me on my scale. How can anyone make a better game after Eternal, though? I don't know. They made Ultra Kill, so... it's possible. Try proving I'm not the same person now? No, I'm objectively the same person as I was when I was a baby. Axeman had the best review? Dude, he was, fucking wrong. Except in the story. 1523 is when the story happened in my notes. Is when he talked about the story. He was just based. The story made no sense. He did have a lot of good points. The issue is that he also had a lot of bad points that were literally just untrue or deceptively edited. So yeah, no, I don't agree. Wolf Tamer, you're trying to upset the bots. What are you doing, man? Eternal or Ultra Kill? Oh, Ultra Kill, 110%, without a doubt. Easy in my mind. Eternal is better than, like, every Doom put together in one big blender of soup and then extracted to its finest essence. Like, Ultra Kill's fucking amazing, dudes. I only have some issues on, like, the highest difficulty on some of the boss balance. Like, I have way worse issues with everything in Eternal and Dark Ages. Like, come on. When is Fraud Bro? Dude, when 1.0 of Ultra Kill comes out, I'm gonna play that so fucking hard. Like, I already love the game enough. But yeah, thanks people for stopping by. Glad to see that some people wanted to join in on the conversation and talk about video games and whatnot. If anyone has any thoughts about Doom Eternal, the Dark Ages, comparisons and critiquing and reviews and all that stuff, leave them in the comments of this video. I would be happy to read through them and see what people's thoughts are, because I do want to get to the root of the quality of this game and not... I feel like every reviewer I touched upon today has not done a good, like, a great job. lmao did a good job. I don't think he did the best. But hey, I'll consider all these thoughts and whatnot when I make videos. Maybe I'll touch upon them, maybe or not. But hey, I at least now culturally know how the game stands, and that lmao, probably the best reviewer on Doom the Dark Ages. I don't see anything else. You have a way worse problem with the community than the actual game? Oh, of Ultra Kill? Oh, hell yeah, no. Ultra Kill community is young as fuck. They're all 12-year-olds. Like... I'm 28, dude. I can't be in that speedrun community. People will ask questions. and I won't have good answers other than just saying I like the game. It's just like, no. What you miss compared to Doom Eternal is weak points on enemies and portals and arenas. Also, Dark Ages arenas were too large. I think that they were plenty fine in scale. Weak points and enemies in Eternal were half-baked anywho, didn't fucking like the system anyhow. They were half-assed in that game. So the fact that they're not in this game, good. In fact, the game's better without it. Go fuck yourself. I'm kidding. No, genuinely, the weak point system in Eternal's half-baked. I don't think it's that good. This game's better off for definitely not following it, I'd argue. I think the weak points were very well balanced. I think that they were very underutilized. Weak points only appeared on, what, like 4 demons? And they were only really effective on destroying the Mancubus. If you went for weak points on any other demons, straight up, you were just losing DPS on killing them because they aren't scary whatsoever. It weakens their attacks and falters? Yeah, but not in practice. Like, oh, hey, if you destroy them, they attack weaker. But, like, them attacking weaker, like, you could have killed them in the time it took to destroy that weak point. But you should destroy the like, no, just kill them instead. Like, I think weak points lose out in so much factors in Eternal because destroying the weak point is never the optimal case. In fact, you should probably avoid it and just kill them sooner. It makes the game safer. Erection also has annoying spam. They also die to 1 SSG point blank. Like, yeah, okay. Instead of destroy its weak point, just fucking kill the thing. It takes less time. So yeah, that's my argument on why weak points are underbaked. It's just like, there is never an effective time to destroy them outside of, like, the Mancubus, casually. Having a weak point is an option, just like glory kills were not necessary for kill. Monty A, let me get philosophical for a second and say, what is an option if there is clearly a direct winner? If option A gives me a cookie and option B hooks my balls up to a car battery, what's the point of having option B? I'm not going to do that. You're not going to do that. Nobody's going to do that. Of course we're going to hit option A. an option where the choice is definitely not the strongest, like, it weakens it. Like, there needs to be a debate for, like, if that destroying a weak point is effective. And in Doom Eternal, sorry, there's just no argument for it. It's always better to just quickly kill the demon. That's the analogy I would say into why destroying weak points is crap, because it's not an effective move. In fact, you're incentivized not to do that when you play the game optimally. So if the only point of an option is that it's unoptimal, in that, like, the best way to handle when this option happens is to not do it, that's a pointless option. It's fluff. In Dark Ages, we have pairs of almost equal weapons. Dude, if you think the frickin' Impaler and the spike gun, the assault rifle variation, are the same gun, you need to seek a mental health professional. Those guns literally perform opposite actions. Of the Impaler is high single target damage, and the spike automatic gun is area damage with pincushion and ricochet. They're completely different. Like, they don't even have the same use cases. You use them in different scenarios. Like, this is why I looked at videos, because people have these misconceptions that, like, each thing feels unique. In reality, they just called the gun the same thing. They're weapon mods. Are you sitting here complaining that the heat blast and the microwave beam feel like the same gun in Eternal? No, because it's categorized as like a weapon plus a mod. These are just like, okay, it's weapon mods, but we're gonna call them different weapons. Like, I don't get why they just said weapon mods. Like, hey, use this is the spike mod for the spike gun. This is the full auto mode for the spike gun. Like, if they just did that, it'd be fine. And then, like, I think that removes your criticism. Seven 4 straight up your favorite level in a video game? I like 7-4. I think I say Act 2 has my favorite list of levels in an Ultra Kill game. Dude, 4-2. 4-2 is awesome. Bro, chill. Dude, I am chill. That's the great part. I'm always chill. They should have put Heat Blast and Microwave Beam together so every meme beam shot does Heat Blast damage. Yeah, and then Microwave Beam would finally be viable. Alright, dudes, I am gonna log off. It is late for me. I need to get some food. Have a good one, folks. Catch you later. Peace.